Are we ready to go? Right then, we're off. We're up and running, I think. Right, hit that one. Right, good morning everybody. Here we are, day 2 of our 3-day sale. Yesterday was a good one, a really good day yesterday. Hopefully we'll have the same again today. Same format, 300 lots throughout the day, which will normally witness us pushing through till about 5 o'clock. So we're going to start at 301 today and we'll work our way down to 600. Bidding, just to recap, oh, thank you very much. Just to recap, as usual, on the bidding side of things, the setup now on the online system is set in such a way where you cannot bid in error. So we've ticked that box. You really can't just, the Labrador can't jump on, or your 9-month-old grandson can't jump on and bid, and so on and so forth. We've ticked that box, I think. So there are 3 ways to bid. There is the online, which is extremely popular, as you'll see throughout the day. There are absentee bids, which again, equally as popular. That's when people have come down to view or just inquired over the telephone. We've had a chat with them and they're prepared to go to a certain figure. That figure, they leave it to us. So we keep that as transparent as you would expect. And the last, probably my favourite one really, is the phone bids. So the guys in front of you, we changed the format a little bit this year. Historically they've sort of been hidden away because they're not particularly very photogenic, but we pulled them now this side of the camera so you can see them bidding on your behalf, so you'll be able to see what they're doing. You can watch the live stream. The live stream is, as usual, being conducted by Tom on YouTube there, and unless Jacob's had a fright and his hair is now straight as a personally from curly, then we've got a different member of staff on. This is Callum. Good morning, Callum, welcome. Thank you very much. So we've got Callum and Tom on the YouTube there. Thank you ever so much yesterday for all your interactions there. Tom, you normally have a figure for me. There's normally 88,000 people yesterday at some point tuned into our YouTube channel, which is great. Thank you ever so much. Or is it that top camera, Tom? Is it that one there? Thank you very much. That's great. Well, the lads will see, they'll take you through. They've got 3 or 4 cameras set up and they bounce about and just try and give you guys at home a feel for what's going on. So thanks ever so much for that interaction. That's great. Provisional bids, they're really important. We have a number of those throughout the day, so I'll just briefly explain. I think most people know how it works. There's a few that don't. So a provisional bid, if a vehicle comes along and the reserve is £5,000, the best bid we have on the day is arguably, say, £4,600. So that would be sold provisionally. And then the office upstairs, there's a team up there, will then basically speak to the vendor, speak to the buyer, and they will try their best to put a deal together. I'm sure, as you can appreciate, a quick phone call, a quick chat, normally sees a deal done, and then whoever's on the rostrum, myself, Paul, Jack, whoever, will then obviously tell you what's been sold throughout the day. They're really important because what it basically means is that no one can step in and buy that car until we've finished the negotiations with the provisional bidder. Because what happens all the time is a car goes under the hammer, it makes 4,600, and then someone misses it and thinks, I'll just ring the office. And they ring to the office and they obviously try and put a deal together, try and buy it, which is great. We can register your interest, but we can't do anything. We can't move forward until we've ticked the box with the provisional bidder. So again, just try and keep everything super fair, open, transparent. That's how we work. Collections, just before I start, collections, we are having Monday off. We're working tomorrow, which is obviously Good Friday. We're working Saturday morning. And then we're having Sunday and Monday off, so there'll be no collections on Monday. We'll start collections from Tuesday onwards. Please book your collections. You will need a release code. We need to make sure it's the right person with the right car on the right day. We will try our utmost to accommodate wherever we can. The first couple of days we have to be a little bit strict, because if you happen to be the lucky buyer of, say, the 2CV that's right at the back of the room down there, then obviously we can't get that out at 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning, because it means we've got to empty the whole building. But we normally buy within 2-3 days. We've normally got a road into all the units and all the compounds, and then we can just about say yes to everything then. But for the first couple of days, if you've been down, you know how it works. Common sense dictates that we can only sort of get so far in without emptying the building. So that's that. Phone bidders again. You can adopt the same policy as yesterday and just ring in advance. just ring 15, 20 minutes in advance just to make sure we've got the right person, the right phone, the right number, the right car, the right everything. Leaving it, you know, a few minutes doesn't give the office time to adjust, especially if we've got to rely on an email, if we've got a digit wrong or something or other. So a good 15, 20 minutes, half an hour perhaps, just to make sure, just touch base, and just to make sure that, you know, basically we've got all the right information. That's about it, I think, really. I did mention yesterday, John's got a bad back, so anyone's got any sympathy, please pass it John's way. He needs the hat. We've set up a GoFundMe page for someone to come down and sit in a room with him and listen to him moan on about it. So that's working quite well, I think. So, anyhow. Okay, mate. Sorry, you're falling apart, John. You're falling apart. So, without further ado, thank you ever so much. I think I've covered most of the things on the boring intro, but we have to just go over one or two bits. Right, so 301, Michael. That's a nice size sign. There we are, is the brasso metal polish enamel sign. There and away we go. So off we are then. Where are we? We've got 20, 30, 40, 50 pound bid, up 50 pound we've got. Up 50 pound bid, up 50 pound bid, up 50 there. That's a nice size sign. Is that at 50 pound? Up 50 pound bid, up 50, 60, up 60 pound then, up 60 then, 70 pound we've got. Up 70 pound then, up 70 pound then, are we all done? Up 70 pound then, up 70 pound, 80 pound on the internet there at 80. At 80 pound we have. 80 pound then, 80 pound then, are we all done? At 80 pound then, we'll put you down at 80 pound then, are we all done and dusted at 80 pounds? That's provisional at 80 pounds then. Thank you very much, Ash. And 302. This car's caused some interest this last couple of weeks while we've been open for viewing. You can see why. If you've come down, you can see why. It's got the makings of a lovely car. My brother stuck his head underneath it the other day and then walked back into the office and said, have you seen underneath that Stag? He said, it's one of the best ones I've seen. For him to say that, it will be correct. So it's obviously a very good car. We've got interest here straight away. I've got 7. I've got 7172, 7002, 73 on the internet, 74, 75 with Mark, £7,500 with Mark, 76 on Devon. Good morning, Devon, at 7006. 77 with Mark, 77, just missed Jack, 78's back in Devon. 79, Derbyshire, 8,000 in Devon. Devon's on there at £8,000. Mark 81. Mark just beat your bidder there in 82's in with Devon. 83, Jacko, 8,003. 84 in Devon. 84 in Devon. 85 in Swansea. 86, 87 London. 87 London. 88. 8,008. 89. £9,000 at £9,000. 91, Andy's bid at 91. 92, Jack. That was 92, Jack. 93, Devon. 93, Devon. 94, Alan. 94, Alan. 95, Devon. 96, Andy. 96, 97, Jack. Just beat Devon in. Just beat you in there, Devon. If you're watching on the live screen, you'll see 98, 98, 98 we've got. Devon, 99, Jack straight in 99, £10,000, Devon's in at 10, at £10,000, at 10,000, Jack again, 10-1, 10-1, 10-2, Devon, 10-2, Devon, 10-3, Andy, just beat you, Jack, 10-3, 10-4, Devon, 10-4, Devon, 10-5, Jack. 10,006, Devon. 10-6, Devon. 10-7, Andy. 10-7. 10-8 in Devon. 10,008 in Devon. 10,008. 10-9, Jack. 10,000. £11,000 in Devon. £11,000. Back in Devon at 11. 11-1, Jack's bid. 11-1. 11-2, Devon's bid. 11-2. 11-3, Jack, 11-3. 11-4. 11-4. Who's in Devon, Will? Robert. Yeah. Thanks for your bids, Robert. You're trying hard. 11-4, Jack, 11-5. 11-5 with Jack. You'll see if you're on the live screen there, Robert. 11-6 we've got. Back with Robert. 11-7 with Jack's telephone. 11-8. 11-9 says Jack, 11-9. Bang, £12,000. Just come in on Devon at 12,000. £12,000. 12-1 says Jack. 12-2 says Devon. You're in, Robert, at 12.2. 12.3, Jack. 12.4. My favourite colour as well with a stag. 12.4 we've got. 12.5 with Jack. 12.6 with Devon. Make hell of a car, this. 12.6 we've got. You're out, Jack. 12,000. You're back in again. 12.7 with Jack. 12.7. 12.8 with Devon. 12.8 with Devon. 12.8 here with Devon. 12.9 with Jack. 12.9. 13 Robert. 13 Robert in Devon. 13.1. 13.2. Taking you all the way, Jack. Straight back at you. 13.2. 13.2 we've got. 13.3. 13.4. 13.5. Bosch. 13.6. Good bit here, Jack. 13.6 we've got. 13.7. 13.8. 13.9. 14. 14 here in Devon with Robert at 14,000. At 14.1 with Jack. 14.1. 14.2. Straight back at you, Jack. 14.2. 14.3. 14.4. 14.5. Bush. 14.6. I think Robert fancies a stag. 14.7. 14.8. 14.8 we've got at 14.9. 15. £15,000. Are we all done then at £15,000? Looks like it's off to Devon with Robert. Thank you very much for your bid. 15.1. 15.1. 2. 15.2. 15.2. 15.3. 15.4. 15.5. 15.5 we have. 15.6. Straight back at you, Jack. 15.6. 15.7. 15.7 is with Jack at 15,700. 15.8. 15.9. 15.9 is Jack's bid. You come this far, Robert, you might as well round it up. 15.9 we've got, he has. 16,000. Might as well, we've come this far down the journey. 16 we've got, Jack, what do you want to do? £16,000 then, 1. 16.1. £16,100 then, thank you both for your bid. 16.2. Not finished yet. 16.2. 16.3. Did I see 16.4 coming? I've got 16.3 here. 16.3. £16,300. I think you're there, Jack. £16,300. That's Jack's bid. You're not. 16.4. Devon's back in at 16.4. 16.5. 16.5 we've got. £16,500. Robert, you're out. Jack, you're in at £16,500. I think we're going to be going with Jack at £16,500. Just give Robert a second or two because it's a big number. £16,500, Jack. It's your bid at the moment. For the first then, for the second, 16.6. 16.7. £16,700 on Jack's phone at 16,007. £16,700 at 16,700 then. Just giving you a moment at 16.7. If not, it's going to be knocked down to Jack's telephone bidder at £16,700 going for the first, going for the second, third and last time. Hammer's coming down. 16.7, well done. But Robert, thank you very much. You tried very hard there. No one can deny that. 303 is the lovely little Midas. There was a couple of these when I was growing up in Houghton Conquest. There was a couple of these cars used to float about. Russell Key, I think is the guy's name was, or the lad's name was, went to school with me, and his dad ran these. Haven't seen one for years. Great little thing. Like, where are we going to be on this? You tell me. 2,500 quid wheel, please, at 2.5, 2005, 2.6, 2.7, 2,800 pound. At 2008, what a great little car. At 2008, 2.9. At 2,900 we've got. At 2,900 pound. At 2009, 2.9. Sorry, Ollie, 3,000 pound. 3,000 pound. At 3,000 pound was Holly's bid. At 3,000, sorry, Holly's bid there, and I didn't see her out the corner of my eye. 3,000 pound we've got. At 3,000 pound, then at 3,000. At 3,1. Thank you, sorry. 3,001. 3,2 on my right. 3,002. 3,200 pound. 3,2. 3,3 in Surrey. 3,003. 3,300 pound we have at 3,3. 3,4. 3,004. At 3,400. At 3,5 back in Surrey. 3,6 with Holly. 3,600. At 3,600 pound we've got 3,7. 3,007. 3,8. 3,008. 3,800 pound. 3,008. At 3,8. 3,9. 3,9 in Surrey. 4,000 pound with Holly. At 4,000 pound. At 4,1. 4,100 pounds. 4,2 over here on my right. 4,002. 4,2 we've got on my right at 4,200. 4,3 in Surrey. 4,4 on my right at 4,004. 4,5 Surrey. 4,6 says Holly. 4,006 we've got. 4,600 pound on my right hand side. Are we all done and dusted? Sorry, you're out. He's back in again. 4,7. 4,7. 4,8. 4,800 pound we have at 4,8. 4,800 pound. 4,9. 4,9. 5,000 pound bid. 5,000 pound. At 5,000 pound we've got on my right hand side. At 5,000 pound then. At 5,000 pound then I'm going to drop the hammer down. It's going to be sold. At 5,000 pound. Are we all done and dusted then? At 5,000 pounds. Sold to Holly at 5,000 pounds. Will you just check that camera, Jack? Make sure everyone is this side of it. They are, aren't they? Brilliant.
I need that one.
Do we need that one?
Yeah.
Are you messing me around here, Dash? 304 is the little Morris Minor convertible. There we are, the little Morris Minor convertible. New hood cover and bag. New hood cover and bag. Seats recovered by the last owner. Fitted with a radio tape player. There you go, brilliant. There you are. Where are we going to be then? Cheap and cheerful little Morris Dowson. Thank you very much. 3,008 I've got, 3,8, 4,000 pound bid at 4,000 pound. At 4,000 pound we have, at 4,000 pound, that doesn't look dear. At 4,000 pound, the Morris Minor convertible, loads of fun, brilliant, entry level little car. Great if you're fresh to the movement. If you can't get on with a little Morris Minor, you can't get on with anything. They're a brilliant little launch, or just an easy to use classic. 4,000 pound we've got. At 4,000 pound. At 4,000 pound. At 4,000 pound we have at 4. At 4,000 pound bid. At 4,000 pound. At 4,000 pound then. At 4,000 pound. Are we all done and dusted? At 4,000 pound. Need a bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. They'll see if they can put a deal together for you. Lot number 305 is the Stepney Tyres enamel sign. We've got some bids here on my screen. Well, I've got 180 there, I've got 190, I've got 200, I've got 210, I've got 220, I've got 230, at 230 pound bid. At 230 pound, at 230 pound, 230, 240, 240 I've got, at 240 pound, at 240, at 240 pound, Hammer's going to come at 240, 50, 60, 260 I have, at 260 pound, and 70 and 80, at 280, at 280 pound, at 280 then, at 280 pound, then Hammer's coming down at 280 pounds, going to be sold. It's gone. 306 is the Escort RS. There we are, the Escort RS. I've got interest there, you've got interest here, we've got interest all over here, Will. I've got 6, 6,250, 6,5, 6,750, 7,000, 7,000 pounds, 7,250, 7,5, 7,6, 7,7. And there we are, 7,7, 7,8, 7,9, at 7,900 pound bid, at 7,009, 8,000 pound we've got, 8,000 pound, 8,1, 8,2, 8,3. 8,300 pound we have, 8,003 on 4 and 5, 8,005, 8,500 pound, at 8,005 and 6 and 7, £8,700 we have. 8,789, 89. £8,900 at 8,009. £9,000, 91. £9,100 we have at 9,001. At 9,100, at £9,100 and 2 and 3. 9,003 at £9,300. At £9,300 then Hammers cut. Nope, 9,495. 9,005 at 9,500 at 9,506. 9,006. Good morning, Skipton. Back in North Yorks briefly. 9,697. 9,7 we've got at £9,700 and 8. 9,008 at 9,008 and 99. 9,009 at £9,900. Are we there? At 9,000, £10,000 bid. At £10,000 we've got. At £10,000, £10,000 going for the first. Go in, 10-1. 10,001 at £10,100. At 10-2, 10,200. At £10,200 we have. At 10,200, 10-3. 10,003. At 10,300 we have. At 10,003 then Hammers coming down, then be warned. 10-4. 10,004. At 10,405. 10-5 at £10,500 and 6. 10,600 at £10,600. At 10,600 then at 10-7. 10-7. £10,700 at £10,700 and 8. 10,008 at £10,800 bid. At 10,800 then, are we all done at 10,008? Bringing it home at £10,800 for the third. 10-9. 10,009. £10,900 we have at 10-9. At 10,900. At 10,900 going once. 10, £11,000 bid. £11,000 we've got. £11,000. £11,000 then. On the net then, £11,000 for the first, second, third and last time. 11-1. 11-1. 11-1. £11,100. Get ready with that button, Will. 11,001. 11-2. 11,002. 11,003. 11,3. 11,003. £11,300. Are we there? 11,003 for the first. 4. 11,4. £11,400 we've got. 11,4. 11,400 going once. Twice. 11,5. 11,500. £11,500. 11,500 then. £11,500 then for the first. 11,500 for the second. Third and last time. Thank you all for your bids. When the hammer's down, it's gone. Get ready, Will. It's sold. Thank you for your bids. Thanks for trying, Skipton. 307, the Shell Economy Glass Globe. There we are on display there. Lovely bit of kit there. There you go. We have got, we've got, where are we, Will? We've got 3, 350, 4, 450. £500 bid. At £500 we've got. At £500. At £500 bid. At 500. At 500. Oh, I know where that's come from. The family, that'd be a proper thing, that, ladies and gentlemen. The family were petrol garage for owners, and there we are. And it's basically stock from their from the family business that had been going a very, very long time. There we are. So we've got £500 bid. At 500 we've got. At £500 then at 500. At £500 bid. At £500 then. At £500. Are we all done at £500? Hammer's coming down, then I'm going to sell at 500. It's sold. 500. 308 is the Porsche. The big Porsche. This looks good value for money. There we are. The car, I think, was on a film at some point, but don't hold me to that. But I think I heard a rumour that it was in some form of advertising campaign, I think, at one point. But anyway, please don't hold me to that. There we are. We've got interest here. I've got 8, 8.5, 9, 9.5. You've got £10,000 there. At £10,000 on sale at £10,000. At £10,000 we're going to sell. At £10,000 then at 10,000. Are we all done? At £10,000 then I'm going to sell it. At £10,000 then it's going to go. At £10,000 then at 10,000 down. At £10,000 for the first. £10,000 for the second. Third and last time, missing no one at £10,000. £10,000, that's sold. And moving on to the American petrol pump. Where's that, Michael? Oh, that's there. That's a nice bit of kit, isn't it? There we are. Lovely display piece there. Where are we going to be? 5, thank you. 5, 6, 700 pound. At 7, 8, 800 pound and 900 and 900 pound. 1,000 pound. At 1,000 pound bid. At 1,000 pound and 1,000 pound over there. At 1,000 pound. At 1,000 pound. At 1,000 pound. At 1,000, 1,100 pound. 1,100 pound. Unusual that. 1,100 pound. 1,100 pound. 1,100. 1,100 internet bid now at 1,100. 1,100 pound. 1,100 pound we've got. 1,100. 1,100 pound. And are we all done at 11? 1,100. 1,100 pound we have there at 1,100 pound. Are we all done? I'll put that down provisional at 1,100 pound. Internet bid there at 1,100 pounds. Provisional 1,100. MGB GT, here we are. Look at this, cheap and cheerful, little MGB. Lovely bit of information there from the lady owner. Tells you all about it, there you go. I've owned the car for the last 25 years, says Mrs. Luke. There we go, brilliant. Tells you all about it there. Again, like the Mathewsons, they're a great launch into the industry, or if you just want something simple and easy to run, they are great. Not a bad little car, says Michael. Not a bad little car, says Michael. There we are. £2,000, then that's cheap enough, isn't it? At £2,000. 2, 1, 2, 3, 2003, 2, 3, 2003 and 4, 2004. At 2004, what a cheap way into our movement. At £2,400 we have. At £2,400, cheap little MGB, that 2,400. At £2,400 then. At 2,400 then, are we all done? At 2,400. At £2,400. At 2,004. Are we all done at 2,004? It's cheap, is that? You're missing a trick there. At 2,004. £2,400. At 2,405. 2,005. At 2,500. At 2,500. That's a cheap MGB. At 2,500. At 2,500 to get every bit you want. Order it today, it comes tomorrow. Brilliant, simple little fun car and a good club, a very, very proactive club as well, may I add. At 2,006, at £2,600, at 2,600, at £2,600 then, at 2,600. First thing you must do is join the local MG club. They're a real welcoming bunch. At 2,006, at 2,600 then, we'll put you down provisional then, Wolverhampton at 2,600. We'll see if we can put a deal together for you at £2,600. That's provisional at 26. Now then, the Wakefield Castrol motor oil cabinet. Nice bit of furniture for someone there. There we are. We have got, well, I've got 200 there, so we may as well start. 200 then. We've got 220, 240, 260. 260, 280, £280 then, at £280 bid, 280, 300, at 310, 320, 340, 360 on my sheet here, 360, at £360, at 360, at 360, 380, at 380 there, at £380 we've got, lovely bit of furniture there, at £380, at £380 then, off to Hertfordshire it looks like at 380, oh, you've been outbid, £400 then, at £400 we've got, at £400, 420, you're back in again, at £420 at 420, at £420 at 420 then, Hammer's coming down, at £420 then, are we all done and dusted, at 420, it's gone, so is my voice in a minute, hang on, have a quick cup of tea. Oh. Now then, the Granada. Now the Granada's owner would have featured in, that definitely did feature in one of our programmes. I think he's purchased at least a couple of Granadas, certainly the lovely one that you and I got involved with, John, the blue metallic one. It is car. Yeah, and only here, just purely, Carl's just having to sort of jig his life, sadly, health reasons. So we've handled one or two Granadas from Mr. and Mrs. Walker, yeah, and you'd have no doubt seen them on the programme. They are lovely cars. He only had a nice car. So, and wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the fact that he's just, like I say, just got some health challenges at the moment. So, hope you're doing okay, Carl. We'll send you our very best. So, without further ado, we've got some interest there. We've got £10,000 bid, thank you. £10,000 we've got, and a quarter. 10,250, 10,5, 10,005 and 750. At 10,750. A lovely Granada, 10,750, £11,000 bid, 11,000 and a quarter, 11,250, 11,5, £11,500, 11,500, 750, 11,750, 11,750 for the Granada, 11,750. 11,750, £12,000, 12,000, 12 and a quarter, says Alan down there at 12,250. Excuse me, at 12,250, 12,250, Alan's bid at £12,250. Internet, you're out, Alan, you're in, 12,250, at £12,250, at 12,250. At 12,250. We'll have to put you down provisional for that one, Al, but we'll try our very best at 12,250. At £12,250, at 12,250 then, make it clear, it's Alan's telephone bidder at £12,250, provisionally sold then at 12,250, 12,250, provisional with Alan. 313 is one of Mark's clocks. Mark's a local lad, he does these clocks for us, he does a lovely job. Do not confuse and mix these up with a cheap importy type clock. These are proper. There's one or two nodging about here. I've got a couple in the office that he's done for me. They are cracking. They're as good as you're going to get anywhere. Brilliant. And what a lovely one this is. Look, the Scania one. There we are. Where we're going to be. £100 we've got. 120, 140, 160, 180 we have. Oh, £180. £180. What a lovely Scania clock. 180. Why is that on to 260, Will?
Can I just take that back?
We're just going to take that back, Hertfordshire, because it's only fair, because the next one was 200, I believe, Will. We had 180.
So,
and the next one, just get, sorry guys, just get that internet thing right.
that's right, yeah.
Yeah, and we had 180, Will.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, the next one was 200. I didn't want you jumping up there, Hertfordshire, sorry. At 180, Will, we've got at £180. So the next one is £200 then. There we go, £200, thank you very much. We try our utmost to keep it as fair as we possibly can up here. At £2,000 we have £200. Keep it fair, and all of a sudden I'm setting the clock at £2,000. At £200. Yeah, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. At £200 and at £200, sorry. At £200. At £200. At £200 bid. What a cracker. At 200. At £200 then. At £200 then. Are we all done at £200? At 200. Who's that in Hertfordshire?
That's David.
David? Oh, bloody good name there, David. At £200 then. At 200 we've got. At 200 then, at £200 then, are we all done and dusted? At £200 then for the Scania clock. At £200, I think he charges me more than that. At £200 it's going to go. £200 to David. Thank you very much, David. That's great. They're brilliant of them. I've got, like I say, I've got a couple myself. 314 is the Focus ST. There we are, little ST 170. Just dab this a couple of times and get to what I need. There we are. We have got, there's a load of interest in this little car. We have got, it can't be a bad little car. Michael, ladies and gentlemen, if you can see him on the camera, Michael does this. Michael looks after our big Unit 3 up there, and just reminds whoever's on the roster, whether it be Paul, myself, Jack, whoever, when a nice car shows up, and Mike is fussy up there, but when a nice car comes up, you'll see he gets all excited, he gets off his chair and comes and does that's it. So that's a signal to us that it's a nice car. There you are. So I've just had the signal, and it must be because I've got a lot of interest here on my books. So there you are. So we've got 15, we've got 1750, we've got 2000, we've got 2250, we've got 25, we've got 2750, we've got £3,000, Will. At £3,000 we've got. At £3,000, at £3,000, then at £3,000 I'm going to sell. At £3,000, at £3,000 then it's going to go. At £3,000, at £3,000, 3-1, 3-1, 3-2 I've got. At 3,002, 3,002, at £3,200 at 3-2, at £3,200 I'm going to sell it. At 3,200, 3,003, 3-4, 3-5 I've got here. 3-5 Will on my sheet at £3,500. At 3,500, at £3,500 I have. At 3,500, at £3,500, at £3,500, and hammer's coming down, be warned. At £3,500 it's going to go. You ready, Will? It's off. It's gone. 3,005. Top right there, Jack, with all them underbidders. Look at that. 315, the not for resale globe. There we are. That's a good condition one as well. There we are there, not for resale globe. Where we're going to be on that? Who's going to start me? 280 we've got there. At £280 bid at 280. At 280. 280, I'll take a tenner, Will. At 280. at £280 I've got at 280, at £280 at 280, at £280 bid, at 280 then, at 280, good morning Northampton, at £280, he wants just a little bit more, I knew he would because I know him, he'll want a little bit more, but he'll do a deal with you, at £280 then are we all done, at £280 then, Hammer's coming down at 280, you'll be the owner of that later on, don't worry, at £280, 280, there we go, Ash, thank you. The old Sierra XR 4x4 brings back good memories of this. There we are then, the Sierra XR 4x4, there you go. I had the same coloured car, same wheels, same everything back in the day. There you go, where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £5,000 away, thank you, at £5,000. At £5,000 we've got 5-1, 5-2, 5-2, at £5,200. At £5,200, at 5,002, at 5,200 and 5-3, 5,300, at £5,300, at 5,300 there for the Sierra XR4 before, at £5,300, at 5,300, at £5,300, that looks cheap enough, at 5,300, at £5,300 then, and rightly so, Mr. Newman could just do with a little bit more, so have a word with the girls upstairs in the office, they'll try and put a deal together for you on that one. 317 is the Jaguar V12 engine block coffee table, obviously, of course we are. Here we are then, where are we going to be? We've got 200, we've got 250, we've got 300, we've got 350, we've got 350, Will, we've got 360, 370 and 380, and £400 bid, at £400 bid there at 400, at £400 and 420. At £420 then at 420, at 420, 440 says Jack, at £440 says Jack there at 440, at £440, at £440 is Jack's bid there at £440. Are we all done and dusted? It's going to go to, it's not, 460, you're out Jack, at 460. 460, 480 he says at £480, at 480, at £480 bid, at 480 Jack's bid down there, 500 then, 500 in Lancashire there, 500 we've got, 520 says Jack at 520, at £520 we have, at 520 it's Jack's bidder on the telephones at £520, then are we all done? At £520 I'm going to bring the hammer down, Jack's telephone bidder at 520, gone, 520, thanks for your bids. 318 is the Jaguar S-Type V6. These are such good value for money, they really are, as cheap as chips really. Look, the price of a television set. There you go then, where are we going to be? Who wants to start me? Will, let's go with 750. Yep. Cheapest S-Type in the world. At 750 then, who wants to jump in at 750? At 750 then, can't start any lower than 750. Look what you're getting at 750. Can't start any lower than that. If not, I've got nothing on my screens here, Will. We'll have to just move on. If not, again, like I say, have a quick word with the team upstairs in the office. They will try their best to put a deal together for you. That looks a cheap Jaguar to me. In the meantime, Will, hit the button. Let's go to 319. The wooden hand-painted red line super. Oh yeah, these are what we call wall fillers, ladies and gentlemen. Ray paints these in his spare time when he's not watching Bangers and Cash. And they're brilliant. They're fantastic for money. They're as cheap as chips. We use them all around our buildings. They just take your eye off a plain wall. Mick's put quite a few up, I think, this last couple of weeks in his unit up there. It just makes it feel so much nicer. Anyhow, where we go? £10 we've got. At £10, £20, £30 we have. At £30 bid. At £30, £40. At £40 then. At £40 I'm going to sell. At £40 then are we all done and dusted at £40. At £40 then Hammer's coming down. Then we're going to sell at £40 then. Cheap as chips. £40, and moving on to lot number 320. Now this is the proper thing. There you are, the best investment you'll ever make. This is into some advertising, and what a peach of a thing. It looks lovely. The great thing about these commercial vehicles or these type of thing, this product, is the fact that you can advertise your business for 2 or 3 years and you've still got something worth its money at the end of the day. Brilliant bit of kit. There we are. Where are we with this then? You tell me. Will, I've got to take that 6.5, Will, at 6,005 and 750. 6,750, £7,000. At £7,000 we have. At 7.25. At 7,250. At 7,250 and a half. 7.5. At 7,500 in Durham. £7,500 at £7,500 in Coxo in Dublin at £7,500 at 7,500 7,750 here Manchester, thank you, 7,750. At 7,750, £8,000 we've got. £8,000. At £8,000 then, £8,000 then at 8,000. At £8,000 we have. Manchester, 8,250. 8,250. 8,250 then, £8,500. 8,500. In Coxo at 8,500. At £8,500. At 8,500. 8,500, that's in Durham here at 8,500. Make that clear. At £8,500. At 8,500 then. £8,500 then. 8,500. At 8,500. Are we all done at 8,500? Then that's provisional. At £8,500. Are we all there? That is provisional at 8,500 in Durham. And we've got lot number 321. Dusty bin, there we are, the little 1940s, 50s tricycle, there we go, and we have got £100 on my screen there, wheel straight about, £100 we've got there, and then we've got 125, 150, 175, we've got at £175, at 175, at £175 we've got, at 175, at £175, and I'm going to sell, at £175, at 175, at 175 are we all done, at 175, £200 bid, at 225, 225, at 225 then, at £225, hammers coming down, at 225 then, are we all done and dusted at 225, 225, and moving on to the little Yami. Oh, she's a little peach. Look at this lovely little thing. Nice bit of information there. Look from Mr. Knight. Thank you very much. He's owned the bike for approximately 3 years. They are brilliant little machine there. Look at that. It was used as a prop in a movie. Oh, there you are, but no more details. There we are. There we are. Then where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £3,500, £3,600 there. That's cheap. At £3,600 we have. At 3,600. At £3,600. That's a lovely little machine. That. At 3,600. At £3,600. At 3,600. What a little sweetie. At 3,600. 37. At £3,700. At £3,700. That's quite provisional at the moment. At £3,700. That's worth more. At 3,007. At £3,700 we've got. At 3,007. 3,800 in Northampton. 3,800. At 3,008. You should have seen the prices these have been making this last year or two. I know the market's settled, but that's not dear. At 3,008. 3,009. At £3,900 we have. At 3,009. At £3,900. At 3,009. I think it'll have to start with a 4. That's it, Northampton, to stand half a chance. At £4,000 we've got. At £4,000. At £4,000 we have. At £4,000 and 4,1. 4,001. £4,100. 4,001. That's a cheap little machine there. I'm not telling you your job, but that's a cheap machine there. At 4,001. At £4,100 we've got. At 4,100. At 4,100 then. 4,2. At 4,200. At £4,200. At £4,200 are we there? At £4,200, who's the gentleman in Northampton? Will? Phil. Hey, Phil, I think you're in there, mate. Oh, you were. 4,003. You've just been pipped. At 4,003. At 4,003. Yep, Phil's back in at 4,004. At £4,400. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put it on sale. I'll put my neck on the block. I'm going to put it on sale at £4,400. That's a cheap little machine, that. At £4,400, are we all done? At £4,400, then I'm going to drop the hammer, get the button ready, Will. 4,005. At 4,500. At 4,500. Same goes again. 4,006. At 4,600. At £4,600. At £4,600, then are we all done? At £4,600, then hammer's coming down. It's going. At 4,007. At 4,008. 4,008. At £4,800. At 4,800. At £4,800, when it goes down, it's gone. 4,008 for the first, second, third, and last time. Off to Phil in Northampton. Thanks for your bids, guys. 323 is the little Austin 7 Ruby. There we are, little sweetie, aren't they? Lovely, lovely little thing. Everyone's got to have one at some point. We've got some bids here with me. Will, I see you've got one there. We'll go straight to my one here, save my voice. We've got £3,500 there. £3,500 and sold. 35, 36, 37, 38, 38, 39, 39, £4,000. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, £4,800, £4,800. At £4,800 I've got 4,900, £5,000, £5,000 I have at 5,000, 5,100 there, 5,200, 5,200, 5,200 I've got here, 5,200. 5,002, 5,300, 5,400, 5,500 with me, Will. 5,005 with me, 5,600 in Cheshire, 5,600. At £5,600, I'm out. Cheshire, you're in. £5,600. At £5,600 we've got. At 5,600 then, off to Cheshire then at £5,600, be warned. Hammer's coming down, you're only just in Cheshire, but you've got it. At £5,600, bang and gone. 324 is the AA, sorry Ash, is the AA car front. Oh, okay then. Oh, I see. There we are then. AA sidecar. Oh, I'm sorry, didn't read the full description, silly me. AA sidecar front. There we are then. Got you now. There we are then. £80 then on the way. £80. £80 then. £80. At £80 then are we all done at 80? At £80 then. At £80 we've got. At £80, £90 bid at £90. At £90 then at 90 at 100 and £110. At £110. At £110, 110, 120 we've got. At £120. At £120. At 120 then I'm going to sell it. Nice bit of history there at £120. 130 we've got in Oldham, 130, 140 in Preston. £140 we have. 150 back in Oldham. At 160 back in Preston, 170. 180. 180 we have at £180. At £180, 190. 190, £200 bid. At £200 we've got. At 210. At £210 at 210. At £210. At £210, 220. Thank you, Will. 220. At £220 bid. At £220 bid. At £220 then are we all done? At 230. At £230 then. At 230 we've got. At £230. At 230 then. At £230. At 230 then. Hammer's coming down at £230. Be warned. It's gone. I'll just do a little Rover Metro, Jacko, and then you can do a few. 325 is the little Rover Metro. There we are then, from a regular support of the sale there. Service record containing 16 stamps, there it says. There we are then, cheap and cheap for little Metro. Where we are we then, £1,500, Will, I've got there at 15. At 15, thank you, £1,500. At £1,500 for the little Metro, that's cheap enough. At 15, £1,600 we have. At 16. At 1,600 then, 1,600 then at 17, I see. At 1,700, at 1,700 then at £1,700. £1,700, thank you, at 17. At 17 then, at 17 then, at £1,700 are we all done? At 1,700 then, at £1,700 then are we all done and dusted? You can just do a little bit more, could John, on that one. Have a word with the girls upstairs and they'll try their best to put you a deal together. Jack's just going to do a few, starting with a BMW 320 that's been entered by a regular supporter there. I say regular, that's not the right word, but he has been a supporter of the sale as Owen there for quite some time now. There you go, there's Owen's BMW, Jack.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, lot number 326 then, the BMW. We've got 2,300, 2,425 at £2,500 bid then for the 320D M Sport. There we go, MOT certificate, 6 stamps and 1 written, and various bits of invoices included. There we go. £2,500 bid here with me. At 2,500 then looks a cheap car. At 2,500 for the BMW. At 2,500 is a 6. At £2,500 bid I've got here with me. At 2,500, are we all done? It's provisional at the moment, but we'll try for you. At 2,500 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. Top right. Lot number 327, the Castrol double-sided light-up sign. Oh, that's nice. Look, Mick's holding it up there. Double-sided, as you can see, 16 by 12 inches in diameter. Where are we? I've got 100, 120, 140. 140 bid here with me, please, Will. At £140 bid. At £140 bid then for the Castrol double-sided light-up sign. At £140 bid. At 140. At £140 bid. We're a little bit off reserve, we'll try. At £140 bid. 160, thank you, Leeds. At £160 bid, I'm out. Internet, you're in. At £160 bid, then are we all done? It's provisional, but we'll try for you. At £160 bid for the first, second, third and last time. 160. Lot number 328, the 1965 Bentley S3 Continental. There we go, look. Where are they? I don't know where we need to be on this one. We're asking 70. If anyone wants to jump in, we better just lower that down to maybe 50 or something. We'll gain some interest, and obviously we can make a phone call. Is it 50,000 asking them for the Bentley? £50,000 anywhere for the Bentley? Asking 50. I ain't got anything on my sheet here, guys, but we'll try. Is there 50,000 anywhere? No, if not, we'll have to move on. We'll wait and put that one through next sale. Yep, sorry, guys. Lot number 329, the illuminated Gulf forecourt light-up sign. Have we got that one, Mick? Oh, a great big one. There you go, look. Oh, yeah. There you go, look. Similar to that one, if you can see it on the cameras behind me. I've got 200, 210, 220, at £220 bid then for the Gulf forecourt light-up sign. At £220 bid here with me, 230, 240, at £240 bid, at 240.50, at £250 bid, at 250, at £250 then. It's provisional at the moment, but we'll try. 260 Lancashire, 270, at £270 bid, at £270 bid, 280 back at Lancashire, 290 here with me, at £290 bid, then I can sell it. Lancashire, £300 bid, thank you. 310 here with me, at £310 bid, at £310 bid, 320 back in Lancashire, at £320 bid, then I can sell it. At 330, at £330 bid, at £330 bid, Lancashire you're back in at 340. At £340 bid it's going to Lancashire. At £340 bid then I'm selling. At 340 for the first, second, third and last time being sold. Lancashire. Lot number 330, the 1926 Singer. There we go, look, V5 present, paperwork includes owner's handbooks, buff logbook, MOT certificates, and a previous vehicle history check. There we go, look. Where are we? 2 seconds, guys.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're all right. Yeah. Asking 5 then, if anyone wants to jump in at 5, thank you. At 5,000, 5-1, 5-2, 5-3. At £5,300 bid then for the 1926 Singer. At 5-4, thank you. 5-5, back at you, Keithley, here with me. At 5,500. At 5,500 bid. 5-6, 5-7. At 5-7 here with me, Keithley, you're out. At 5,007, 5-8, 5-9. At 5,900. Are we going to fill it up? At £5,900 bid. 6,000. At £6,000 I'm out. Keithley, you're in. At £6,000 bid then are we all done? At £6,000 bid then we submit it. We can try. At £6,000 then. Going to Keithley for the first. Provisionally for the second. Third and final time at 6,000. Keithley, internet bid. The screen's getting a bit slow. There we go. Lot number 331, the 1959 BSA. There we go. Look, looks a lovely machine. The Rocket Gold Star replica. Electric's converted to 12 volt. Oil filter cartridge is a Triumph T140. There you go. Look, twin heading shoe brake. Looks a lovely machine. Where are we? I've got 3.5 wheel, 3.6, 3.7 at £3,700 bid here with me. At 3,700, 3.8, 3.9. At £3,900 bid then. At 3,009 is there 4. At 3,900, that is a very cheap bike, looks a lot of bike. At £4,000 internet, 4-1 back at you. At £4,100 bid here with me. At 4,100. It's provisional at the moment, but we'll try, we're a little bit off. At £4,100 bid, internet you're out, bids here with me. 4-2, they're back in. At 4,200. At 4,200 then we'll try internet. At £4,200 bid then I'm selling it provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 4-2. Lot number 332. Oh, the little midget, there we go, look. Bright looking little thing. Where are we? Paperwork includes a previous new keeper slip, MOT certificates and numerous invoices. So there we go. I've got 3,3132. At £3,200 bid then here with me at 3.2. At 3,200. At £3,200 bid then for the little midget, cheap and cheerful little thing. At 3,200. At 3,200. So user-friendly these little cars, aren't they? At 3,200. It's very provisional, but we'll try. At 3,200. Then are we all done? Bids here with me. 3-3 Lancashire. 3-4 back at you, Lancashire. At £3,400 bid. At 3,400 is the 5. At 3,400 then for the little midget. At £3,400 bid, are we all done? At 3,400 we'll try. I'll mark it down provisional. At 3,400 bids with me. Internet you're out. Are you coming back in? At 3,400. At 3,400 bid then, are we all done? at 3,400 for the first, mark it down provisionally for the second, third and last time at 3,400, provisional, top right. Lot 333, the Players Navy Cut enamel sign. There we go, look. Nice size little sign, fit anywhere. Mick's holding it up for you. I have got 20, 30, 40, 50 pound bid. At 50 pound bid then and away for the Players Navy Cut cigarette sign there, look. At 50 pound bid. At 50 pound bid, 60. At 60 pound bid on the internet. Sorry Jack, I just took the internet. 60 pound bid on the internet. 60 pound bid then, is a 70. You're coming back in Jack? At 70 pounds he says. Jack's telephone at 70 pounds. At 70 pound bid. At 70 pound bid. Jack on the telephones, internet you're out. 70 pound bid on the phones here with us at 70 pound bid. It's provisional but we'll try. 80 pounds back in. Excuse me. Internet bid at 80 pounds. 90 pounds he says. Telephone bid at 90 pounds and I'm going to put it on sale at 90 pound bid. Are we all done? At 90 pounds. It's Jack on the telephones. Internet you're out. At 90 pound bid then. Are we all done? At 90 pounds then. Selling for the first, 90 for the second, third and last time. 90 pounds. Jack's telephone. Excuse me. Lot number 334, the 1957 Rover 60. There we go, look. Extensive history file, engine removed and not included with the sale. Good number, that is a transferable, perfect base car for a hot rod. There you go. Or recommission and try and get it back on the road. Where are we then? We're asking 460. Someone's bound to jump in at that, are we not? Asking 460. 460, thank you very much, Norfolk. At 460 pound bid. At 460 pound bid then, looks extremely cheap. 480, 500, 520. At 520 pounds, no reserve, it's selling guys. At 520 pound bid. 540, 560.
Is that the one with no engine?
That's the one with no engine.
Yeah, I said yes to that, thinking that someone's going to put something fairly, you know, like a modern, I don't know, Pinto or something like that. I thought there's going to be a bit of scope for that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Sorry guys.
Sorry, you're getting a bit dry as well.
640 pound bid, 660. At 680, at 680 pound then internet bid, no reserve guys, whatever it achieves today it's going. At 720 pound bid, at 720, 720 pound bid and 40, at 740, 760, at 760 pound bid, at 760 pound bid then. Ideal little starter project for somebody, there you go, pop what you want in it. At 760 pound bid, are we all done? At 760 pound bid then, Hartlepool you're in at 760, at 760 pound bid then, I can sell it. Let's treat that in it. At 760 pound bid then. Selling it then at 760 pounds, Hartlepool you're in at 760, is there any more? At 760 pound bid then for the first, selling for the second, third and last time at 760 being sold. 760 Hartlepool. Lot number 335, the 1997 Rover 100. Oh, there we go, look. Nice bright looking little car. Where are we? Someone start me. 500, thank you. At 500 pound and away then. At 500 pound bid, asking 6. At 500 pound bid then for the nice little Rover 100. At 500 pound bid then. Is a 600 anywhere? It's provisional but we'll try. Someone's put a cheeky bid in here. At 500 pound bid then. At 500 is the 6. At 500 then 600, thank you. Redcar North Yorkshire, I'm out. At 600 pound bid then we'll mark it down provisional, we'll try. At 600 pound bid then we're a little bit off, obviously worth more. At 600 pounds and I'm selling provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 600, Redcar provisional. Lot number 336, the 1928 Renault. Do you know a little bit about this one?
We've had it, it's ours.
Yeah, you know. I gathered that bit.
So we had it in the shop as a display. So, yeah, it's been down there, it's done its job like a lot of these things, you know. So, yeah, and the shop's grown to the point now that there isn't enough room. No, there isn't enough room down there. So, yeah, sadly, it's going to have to go. Yeah, simple as that. Yeah,
not a problem then. Well, we got £5,000 bid here in a way then, guys. At £5,000 bid, I've got 5,000, 5,2, 5,4, 5,6, at 5,600, 5,8, at £5,800 bid then for the 1928 Renault. There we go, look, at 5,800, 6,000, 6,000 with me, please, Will. At £6,000 bid, at £6,000 bid then for the nice little advertising van. At £6,000 bid, 6,2, at 6,200. at 6,200, 6,400, 6,400, thank you, at 6,400, at 6,400, 6,600 back at you, at £6,600 bid, here with me at 6,600, at 6,600, 6,800, at £6,800 bid, at 6,800, at £6,800 bid then is a 7, at £6,800 bid then, looks cheap, at £6,800 bid, £7,000, thank you, Pontefract at 7, at £7,000 bid, we'll try, I can submit it, I don't know where we need to be, we'll try, at £7,000 bid then in Pontefract at 7, at £7,000 bid I'm out, at £7,000 bid then, are we all done? At 7,000 then provisionally to Pontefract for the first, second, third and last time. 7,000 Pontefract provisional.
Where were your granddad, see what it says?
Don't know where we need to be on that one. Lot number 337, the Jaguar Garage Diorama. There we go, look, there we go. That's a nice little thing. Where we want to be on that. Oh, that is lovely, isn't it, Nick? Oh yeah, look at that. Hold that close up to the camera. That is really lovely. I want a rally one of them.
Clever, aren't they?
Yeah, really clever. I've got bids here with me, guys. 150, 160, 170. At £170 bid. At 170, 180. At 1 at 240 on the internet. I was sleeping there.
Turn that back.
Oh, sorry. Oh, did that not build up? Yeah, hang on. We'll just make it fair for everybody. I was at 180 on my sheet. To be fair, we're there anyway, but not a problem. I've got 180 here with me, Will.
Just to be fair.
Hang on everybody, just getting the increments correct again. You can jump in a bit too quickly if you're not keen on them increments. At £180 bid then in tens please, Will. At £180 bid I got 190. At £190 bid here with me. At £190 bid. At £190 bid. 200 on the internet, thank you. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then, are we all done? It's provisional at the moment. At £200 bid then, looks lovely does that. At £200 bid then, I'll mark it down provisional Preston and I'll try for you. At 210, thank you. At 220. At £220 bid then, Preston you're back in. At £220 bid then is the 30. At £220 bid. At £220 then, are we all done? I'll try. At £220 bid then for the first. 220 for the second, third and last time. 220 provisional. Lot number 338. Oh, the 2007 Jaguar XJ Sovereign. Look, there we go. V6, as you can see. We have got 5,000. She's sold from the off. 5,000, 5,1, 5,2, 5,3, 5,4, 5,5. At £5,500 bid. At £5,500 bid. At 5,5, 5,6, please, Will. At 5,600. At 5,600. Yep. 5,7, Charlie on the telephone. 5,8, back at you, Charlie. At 5,800. Are you coming in, Mark? At 5,8, 5,9, Charlie. At £5,900 bid. Asking 6. At 5,900. Thanks for letting me know, Mark. £6,000 back at you, Charlie. At £6,000 bid here with me. At 6,000, 6,1, 6,2. At 6,002, here with me, Charlie. At 6,200, 6,3, he says. 6,4, back at you. At 6,400 bid. At 6,400 bid. 6,5, 6,6. 6,006. At 6,600 with me on my sheet. At 6,600, Charlie, you're out. At £6,600 bid. 6,7, fresh bidder. At 6,007, 6,8, here with me, Alan. At £6,800 bid. At 6,800. At 6,800 bids here with me. Alan, you're out on the phones. He's not. He's back in at 6,9. £7,000 bid here with me. At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 with me on my sheets. At £7,000. Are we all done? At £7,000 bid. You're out, Alan. It's here with me. At £7,000 bid. Would you like one? At £7,000, 7,1 he says. At 7,100 then, obviously I'm selling it. At 7,001 I'm out, that's as far as I can go. 7,2, fresh bidder on the internet. At 7,200. At £7,200 bid. Out on the telephones, you're in Grimsby at 7,200. Yeah, 7,200 bid. At 7,002 on the internet. At 7,2. Thanks for letting me know. Grimsby at £7,200 bid. I'm selling it at 7,2 then for the first, second, third and last time. 7,2. Thank you for your bids. Where are we? Oh, sold the 339, the wooden hand-painted Jaguar Le Mans 24-hour sign there. There you go, look, with the D-type on it, looks lovely. We have got 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 pound bid and sold, and 70 pound bid and away then. It's 70 pound bid then for the wooden hand-painted Jaguar Le Mans sign, at 70 pound bid then and selling, at 70 pound bid then, and we all done at 70 pounds for the first, 70 for the second, third and last time at 70 pounds. Top right. Lot number 340. Oh, the Vauxhall Victor. Do you
Lovely,
know?
lovely car that. Yeah, very, very genuine looking car. In lovely order. Mind your knee when you get in them. First time you ever get in it, you'll knock your knee if you're not careful. But a very, very nice, proper, genuine example, yes.
Good. Well, I've got 9,000 to start then, please. Will at 9,000 away. 9-1, 9-2, 9-3, 9-4. At £9,400 bid then for the Victor. At 9-4, 9-5, 9-6. At 9,007. 9-8, back at you, Jack. 9-8. At £9,800 bid then at 9-8. At £9,800, 9-9 he says. At £9,900 bid. £10,000 here with me. At £10,000 bid. At £10,000 bid then and away at 10,000. It's here with me, Jack. You're out on the telephone at 10-1, he says. 10-2, back at you. At 10-2, here with me, internet at 10,200. Here with me, internet, you're out. Jack, you're out. 10,003 is back in. At 10,300. Jack on the telephones at 10-3. At £10,300 bid. Internet, you're out. It's Jack on the telephones at 10,003. It's provisional at the moment, but we'll try for you at £10,300 bid then. Are we all done? Internet, you're out at 10,300 then. Jack's telephone at 10.3 provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 10.3 provisional, Jack's phone. Lot number 341, the Land Rover enamel sign. Look, there you go, Charlie. Are you looking? Where are we? Yeah, lot number 341. We got £80 and sold and away. 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 bid then and being sold. At £100 bid then for the Land Rover enamel sign. 110, 120. Internet, back at you. At £120 bid. 130, 140 here with me. At £140 bid then and selling. 150. County Durham, you're in at 150. At £150 bid. At £150 bid then I'm selling. At 150 for the first, second, third and last time. 150 Darlington. Lot number 342, the NSU Quickly. Oh, there we go. Look, nice little bike. Current V5 present, previous partial V5 and tax notification. So there's a little bit of paperwork there to go with it. We're sold and away, guys, at £800 bid. £800 bid and away then. £800 bid. £800 bid. Bid of 600261. £800 bid then for the NSU Quickly. £800 bid. £800 bid. £800 bid there. Off then, do we go by this one or that one?
I would go by the computer.
Right, provisionally at the moment. Yeah, I better just sell it provisionally, guys. I've got two different figures here. £800 bid then for the little NSU Quickly. Looks a nice, clean, little usable bike. £800 bid then. I'm selling it provisionally just to be on the safe side, but I'm sure it'll come. £800 bid then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time. £800, top right.
Well spotted.
Lot number 343, the Cadbury's chocolate enamel sign. There you go, look, Mick's holding it up. Nice size little sign, fit anywhere. I've got 60, 70, £80 bidding away then. £80 bid then for the Cadbury's chocolate sign. £80 bid. £80 bid then. £80 bid is the 90. £80 bid. £80 bid then, are we all done? £80 bid. £80 bid then, I'm selling it provisionally. £80 then, £90 bid. I'm selling it at £90 bid then, it's going to York at £90 bid. At £90 then, are we all done? At £90 York, we're selling it at the moment at £90 bid then, it's going to York. I'm selling for the first, second, third and last time. Sold. Lot number 344. Do you want to do this one?
No, carry on, you've driven it.
If you want.
You know it more than me.
Do you know where we want to be on there?
We've just got to submit the best bid.
Submit the best bid. I've got bids here with me anyway. Where are we? So, yeah, lot number 344, the Aston Martin DB9 Volante. There we go. I think it just had a fresh MOT. We just put a fresh battery on it. There's a few bits and pieces there. 7 stamps in the book. Various invoices and bits and pieces. The registration, I believe, is not going with the vehicle, guys. But there you go. Nice, straight, usable car. I've got 16, 16.5, £17,000 and away then, please, Will. I better just go 250, please, for these increments. At 17,250 bid. At 17,250, 7.5, 17.5. At 17,500, 17,750. at 17,750 bid, at 17,750, 18, at £18,000 then for the DB9, £18,000 bid. They look a lot of car, these guys, £18,000 and it's provisional. All I can do is submit it. I don't know where we need to be yet. We'll have a chat. At 18,250 Leeds, thank you. At £18,250 bid, at 18,250 in Leeds, at 18,250. At 18,250 we'll try, obviously it's worth more. At £18,250 bid then, I'll mark it down provisional Leeds, we'll try for you. At 18,250 then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 18,250. 18,250 provisional. Lot number 345, the antique style AA garage lamp. Well, there you go, look, and bracket there, look, to go with it. That's handy, hang it straight up outside your garage. It'll look lovely lit up on a night. We're sold from the off. We've got 200, 210, 220, 230, 240. At £240 bid then for the AA garage lamp and bracket by the looks of things. At £240 bid then and away and selling. At £240 bid, 250, 260. At £260 bid then and selling. At 260. At £260 bid, at 260 then, are we all done? At £260 bid then, I'm selling it. At £260, 270, thank you, 270. At £270 bid, at £270 bid then, are we all done? At £270 bid, bids here with me at 270. At £270 then, I'm selling it. At 270 for the first, second, third and last time at 270. Sold. Do you want to do this one?
If you like, as you wish.
There you go, look.
And morning everybody. And on to, well, just before we start 346, we've got a few solds here being converted. Don't like this mic, lot number 297, a petrol pump has been sold. Lot 220, a Ford Escort has been sold. Lot 225, a Bentley sign has been sold. Lot 276, a Land Rover Defender. Lot 204, a Lotus Esprit Turbo. Lot 309, American petrol pump. And lot 308, a Porsche Cayenne, have also been sold. So thank you very much for your bids there, everybody. And we'll move on to a very, very special Morris commercial van. There it is, look, been entered in, or been known to us, should I say, for a long, long time. It's a very, very special thing. Starts on the button, runs along. I heard you move it in the yard last week, Charlie. It started straight up, sounds nice and sweet, etc., etc. Ever so solid, and a proper van. So there we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? We've got 9.5 on there, look, on the internet there. 10, 10.5, 11, 11.5, 12, 12.5 here with me, Will. At £12,500 then here on my sheet. At £12,500. At £12,500 then the little J-type van there. I think it's a J-type, it's a lovely little van. At £12,500. At £12,500 and 750 and 13 with me, Will. At £13,000 then here with me. At 13,000 and 250 and 500, Will. At 13,500 here with me. At 13,500 and 750 and 14, please, Will. At £14,000 here with me. At 14,000, Father's going to tell me something. Oh. Our Father's just saying for you ladies and gentlemen at home, the vehicle is cart marked to go and work in London.
Basically, it means that it's going to work in London
forever. So it can go and work in London forever. So does that mean it's ULEZ exempt? Yeah. So pretty soon, when we're not allowed to drive in London, with that van, you'll still be able to.
So if you look at the 70
Oh, there you go then. There you go. So there you go then. No, I think it's exempt from congestion. There we go then, ladies and gentlemen. So it's cart marked, so you can go in and out of London with it. There we go then. £14,250 then. 14.5 with me, Will, please. At 14,500 here with me. At £14,500 and 750 and 15, please, Will. At £15,000 then. At £15,000. £15,000 here with me. At £15,000 then, are we done? At £15,000 then, is the 250 anywhere? At £15,000 then, we'll submit 15 and a quarter there is. at 15,500. At 15,500 pound then, I'm out on my paperwork, at 15,500 pounds, at 15,500, does he want to bid, Alan? At 15,500 then is the 750. At 15,500 we'll submit, and 750. Hello Durham, I know you, and 16,000, you know the van, you know a good van. At 16,000 pounds then Oxfordshire, at 16,000 pounds then is there a quarter. At 16,000 pounds then we'll submit, we'll talk, at 16 and a quarter, thank you, at 16, 250 and 5, at 16,500 then, at 16,500 pounds, at 16,500 then for the first, at 16,500 for the second, provisionally, we will have to talk, 16,500 for the third and last time, provisionally Oxfordshire, thank you for your bids, gentlemen. And on to lot number 347. There we are then, little die-cast models there, looks to be 5 of them, Mick's got them there, look, there we are, we got £30 bid and we're away, on sale, at £30 bid then for the die-cast models, at £30, should we say 40, at £30 bid then, at £30 bid then, cheap if they come, at £30, in fact they are coming, it's on sale, at £30 then for the first, second, third and last time, looking round, away at 30, Catterick Garrison, thank you. And on to 348, there we are then, 2 carbide cycle lamps, there we are, where are we going to be with that then, Mick's got them down here, look, there you go, brilliant, aren't they? Lovely look. Want a bit of clean look, but there you go, look. We got £10, £20, £30, £40 here with me. At £40 bid and 50. At £50 bid then for the 2 little lamps there. At £50 bid then is the 60. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then, a couple of nice little ornamental lights nowadays, aren't they? At £50 bid then we'll submit, we'll see if we can get them away. At £50 bid then for the first, second, provisionally third and last time at £50. And on to 349, the Rolex style wall clock. There we go. Must stress the Rolex style. Don't know how right these are, ladies and gentlemen, but it looks like a Rolex and it's in that style. So there you go. Make your own minds up. We have got bids here with me. Winding up at £280 on the computer there, please, Will. At £280 bid and on sale and away. At £280 bid. At £280 then the Rolex style clock. Don't hold me to it being a Rolex. At £280 bid, are we done? At £280 then we'll take a tenner if it helps. At £280 bid. At 280. 290 here with me, Will. Sorry, I missed that one. At £290 bid. Bidder number 50042. At £290 bid then. At £290 bid then, are we done? For the first then, 290 then for the second, 300, 310 please, Will. At £310 bid. At £310 bid then. Bidder here with me. At £310 bid for the first, second, third and last time at £310. Bottom right. Thank you. And on to lot number 350, the Erdy 3-bike trailer. There it is then, good usable little bike trailer there, nice lightweight little thing. Brilliant, aren't they? They're superb. Can we have £500 to start, please? If we can't get £500, Will, we're moving on. Is there £500 there, anybody? There you go, £500 bid and we're away. At £500 bid then is the 50. At £500 bid then the little Erdy trailer, useful little trailer there for you. At £500 bid, has a ramp on it as well, I believe. At £500 bid then is the 50. At £500 bid. At £500 bid and 50, thank you, I should think so as well. At £550 bid then, shall we say 6? At £550 bid. At £550 bid then we'll submit, we'll talk. At £550 and £600 bid. At £600 bid then is the 50. At £600 bid then. At £600 bid then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 600. Thank you. Running out of go then. And on to 351, the illuminated Gulf sign. There it is, look, the boys are walking in with it. There you go. Nice, bright looking sign there for you. Good size sign. There we are then, £160 bid and away. At £160 bid. at £160 bid then, at 160, 180, £180 then, at £180 bid, at £180 and is the 200, at £180 bid then the Gulf sign, at £180 then, at £180, we'll knock it down provisionally, at £180 then for the first, second, third and last time, 180, provisional, thank you. And on 2352, this is a little sweetie, isn't it? Mick's eyes lit up when this came in. He thought, oh, a little runabout. There we are then. There we go. Look, we all know what it should have on the side of it, really, don't we? Beautifully restored, Reliant Regal super van, a true British motoring icon. Legendary three-wheeler, famously recognised for its quirky charm and classic design, has been meticulously brought back to life with an expert restoration that honours its vintage character while ensuring modern reliability. There you go, that's what the vendor says. We have a current V5, etc. She's just ready to be graphics and lettered up. So there we go then. So without further ado then, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, 7,000 there on the internet there. At £7,000 bid and on sale, ladies and gentlemen, at £7,000 bid for the nice early little Reliant there, look. At £7,000 bid is the one. At £7,000 bid then, at £7,000 bid is on sale, at £7,000 bid. Are you sure you didn't look at this one, Holly? At £7,000 bid. What's lettering up this van? At £7,000 bid then, at £7,000 bid then for the first, at £7,000 for the second, and third and last time at £7,000. There you go. You missed it, Holly, you've missed it. Well, only wanted some stickers on. Restoration done. Tick. You missed it, didn't you? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, on to lot number 353, a Shell-Mex petrol can and paraffin measure. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 20, 30, 40, £50 bid. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then have we got 60. At £50 bid for the two cans there. Look, at £50 bid. At £50 bid then we'll sell it provisionally. At £50 bid then for the first, provisionally 50 for the second and third and last time provisional at 50. And on to lot 354 BMW. Now I was a bit harsh on this car. It arrived with the aid of the AA. It's got they think a vacuum pipe gone. It won't tick over and it'll only really drive on high, fast idle. So there's obviously something not quite right there. It's actually a better car than I first thought, and indeed as my video might suggest. But it does have a fault, and it has got a bit of rusty arch, and it wants a little bit of love. So there you go. So make of that what you will, ladies and gentlemen. We have £1,500 bid here, will with me please. At £1,500 bid then for the 328 CI. We'll make a lovely car, a lovely car. At £1,500 bid. At £1,500 then here with me. At 1,500 is the 16. At £1,500 then for the E46. At £1,500 then we'll sell it provisionally and we'll talk later on. At £1,500 then looking round for the first, second, third and last time provisionally at 1,500. Thank you. And on to 355. There we are then. The Fremlin's Ale enamel sign. There we go. Mick's got it there. Look, nice little sign. Look, 20 inches thereabouts. Not too big. We've got £50 bid here with me, Will and away. At £50 bid. At £50 bid. At £50 bid. Then is the 60. At £50 bid. At £50 and 60. At £60 bid. Then Oldham. At £60 bid. At 60 I'm out. At £60 bid. At £60 then is the 70 anywhere. At £60 bid then, selling provisionally then at £60 bid. At £60 then for the first, second, third and last, provisional at 60. There you go, thank you. And on to 356 for petrol cans. There we are. There we go. Mick's got them there, look. There you go, look. Two little ones, a 2 gallon and a gallon. There we are. There you go then. 4 cans. There you go, ladies and gents. Where are we going to be with them then? We're going to be £20 and away. At £20 bid here with me. At £20 bid. At 20. £20 then 30. At £30 bid. At £30 bid. At 30 is the 40. At £30 bid then. The tenner a can can't be dear, can it? At £30 bid then are we done? At £30 bid. At 30 is the 40 anywhere. At 30. Have they got a bottom? They're not full, are they, Mick? At £30 bid. You had the petrol out? Yeah, he's had the petrol. He's had the petrol out of them, Oldham. At £40 bid, then Oldham. At £40. At £40 bid, then we'll submit. At £40 is the 50. At £40 bid, then. At any more, then. At £40 then for the first, second, third, and last time. Provisionally at 40. And on 2, 3, 5, 7. The Fina petrol pump glass globe. There it is, down there. There you go. Sticker's not so good on this side, Mick. Sticker's not so great on this side. Can you turn it round? Can you get to it? Just, I'm sure people can see both sides if they zoom in at home, but just show that side, look. There you go, look. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There we are then. Still a lovely bit of kit, like. Glass. There you go. There you go then, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Where we're going to be with that then, we're going to be £280. At £280 then is the 300. At £280 then you're looking at the worst side at the moment. At £280 bid. At £280 then is the 3. At £280 then for the Fina. It is a glass globe, don't forget. At £280 bid. At £280 then is the 300. At £280 then are we done? At £280 then we'll submit. We're a little short, but we'll talk. At £280 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally to 80. Thank you. You'll have to pull that one back, look, Will. Sorry, mate. Sorry, Dorset, you missed it. Hammer was down. There you go. Yep. Thank you. And on to 358, Humber Super Snipe. There we are then. The highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted. It's black, as you can see, red leather upholstery, said to have covered just 27,000 miles from new, dry stored for many years with amazing potential. So there you go. And we've got a couple of £1,000 here with me to start, please, Will. At £2,000 bid then. At £2,000 bid then for the Super Snipe. I love these old Super Snipes. They're a proper, strong, usable car. At £2,000 bid then. At £2,000 bid is the 21. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 at 2-1. I should think so. And 2-2 with me, please, Will. At £2,200 bid. At £2,200 then is the 3. At 2,003 there is. And 4 with me, please, Will. At £2,400 bid. At 2,405. At £2,500 bid then. At 2,500. My figures, I can't go any more here. At £2,500 bid. At 2,005 is the 6. At 2,500 then we'll submit it. We'll get you an answer, Rotherham. At £2,500 then for the first, for the second, third and last time provisionally. 2-5, thank you. And on to 359. Here we are then. A wooden, hand-painted, Autoline motor oil sign. There we are. Mick's got it there for you then, ladies and gentlemen. Ideal wall fillers, these. They're lovely little wall fillers. We got 40, £50 bid and away. At £50 bid here with me. At £50 bid then. Keep it inside. Lovely little sign, little wall filler for you. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 is the 60. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 then we'll submit it, it'll come. At £50 bid and 60 and on sale. At £60 bid then I'm out on my sheet. At £60 bid is the 70. At £60 bid then it is on sale, don't miss it for a tenner. At £60 bid then. At £60 bid for the first then, for the second, third and last time looking round. £60, thank you. And on to lot number 360. Here we are. You like this car, Mick? This. So Mick will have to demonstrate how to start it. Is there an electric start? So we think that it might have a sticky starter motor, ladies and gentlemen, but it starts as you look at the handle, does it not? Mick's got it off to a fine art. Literally, there's no big swinging and carrying on. It's just a little stroke, and she runs like a little sewing machine. There you go. So there you go. Mick's done his. There you go. So there you are then, ladies and gentlemen. It's in time warp condition really, isn't it? It's a lovely, lovely old girl. So there we are. We have some interest here with me. We have 15, 15, 5 and 16,000, please Will. At £16,000 then. At £16,000, the old Rolls Royce there, look. I don't know what model that is in all fairness. At £16,000 bid. Silver Lady, there's the trim photocopies, newsletter, correspondence, 2 photo albums, an instruction book for a 20 horsepower Rolls Royce car. It's a 20 horsepower shooting brake, so there you go, that's what it is. So there we are then, at £16,000. At £16,000 then is a 250, there is, Alan says 250. At £16,250 then, and 5 with me, please Will. At 16,500 here with me. At 16 and a half here with me. At 16,507.50 says Alan. At 16,750. At 16,750 pound then, and 17 please Will. At 17,000 here with me. At 17,000 pounds. At 17,000. At 17,000 pound here with me, and 250 says Alan. At 17,250 pound then I'm out. At 17,250 pound then. At 17,250 is the 5. At 17,250 pound then. Alan on the telephone then. At 17,250 is the 5 anywhere. At 17,250 provisionally. Alan then on the telephone for the first, for the second, for the third and last time. 17 and a quarter. Alan's telephone. Thank you. And on to lot number 361. Here we are then. It's a special thing. You won't need 2 of you to lift that. No, it weighs nothing, does it? There you go, you see. Look how strong he is. There you go. Now then, here we are then. You know all about it, I'm sure. It's a 54 centimetre frame. The highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted to the vendor for their consideration. It's a super record, 11-speed group set, seat post stem, 440mm handlebars and much more. So it's some sort of training bike, was it this one? So it's like an Italian team training bike, effectively. Yeah, it's a special bit of kit, I know that much. Anyway, can we get a couple of thousand on there, Will? Well, no, we better not. We better have 1,000 on there, look, Will, if we can. Can we get £1,000 bid? Is there any interest in it at 1,000? Weren't they something like £10,000 new, did somebody say? £10,000 for a push bike.
Some of these bikes, though.
Yeah. Are we going to get £1,000 bid, guys? Otherwise, we're moving on. Can we get? Is there anyone hovering, Will?
No, but it's all.
There's no one there.
There's a few tire kickers, but they're not bidding.
No, I think we're going to have to do a bit of homework on that one, guys. Yeah, on your bike. Go on. Right, and on to 362, ladies and gents. Here we are then. Volvo XC90. There we are then. 4.4 V8. Oh, I know the car. I know the lad who's entered it. Yes, he's been using it himself. There we are then. Very rare. 4.4 V8. There we are then. Very good user-friendly car. That loads of go in it, I bet. So there we go. Then where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 15, 16, 1,700 pound. At 1,700 pound then the XC90. At 1,700 pound then 18. At 1,800, 1,800 pounds. At 1,800 is the 19 anywhere. At 1,800 pound bid. At 1,800 pounds then is the 19. At 1,800 pound bid. At 1,800 we'll talk. At 1,800 pounds then, is that it? At 1,800 pounds then we'll submit for the first, provisionally 1,800 for the second and third and last time. 1,800, thank you. I bet that's some car, that. And on to Champion Plugs enamel sign. There you go. There you go, Mick's holding it. There we are then. Bit of interest here with me again, look. It's not a massive one, nice 12 inches or thereabouts. There we go. Computer's doing it all for me, look. 200, 220, at £220 bid then. 240, says Jack on the telephone, at £240 bid. At £240 then, are we done? No, 260, at £260 bid. At 260 and 80. At £280 then, Jack on the telephone there, at £280 bid. and 300. At 300. At £300 then. Does he want another Jack? At £300 bid then. Jersey, Channel Isles. There we are then. At £300 bid then. And 20. 320 and 40. 340. At £340 bid. At 340 and 60. 360. 380. At 380. 400. 420. 440. 440. 460. 480. 480. 500. I think it's something to do with that picture. 500. At £500 bid then. At £500 then are we there? At £500, 520. At 520 and 40 and 60. At 560, 80, £600 and 20. At 620 and 40 and 60. At 660 and 80 and £700 and 20. At 720 and 40. At £740 bid. At £740 bid then. I'll make another one next week. At £760 then. At 760, finding the models to do these signs, that's the bloody trouble. At 820, 840, 860, £860 bid. £860 bid then. At £860 then for the first. Are we all done? For the second, 880, 880, £900, 920, 920, 940. You got our make yet, Mick? 960 at £960 bid. At £960 bid then are we done? At £960 then, sold and away then, first, second and third time at 960. Thank you for your bids, gents. Well done, you were both trying very hard there. And on to 364, I for Williams, twin axle, 14 foot, is it, Mick, I think? Is it 14 or 16? 14, I think. There we are then, 2 alloy lockers, keys, straps, cover, hitch lock. Lovely trailer. Hasn't had a hard life, that trailer, has it? If it's done virtually nothing. There we are then. And we've got 2,02122 bid will. At 2,200 here with me. Bidder number 60033. At £2,200 then. At £2,200 then, the I for Williams. It's 3.5 tonner it will be. At £2,200 bid. Shall we say 2-3? At £2,200 then. At £2,200 then. At 2,200, looking round, and the hammer's down, it's down provisionally at 2,200. 22, thank you. And on to a pair of antique style garage AA lamps. There we are then. They're bonny, aren't they? They're nice, aren't they? They're grand, aren't they? There we go then. We've got £100 bid here and away. At £100 bid. At £100 bid here with me. At £100 bid. At £100 then is the 20. At £100 and 20 and 40. At £140 bid. At £140 then. At £140 bid is the 50. At £140 bid. At £140 then and 50. At £150 and 60. At 160. At £160 then. We'll submit it and 70. 170. At £170 and 80. At 180. 190. 200. At £200 bid and 10 and 20. At 220 and 30. At £230 then. I'm going to put them on sale at 40. 240 on sale, ladies and gentlemen. 250, 260, at 260, 70, 80, 280, 90, 300, at £300, 10, 20, 320, at £320 bid then, at £320 then, at 320 then for the first, second, third and last time, at 320. 320, thank you. And on to 366, there we are then. Oh, now this is a special car. This is a lovely car. Sits up there, I've been up the road in it. Once the gear linkage freeing off, it's a bit tight. But other than that, it drove really well, really well. Makes a lovely change from an Escort. See it on the track, all the rest of it. Lovely thing. The vendor has provided a BMW 2 LM10 rally spec engine on carbs, 150 horse, ZF dog box, 5-speed, rally suspension, tarmac spec, strut brace, roll cage. You've read it, it's all on there. Look, something very special, very different. And we have got 19,000 here with me to start, Will, please. At £19,000, and Mick's telling me something. There's some spare wheels and tyres and a box of bits and pieces. Yeah, over there, yeah, there you go. Came in the other day, yes. And at 19,000 here with me, Will, and 250. At 19,250 pound then. At 19,250 and 5 with me, please, Will. At 19,500. At 19,500 and 750. France, morning, bonjour, as you would say. Bonjour. At 19,750 pound then. At 19,750. At 19,750, does he want a bid, sir? At 19,750, is it Mark on the phone? At 19,750 then in France. At 19,750, does he want a bid? At 19,750 is the 20. Cheap car is this. At 19,750. At 19,750 then. Are we done? We'll submit it. Are you sure, Mark? At 19,750, Mark's on the telephone, just give him plenty of time. At 19,750. I know, Dave's just walked out the office there, ladies and gents, you won't hear him, but he's saying that's absolutely solid as a rock, this car. It's a very special example. And he's walking back towards me again now.
Previous owner or guy who moved the car overseas was here.
Right.
Really breaks it.
Oh, there you go then. So a previous owner was round visiting last week, a previous owner of the car from overseas, and he was falling in love with it again. That might be yourself in France, you never know. Anyway, £19,750 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally at 19,750. Provisional, thank you. And on to, excuse me, 367, the Fiat dealership sign. There you go, look, don't put it on the grill. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We've got £100 and away, please, Will. At 100, 150, 200, 250, £300 bid. At £300 bid and on sale. At £300 bid then. At £300 bid then. Bidder number 5, treble 017. At £300 bid then and 25, 325, 350, at £350 bid. At £350 bid then, at £350 then, is that it? Are we done? At 350 and 75. At £375, at £375 then, for the first then, second, third and last time at 375. Going to Preston, thank you. On to 368, the Rolo Croftmaster. Here we are then. You've no doubt seen this before. It has been on the show, I believe, coming due to a little bit of a change of direction, really. Poor old Graham's no longer with us. We miss him terribly. Special little thing. Last run a couple of years ago. I picked it up a couple of weeks ago. It was here somewhere. Lovely, lovely, different little thing. Wonderful little thing. Yeah, Alan's got it next door. So there we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? We've got £1,000 bid and away. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 and £1,100 there. At £1,100 then. At £1,100 bid. At 1,112, says Alan. At £1,200 then. At 1,213. At 1,300. At £1,300 bid. At £1,300 then. Does he want 4? At 1,003 and 4, he says. At 1,400. At £1,400 bid. At 1,400, there should be 2 of you on these phones. At £1,400 then, Alan on the phone there. At 1,415. £1,500 then, Jack on the telephone. At 1,500. At 1,005 and 6. At £1,600 then, has a little tiny single furrow plough in that trailer to go with it as well. I don't know if you're going to use it very well, but anyway, it's there. And 17, £1,700 then, Jack on the telephone there. At 1,007, 18. At £1,800 then, Alan there on the telephone. At 1,800, does he want 19? He does. At £1,900 then, you can't find them, can you? It's a lovely little thing. At £1,900 then, 2,000, thank you. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then, Alan on the phone there. At £2,000 then, 21. At 2,100, says Jack. At £2,100 then and 2. At 2,200. At £2,200 bid. at 2,200. Does he want 3? At 2,200. At 2,200 then on sale, sold and away then at £2,200 then. Alan on the telephone. 22. Thanks for your bids, chaps. And on to 369, selection of die-cast models. Some nice, oh, they're lovely little trucks, they are. There we are then. There we go then. £120 bid and away. Up £120 then. Catrick Garrison, good morning. Up £120 then is the 40. Up £120 bid. Up £120 then. Shall we take a tenner if it helps? Up £120 is the 30. Up £120 bid. Up £120 then. Sold and away then. Up £120. Sold and away at 120. And on to lot number 370, Jaguar 2.8 XJ6. There we are then. Lovely car, Mick. Nice car, proper car. Right colour, correct period colour. Just a really, really nice, smart, user-friendly car. Some spares, lots of history, lots of paperwork, current V5, etc., etc. Car speaks for itself. So there we go then. We've got 6,000, 6 1/4, 6,500 here with me at £6,500 bid. At 6,500, 6. That should be my bid really. Okay. Sorry, but yeah, 6,500. It doesn't matter. 6,750. At £6,750 then. Jack on the telephone. At 6,750 there. At 6,750 and 7,000. At £7,000 bid. At 7,000 1/4. At 7,250 says Jack. At 7,250 and 5. At 7,500 and 750. At 7,750 says Mark. On sale, ladies and gentlemen, £8,000 says Jack. I should think so as well. At £8,000 bid. At £8,000 then 1/4. At 8,250 says Mark. At 8,250 then and 8,500. £8,500 bid. At 8,507.50 says Mark. 8,750 then Mark on the telephone. £8,750 bid then and 9,000 then Jack says. On £9,000 there. 9,250 says Mark. At £9,250, two guys, they know the car. 9,500 says Jack. At £9,500 then. At 9,500 there. Jack's bid there. 9,500. At 9,500 then. I'll take 100 if it helps. At £9,500 then. At 9,500 and 6. New bidder. At 9,006. At 9,600, does he want 7? He does. At £9,700 then, Jack there on the telephone. At £9,700 then, do you want 8? He does. 9,800. At £9,800 then, Manchester and 9. 9,009 then, on the telephone there. At £9,900 then, on sale, sold and away then. 9,009, 10,000. At £10,000. Does he want 1? At £10,000 then, going to Manchester. At £10,000 then for the first. At £10,000 then for the second. Third and last time, fair warning. 10,000. Thanks for your bids, everybody. And on to 371, pair of large antique style hotel lamps. There we are then. They're nice, aren't they? There's 2 of them, is there? 2 of them? Oh, you only brought 1? You can only lift 1. I'm winding you up. There you go then, ladies and gentlemen. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be £200 and away, I know. At £200 bid then. At £200 bid. At £200 bid here with me. At £200 bid then. There's 2 of them. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then we'll submit it. At 220. At 220, 240. At £240 then. At £240 bid. At 240 and 60 and 80 here with me. At £280 bid then and 300. At £300 bid then Oldham. At £300 bid then is the 20. At £300 bid. At £300 bid then are we done and dusted then. At £300 bid then we'll make a phone call. They'll come. At £300 bid then provisionally for the first, second and third. 300. Thank you. And on to 372, the Vectra SRI 150. If you're going to have a Vectra, you want an SRI 150. There you are. There you go. 5-door hatchback, 2.2. Interior is immaculate, originally purchased via Mathewsons. We've had it before. There you are then. 1,300 entries in the service book, it says here. There we are. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be £1,011, £1,200 and away. At £1,200 bid here with me. At £1,200 bid. At 1,200, these are the sort of cars that we need to be putting away, Jackie boy, because these are going to come up in money, these. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid, then is that it? Are we done? Good value. At £1,200 bid and 13. At £1,300 bid. At £1,300 bid, a nice, proper, smart, clean car. At £1,300 bid then. At 1,300 we'll submit it. At 1,300 is the 14. At £1,300 then we'll submit for the first, second, third and last time. 1,300. Got to submit it. We'll get you an answer. And on to, you might have to jump on it in a minute, mate. And on to 373, here we are then, the Sphinx Benzene enamel sign. There we go, what a lovely sign that looks to be. There we are then, where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 150, 60, 70, £170 bid. At £170 bid. 180, £180 then. At £180 on sale, ladies and gentlemen. At £180 bid. Up £180 and is the 90. Up £180 then, sold and away then. Up £180. 180 sold. You do that one, you'll know more of it than me, and I'm losing my voice. Thank you, ladies and gents.
Are you doing it?
Oh, here we go. We've got a new auction here coming up for a few minutes. Oh, here we go then. So, for those of you at home that are unsure, this is Amy's previous car.
Oh God.
So Amy and Jack will do this. There we are.
You keep that mic on.
Hang on. I don't know what I'm saying. You're going to have to do it.
You could have had this one.
There you go.
You
Let me
keep
chuck
that
that
on.
back on then.
Oh my gosh.
There you go. Click that on.
Oh, thanks so much.
Stick it
Put it on there.
Go on.
Where does it?
Yeah,
like
just
this?
anywhere. It doesn't matter, does
Now
it?
you know what I
There you
feel.
go.
Oh man.
So obviously, you know where the reserve is there.
Oh no, you do it. I don't know.
There's bids here. No, you have a go. They're the bids there, obviously. So that one's higher than that one. So you've got to take it to that, obviously, to keep that man happy.
I'm lost
You know
already.
what
I'm
I
not
mean?
going to lie.
No, yeah. Give it a go. So start the bidding off.
Where are we starting?
You might as well start it. Yeah, you've got to do your
Lovely
bit.
car. Had it for 2 years-ish.
It's Amy's little like Audi A1, everybody, and you've upgraded now to a slightly bigger one, haven't you?
Yeah.
Q2 is it what you've got? The car's never been any bother. It's a real clean, straight little car, and it's a shame we haven't got a use for it, really, isn't it? Because we don't really need to sell it. But anyway, there's no use for it anymore. So obviously we put it through the sale. You want to start the bidding off in there, and then go up in hundreds. I'd suggest to that one there.
Okay. So, well, start at 3.5.
Yeah, so £3,500 bid, and then you've got to work your way up to that one there, look, because he's obviously an increment above that one. So there you go then, so 3.5, go on, £3,500 in and away.
I can't do it. I know you do it. I don't know how to do it.
We've got £3,500 bid then, guys, we've got 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, £4,000 bid to that one, look, and then we need to go 4.1, 4.2 to keep that gentleman happy. See it?
I see
So we
it.
got
So
£4,200 bid then on the little Audi A1 S line, the black edition. There we go. Look, £4,200 bid and selling. At £4,200 bid then and away. At £4,200 then for the little S line. Are we all done? At £4,200. At 4.3 on the internet. At £4,300. I'm out on my sheets. Internet, you're in at £4,300. At £4,300 bid. Is it diesel or petrol?
Petrol.
Petrol, 1.6 petrol, there you go. At 4,300 then, 1.4 is it? Oh, 1.4. £4,300 bid then, better still, 4,300. At 4.3 then, are we all done? At 4,300, we're selling it. At 4,003 for the first, second, third and last time. There you go, well done, Ed. You'll get there.
I'm never doing that ever again. I only wanted to to watch it.
I know you get up here and you go tongue-tied. You don't know what to say, do you? Well done, well done, well done. I know how it feels. 375, ladies and gentlemen, the Willys Jeep enamel sign. There we go, look, circa 12 inches in diameter. Well, hang on, let me get my bearings again. We have got £90 and sold, £100 here with me. £100 bid then and selling. £100 bid then for the Willys Jeep sales and service sign. The gentleman who got the Jeep yesterday ought to be buying this. £100 bid then and selling. Are we all done? £100 bid then 110 Northampton. You're in on the internet. I'm out. £110 bid then and selling. £110 bid. Are we all done? £110 bid then for the first, second, third and last time. 110 internet. Lot number 376, the Saab 900i. There we go, look. Covered some miles this one. We're just submitting the best bid on the day. Service book containing 19 stamps. Blimey, there you go, look.
Been
so,
busy.
yeah, it's been busy, but you wouldn't have thought it'd done the miles actually. But anyway, where are we? Asking 300 then. £300 bid, thank you. £300 bid. 300. Got to be worth £1,000 plus, surely, this car. £300 bid then and away. £300 bid then, we're submitting it. 350, thank you. 350. £350 bid then. £350 bid, asking for. I haven't got any bids with me, I'm afraid, guys. £350 bid. Internet, you're in at 350. £350 bid. Obviously, we'll make a phone call. You'll need a little more, but we'll try. £350 bid. I'm sure we can put a deal together. £350 bid then. We're selling it provisionally. 350 then. 350 bid is the 4. £350 bid then. I'm selling it provisionally then for the first. 350 for the second, third and last time. Need a little bit more on that one, I should think. Lot number 377, the lapel and vehicle badges. There you go, look, Mick's holding up there. Oh, they're nice little badges, look, there you go. A couple of bits to go on your badge bar as well. We have got, so where are we? 10, 20, £30 bid and away then. £30 bid then. £30 bid. £30 bid here with me. £30 bid. £40 on the internet, thank you, North Yorkshire. £40 bid. £50. £50 bid in Preston. £50 bid. 60. £60 bid then. £60 bid, internet bid, North Yorkshire at £60. £60 bid then, we're a little bit off, but we'll try, I'm sure it'll come. £60 bid, provisional. £60 bid then, are we all done? I'm selling provisionally at £60 for the first, 60 for the second, third and last time at £60. £60 provisional. Lot number 378. Oh, a little car like caravan. There we go. Look, summer is practically here. It's around the corner. There we are. Where are we? I've got 15, 16, 17, £1,800 bid then and away for the little car like caravan. Nice and dry inside. Been dry stored for some time, this one. There we go. £1,800 bid. £1,800 bid then and away. £1,800 bidder. Please can I go 19, Will? £1,900 bid then here with us. £1,900 bid then for the little car like caravan. £1,900. We're a little bit off, but we'll try for you. £1,900 bid. We'll try and put a deal together. £1,900 bid then. Are we all done? £1,900 bid. Provisionally then at 19 for the first, 19 for the second, third and last time. We'll try for you. Lot number 379, the exit sign. There we go, look. That's handy. Where are we? We got 10, 20, £20 bid and away then for the little exit sign there, look. £20 bid. £20 bid is the 30. £20 bid. £20 bid then is provisional, but we'll try. It's all I've got on my sheet. £20 bid then provisionally for the first, 20 for the second, £30 bid internet. Still provisional at the moment, but I'm sure it'll come. £30 bid then. £30 bid, are we all done? I'm out. £30 bid then. Selling provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. £30 internet. We've got a couple of solds as well, just quickly guys. 319, the red line super sign. Sold 301, the something Brasso sign. 326, the BMW 320D, that one got away. 310, the MGB GT. 337, the Jaguar garage sign. 111, the Toyota dealer sign. 13, the garage forecourt sign. 333, the players enamel sign. 343, Cadbury sign. There you go. Please get your provisional bids in, and obviously we convert the majority of them. Lot number 318, the Porsche Perspex.
381.
381, sorry, what did I just say?
No, 380.
Oh, hang on, where are we?
Getting excited.
Getting all carried away here. Where are we? 380, here we go. Look, the 1974 MGB GT. There we go, looks a nice car. GT body with sunroof, has overdrive, and the current owner has had it since 2016. There we go then. I've got 3.5 here, Will. 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8. At 3,800 then for the GT. At 3,800, 3.9. At £3,900 bid. At £3,900 bid then for the MGB GT. At £3,900 bid. At 3,900 is the 4. At 3,900. It's provisional at the moment. We'll try at £3,900 bid. 4,000. Thank you, Preston. At £4,000 bid then. At £4,000 bid. Internet bid. You're in at 4,000. I'm out. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 then looks for nothing. At £4,000 bid, we'll try. We'll make a phone call at £4,000 bid. Then selling provisionally for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time. 4,000 provisional. Lot number 381, the Porsche Perspex sign. There we go. Look, Mick's holding it up. Circa 30 by 23 inches. We've got loads of interest here with me. We've got £150 bid and selling. At £150 bid then. 160, 170. At £170 bid. At £170 bid then. Look lovely up behind your Porsche on the garage wall. At £170 bid then and selling. At £170 bid then and all done. At £170 bid then selling for the first. 170 for the second. 180, 190 here with me, internet. At £190 bid. Driffield, you're out. Bids here with me at 190, £200, 210 with me. At £210 bid here with me. 220, 230 back at you. At £230 bid. 240, 250 with me. At £250 bid then. At £250 bid, 260, 270, at 270 with me, 280, 290, £300, at £300 bid, with me on my sheet, at 310, Driffield, you're back in, I'm out, at £310 bid, then it's going to Driffield, at £310 bid, then are we all done, at £310 then, selling for the first, second, third and last time, 310, Driffield. Lot number 382, the 1944 Austin. Have you had much to do with this one?
Do you know what? It's a real genuine, unmolested little Austin 10. Yeah, no, great, lovely. If you want to win a show, you've got some paintwork to do and a little bit of fettling inside, but it's a real, genuine, proper old Austin.
Good, nice little car. We've got 15, 16, £1,700 bid then, please, at £1,700. At £1,700 then for the 1944 Austin. There's handbooks, MOT certificates, the buff logbook, plenty of information there, look on the description. £1,800 bid, thank you, at 18. At £1,800 bid then, 19 here with me, Will. At £1,900 bid. At £1,900 bid, 2,000 internet bid, thank you, I'm out. At £2,000 bid then on the internet, it's provisional at the moment, we'll try for you. At £2,000, they're so cheap these early cars, aren't they?
Yeah, cheap? It starts as you look at the bottom. Honestly, it gives the impression you would check the levels and
just drive it. There you go then. At £2,000 bid on the internet, I'll mark it down provisional, we'll make a phone call, we'll try. At 2-1, Lincoln, fresh bidder. At 2001, 2-2. At 2-2. At 2,200 bid. At 2,200 bid. At 2,200 then. At £2,200 bid, are we all done? At 2,200 then, it's provisional still at the moment at 2-2. At 2,200 then. At 2,002, I'm selling it provisionally for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 2-2. 2-2, provisional. Lot number 383, the selection of die-cast model trucks. There we go, look. There's a selection of them there, as we can see. Mick and Andy are holding them up. I've got a £100 bid and selling on the internet straight away. At £100 bid. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then. At £100 bid is the 20. Is the 10, sorry. At £100 bid then. Are we all done? At £100 bid then I'm selling for the first, selling for the second, third and last time at £100. Lot number 384, the BMW 730i. There we go. Look, there's a bit of a fair list here of bits and pieces.
It's a lovely car. That's what there is.
Pride and joy in his ownership from 1992. Only 2 owners.
That is the one I think it is, Mick, isn't it? Yeah. There you go.
know,
It's a very special car, that.
Very special car.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
sure you read
nice,
the
nice
description.
car.
There's chapter and verse here, guys. We got a lot of interest here with me. We may as well start at £4,000 and please will. £4,000 and away. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 bid, then 4142. At 4,200. At 4,200 bid. 20 stamps, blimey. There you go. 2 owners, 20 stamps in the book. Yeah, there you go. Done less than 4,000 miles in the last 4 years. Yeah, look at that, look, lovely. At 4,200 then bids here with me at 4.2, are we all done? At £4,200 bid. At 4,200. At 4,200. Bid at 600183. It's your bid at 4,200. At 4,200 then I'm selling it, it's going at 4,200. At £4,200 bid. At 4,200. Are we all done? I'm selling it at 4,200. Then I'm selling for the first 4.3, 4.4. Back at you, internet. At £4,400 bid. At 4,400. At 4,400. Internet, you're out. It's bids here with me at 4,400. Are we all done? At 4,400. At 4,400. Is that about right?
Yeah.
At 4,400.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I'm all right, am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4,400. At £4,400 bid. Are we all done then? I'm selling it at 4,400 then for the first, 4.4 for the second, third and final time. Internet giving you plenty of warning. 4.4 sold. It's a cheap car.
Good value, aren't they?
Yeah,
Terrific value.
Lot number 385, ladies and gentlemen.
The legs.
Oh my lord, here we go. Hang on, Will, don't go in fivers. The Shell gasoline enamel sign. There we go. Look, where are we? We've got 130 and sold and away. 130, 140 here with me. 150, 150 here with me. 170 on the internet. £170 bid on the internet. £170 bid. Internet bid. Jack on the telephone. 180. £180 bid. At £180 bid, then is the 90. At £180 bid. Jack on the telephones. Internet, you're out. At £180 bid. Not as good looking, this one.
No,
at
£180
bid. At 180 then I'm selling it. Are we all done? At £180 bid, then I'm selling for the first. 180 for the second. Third and last time. Jack on the telephone. 180. Lot 386, the 2005. Oh, there we go, look. Jacko, don't get excited. He's been eyeing it up as the young Jack. The Land Rover Range Rover Sport. There we go, look, the TDV6, the HSE, the one to have, in pink. Popular girl owned this, Katie Price's pink Range Rover. There we go, look. Custom built by Phantom, obviously the popular company who upgrades these Range Rovers. Costing £140,000. Blimey, that's a lot of money. Anyway, I'm selling it today at 5,000. So there we go, £5,000 bid, selling and away at £5,000 then. At £5,000 bid then for the pink Range Rover, 5,250. Wigan at 5,250. 5.5 Selby, North Yorkshire at 5,500. 5,750. At 5,750 bid.
Think of the brownie points these fellas are going to get.
I know the girls are going to love it. Well, maybe. £6,000 bid then at 6,250. Wigan at £6,250 bid and selling at 6,250. At 6,005. Selby, you're back in at 6.5. 6,750. At 6,750 bid. At 6,750 and selling and going at £7,000 bid. At £7,000 then. At £7,000 bid. At 7,000 then.
Helena.
Poland. Helena. Oh, blimey. Come on, Helena. It's your colour. At 7,250 then and selling. At 7,250 in Wigan at the moment at 7,250. At 7,250. Who's this one? This is Paul. Helena, you're coming back in at 7,250. Are we all done? Paul, you got yourself a pink Range Rover at £7,250 bid then and selling and going at 7,250 for the first, 7,250 for the second, third and last time. Sold. Well done. Thank you for your bids. Lot 387, the Retro Tattoo Artist. There we go, look, acrylic sign. Mick's holding it up. Oh, that's a big sign, isn't it? That's lovely, is that? There you go, look. Acrylic, look, there you go. We've got 100, 110, 120, at £120 bid then and selling. At £120 bid then for the tattoo acrylic sign. At £120 bid. At 130, 140 with me, please, Will. At £140 bid. At 140, 150 on the internet. At 150. At £150 bid, then are we all done? I'm selling. At £150 bid, then I'm selling it for the first, second, third and last time. 150. Lot 388, the Bentley Continental GT. There we go, look. They, as we always say, there's such a lot of car for the money. Where are we? We've got 7.5, 8, 8.5, 9, £9,500 and selling at 9,500 then for the GT. At £9,500 bid. At 9,500, it's criminal really, it's so criminal. 9,750 on the internet, thank you. At 9,750, someone fill it up. At 9,750 bid then, at 9,750. You can't get over how cheap these are, it's just, it doesn't make sense really, does it? At 9,750 bid. At 9,750 and selling, it's going. At 9,750, are we all done? At £9,750 bid, then I'm selling it for the first. 9,750 for the second. Third and last time being sold. 9,750 sold. Treat car. Lot 389, the Delta truck box. There we go. Look, a bit of a thing. What sits in the back of your pickup then, is it? A bit of a toolbox affair. Look, there we go. Well, we got £20 bid on the internet and away then at £20, please. At £20 bid, thank you. County Durham at £20. At £20 bid then is the 30 anywhere. At £20 bid. At £20 bid then, I haven't seen it, guys. I don't quite know what it is. At £20 bid then, I'll mark it down provisional. We'll have a look. At £20 then, I'm selling it provisionally at the moment. Obviously, we'll make a phone call and look into that. At £20 bid then, selling provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. £20 provisional.
That's why everyone
That's
came
why all
out.
the phones have came out. Look, there we go, a lovely car. Do you know a bit of background?
I sadly don't.
You don't, but anyway, it's a beautiful car. We've all seen it, as is everyone else. Look, we've got loads of interest on these phones. New reconditioned gearbox. Last owner, look, same loving owner for 38 years, truly cherished. There we go, look, lovely, lovely car. I'm sure you've all seen it. I've got loads and loads of interest here with me on the telephones and bids on the sheet. We may as well start at 17,500, 18,000.
No, it's okay.
Oh.
You've covered most of it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to do Deb's the honour of saying thank you so much for sending us the car. It's a lovely car, absolutely great. Dad had it, obviously, as you quite rightly said, for donkey's years there.
Look at that,
it's just a very,
years.
very nice car. Just a nice car. So thanks ever so much, Debs, for...
Yep, thank you, Debbie. Yep, no, we appreciate your support. We've got 18,000 on the internet. I've got 18,250, 18,500, 18,500 here with me at 18,500.
Yeah.
At 18,500, 18,750, 19 here with me. At 19,250, 19,500 here with me, Will. 20 with me, please, Will. At £20,000 bid. At £20,000 bid, then with me on my sheet. At 20,250. At 20,250, a star on the telephone, I'm out. At 20.5, internet, you're back in. 27.50 with a star. With a star, please, Will. At 20,750 bid. 21. At 21 on the internet. At £21,000 bid. At £21,000 bid, then a star, you're out. Internet, you're in at 21. At 21,250 and a half. At 21,500. At 21,500 bid. 21,750, she says. At 21,750, a star on the phones. 22 on the internet. At £22,000 on the internet. Where are we, Will? 22,250. Sorry, the internet was jumping in. It just went a bit slow. 22,250 on the internet. 22.5 now. At 22,500, 22,750 on the telephones here with us in the hall. At 22,023. At 22,350. At 23,250 bid. At 23,250 with a star on the telephones and a half. 23.5. And 750. 24. 24,250. 24,500 on the internet. At 24,500. At 24,750. 24,750 on the telephones. 25 on the internet. And 250. 25,250 and 5. And 750. 750 on the telephones. 25,750. At £25,750 bid, then a star is on the telephones. Internet, you're out. At 25,750 bid, then and selling. At 25,750 internet, you're done. They're not. 26,000. London. And 250 on the telephones. 26,250. At 26,250 bid. A starer on the telephones, in the hall with us, internet you're out at 26,250. Are we all done? I'm selling, they're not. 26,500. 26,500 and 750. 26,750. On the telephones, internet you're out. Are we all done? I'm selling it then at 26,750 bid. 26,750 then for the 27. 27 on the internet. 27,250 is the next bid. 27,250, a star on the telephones. 27,250. 27,250 pound bid then. Are we all done? Internet you're out. It's a star on the telephones, make that crystal clear. 27,250 pound bid then. 27,250 for the first. Selling for the second. Third and last time at 27,250. Well done everyone. Well done. Thank you very much for your bids. Lot number 391, the Ford enamel sign. Mix grabbing it there. Look, nice size little oval sign. Where are we? I got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 pound bid and away. 50 pound bid then for the Ford sign. 50 pound bid. 50 pound bid. I got 60. 60 pound bid here with me. 60 pound bid then. Circa 18 by 12 inches. 70 pounds in Leeds on the internet. 70 pound bid then in Leeds. 70 pound bid. 70 pound bid then it's provisional. We're a little bit off, but we'll try for your Leeds. 70 pound bid. I'm out. 70 pound bid. 70 pound bid. Then are we all done? 70 pounds. 70 pound bid. Then I'm selling it provisionally for the first, second, third, and last time. 70 pounds Leeds. Lot 392, the Brian James Clubman trailer. There you go. Look, very purposeful little trailer there. Look. Where are we? We're sold from the off. I got £1,400 in Thirsk and selling. £1,400 bid. £1,400 bid. I got 15 here with me, please, Will. £1,500 bid. 16 back in Thirsk. £1,600 bid. £1,600 bid. Then are we all done? I'm selling it. Real purposeful little Clubman trailer there. Look at £1,600 and away. £1,600 bid. Are we all done? £1,600 bid. Then looks cheap. £1,600 bid. Then and selling for the first. £1,600 for the second, third, and last time. £1,600 sold. Lot number 393, the Ford double-sided light-up sign. Where are we, Michael? Oh, that one down there. Oh, nice bracket on it as well. Hang it from your ceiling. Look, that one. There we go. Lit up and in working order. I've got 100, 110, 120, 130. At £130 bid then and away. At £130 bid then for the oval Ford double-sided light-up sign. At £140 bid upstairs. At £140 bid. At £140 bid. 150 here with me. At 150, 160 he says. At £160 bid then. At £160 bid. Are we all done? At £160 bid. At £160 bid then. It's provisional at the moment, but we'll try. At £160 bid then. I'm selling it provisionally for the first, second, third, and last time. 160 provisional up there. Lot 394, 1991. Rover Mini Mayfair, there we go, look, where are we? Average annual mileage over the years has just been over 2,000. Look, owned by the current owner since 2004. Engine was rebuilt and was increased engine capacity of 1293cc. Look, engine reviewed and validated by the mechanics of Stockport. Additional modifications include, but are not limited to, Apple alloy wheels, Apple CarPlay radio, a mobiliser, cut-off switch. There you go, look, bits and pieces there. Well, we're sold from the off. We've got 2,021,2223 at £2,300 bid then and away. At £2,300 bid. At 2,300. At £2,300 bid then and selling. At 2,300 for the Rover Little Mini Mayfair 2.4 on the internet. At 2.4. At 2,400 on the internet. At 2,400, I'm out. At 2.5. At 2,005, fresh bidder. At 2,500. At 2,500 and selling. At 2,500. At 2,500 bid. Are we all done? I'm selling it at 2.6. Northampton 2.7. West Midlands at 2,007. At 2,700 bid. At 2,700 internet bid at 2.7. 2.8 Northampton at 2,800. At £2,800 bid, then are we all done? At 2,800 selling and away 2.9. At 2,900. at 2,900 bid. Are we going to fill it up? At 2,900. West Midlands at 2,900. 3,000. Northampton, you're back in. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 then, I'm selling it at £3,000 then, 3,000 for the first, 3,000 for the second, third and last time it's being sold at 3,000. £3,000 internet bid. Lot 395, the Esso Happy Motoring enamel sign. There we go, look, where are we? I've got 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, at £140 bid then and selling, at £140 bid, 150, 160, 170, at £170 bid, at £170 bid, at £170 bid. Are you coming in, Mark? At £170 bid, at 170. Are we all done? At 170. At £170 bid then it's selling, I can sell it at £170 bid if I'm selling it at 170 then for the first, 170 for the second, third and last time it's being sold, 170, top right. Lot 396, the Mercedes 180, oh there we go, look. Nice usable cars these, aren't they? Where are we? I've got 500, 600, £700 bid and away. At £700 bid then for the Mercedes 180. At £700, cheap cars, aren't they? At £700 bid then. At £700 bid. At £700 bid, asking 8. At £700 bid then for the Mercedes. At 700. At £700 bid, it's provisional, but we'll try. We'll make a phone call. At £700 bid then I'm selling it provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. Lot number 397, the illuminated Alfa Romeo sign. There we go, great big one, I believe, floating about somewhere. I think they're getting it for you. We're sold from the off anyway. We've got 300, 310, 320 on the internet. Oh my lord, look at the size of that. Jesus. Is that heavy? Just lift it up a bit higher, will you, boys? £320 bid then, I'm sure you can see it at home. At £320 bid, 330 on the telephones. £330 bid, Jack on the telephones at 330. Look at the size of that, blimey. At £330 bid, 340 on the internet, Jacko, you're out. £340 bid on the internet, 350 he says. £350 bid and selling. At £350 bid, 360. At £360 bid. At 370. At £360 bid then, 370, 380 on the internet. £380 bid on the internet. And 90. At £390 bid on the telephones here with us, 400, Grimsby. At £400 bid.
Is it getting heavy?
410. At £410 bid on the telephones. At 400, do you want to do 5 as well? I'm joking. At £420 on the internet, 430 with Jack on the telephones. At £430 bid, then are we all done? We're not, 440. At 440, would you like 50? 50 he says. At £450 bid on the phones, 460 on the internet. At 460 back on the internet. At 470 on the phones. At £470 bid. At 480. At £480 bid.
Lights up as well.
Lights up as well, look, there you go, look, fair sign that. 490 he says on the phones. At 490, 500, Grimsby. 500, yeah, do 20. Next bid is 20, Jack. At £500 bid, then the next bid is 520. At 520 he says. On the telephones, £520 bid, 540, back at you. At £540 bid, 60 he says. At 560, at £560 bid, 580 on the internet. At £580 bid, 600. At £600 bid then and selling and away, 620. 40. £640 bid. On the phones with us, 660 back on the internet. At £660 bid, 680. 680 on the phones. At 680, £700. 20. 720, 40, 740, at 760, £760 bid on the telephones, little Jack, not anymore, 780, £800 bid with Jack, £800 bid then, 820 back online, £820 bid, 840 he says, £840 bid, 860, £860 bid, 880 he says on the phones, £880 then, 900, £900 bid, 920, at 920, 940. £940 bid on the internet then. He's shaking his head. Thank him for his bids, Jack, at £940 bid. 960, fresh bidder at 980. £980 back in Grimsby at £980. You're waiting for the last minute and snuck in there, look. £980 bid then, are we all done? At £980 bid and selling. Grimsby, you've been in from the start. £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid then. 1,020. At £1,020 bid. At 1,020, we all done? At 1,020 then, I'm selling it at 1,020 for the first, 1,020 for the second, third and final time. 1,020, thank you. Lot number 398, the 3 boxes of various lights, including Sierra rear lights. There we go, look. Well, there's a little bit of all sorts there. Where are we? Have we got £10 asking? Asking £10 then for the various boxes of lights. One of them's just worth that alone, aren't they, if you need it. Here's a £10 asking them. Here's a £10 anywhere. £10 bid, thank you, at £10. At £10 bid, £10, £10 bid. At £10 bid, then is the 20. Internet bid at £10 then, and we all done. We'll mark it down provisional, we'll try. At £10 bid then, provisionally for the first, second, £20 bid. At £20 bid. At £20 bid. At 20, 30. At £30 bid. Am I a bit loud on this, or? I don't know, is it a bit close? £30 bid. At £30 bid then. At £30 bid, it's provisional at the moment. We'll note it down and give them a ring. At £30 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time. £30, provisional 399. The Sprat Birdseed enamel sign. There we go, look, Mick's holding it up there, that's lovely. I've got 40, 50, £60 bid and away. At £60 bid then for the nice size little sign there, look, go anywhere. At £60 bid, asking 70. At £60 bid. At £60 bid, £70, thank you. And £70 bid. And 70, is there 80? At £70 bid then. At £70 bid, we'll mark it provisional, I'm sure it'll come. At £70 bid then, are we all done? At £70 bid then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. £70 provisional. Lot 400, the Ford Capri. Oh, there we go, look. She one owner since 1979. The car was restored around the year 2000. The clock was changed in the restoration. Owned and garage and serviced the vehicle when needed. The vehicle has been stored in the garage since restoration, has not been MOT'd or taxed since. There we go, look. So she may just want a quick mechanical overhaul, but been stored up for some time. Looks a nice car. Well, we're selling from the off. We got 5,000, 5,2, 5,4, 5,6, 5,8. £6,000 bid. At £6,000 bid then for the Capri GL. At £6,000 bid then 6,2, 6,4. At 6,400. At 6,400 for the Capri. At 6,400 and selling. At 6,400 bid. At 6,400. Are we all done? I'm selling it. At 6,400. 66, 68. Back at you, internet. At £6,800 bid. At 6,800. At 6,800 on my sheet. At 6,800 internet, you're out. It's here with me. At 6,800, I'm selling it then. Are we all done? At 6,800 for the first, 6,800 for the second, 7,000. 7,2 here with me. At 7,200. Bids here with me at 7,2. At 7,200, you're out internet. At 7,200 bid. At 7,200. At 7,200, are we all done? At 7,200 bid then for the first, 7,2 for the second. I'm selling for the third and final time. 7,2. Lot number 401, the Winner BP, the British petrol hand painted on canvas. There we go, look, where are we? Just lower that down a little bit, Will, if we can. Asking 20. Asking 20, I haven't got any bids unfortunately with me. Oh, there we go, someone jumped in at 70, to be fair, it's worth it. Look, £70 bid then and away. At £70 bid, £80 on the telephone. At £80 bid on the telephones. At £80 bid, 90 back in Harrogate. At £90 bid then. At 90, £100 bid. At £100 bid and selling. 110, 110. At £110 bid. 120. 120 at £120 bid, 130 back on the internet at 130. At 130 and 40. At £140 bid, 150. 150 at £150 bid and 60, he says. £160 bid. On the telephones with us, 170 back in Harrogate. And 80, £180 bid. £180, 190. You want to fill it up, Jack? £190 bid. 200, he says. £200 bid then and selling and away. £200 bid. Internet, you're out. It's Jack on the telephones. £200 bid then and we all done. I'm selling. £200 then for the first, second, third, and 210. 210, 210, 220. £220 bid. £220 bid then and we all done. £220 bid then. It's Jack on the telephones. Internet, you're out at £220 then. I'm selling for the first, selling for the second, third and last time at 220. 220 sold. Lot 402. Oh, the little Nissan Cherry. There we go. Look. Handy little sort of Targa car, really. I think this one is the best way to describe it. She's sort of half rally prepared and sort of ideal for a bit of them Targa events and bits and pieces. I think there's the Sledmere one coming back up actually, so that'd be a good event to go over. It's here to be sold. We got bids on the internet straight away. I got bids here with me. We'll take that one. We got 400, 455. 556, 650, £700 bid then and selling. At £700 bid. At £700 bid then with me. 750, £800 bid. £800 bid then and selling for the little Nissan Cherry. £800 bid then in Huddersfield at 800. £800 bid then, £800 bid then and selling, no reserve, I've got to sell it, £800 bid then, 800, asking 50, £800 bid then, £800 bid, are we all done? £800 bid then, I'm selling it, £800 then for the first, 800 for the second, third and last time it's being sold at 800, sold £800. The selection of die-cast model trucks, there we go, look, there's a couple of them down there, I was looking at them earlier on, in the box, everything there with them, look, they look lovely, there we are. We got 110, 120 here with me please, Will, £120 bid and selling and going, 130, £130 bid on the internet, £130 bid then, Corgi trucks there, look, £130 bid then, I'm selling it, are we all done? £130 bid then, being sold for the first, 130 for the second, third and last time, 130 sold, lot 404, the 1998 BMW Z3, look, there we go, look, just lower that down to 1,000 please, Will, current V5 present, paperwork includes the...
It's a nice car.
Nice car, is it, Michael? Yeah, nice car, he says. Service book with 12 stamps, MOT, certificates and various invoices. There we go, £1,000 and away then, thank you. Internet bid at 1,000, 11, £1,100 bid, 1,100, £1,100 then for the cheap BMW Z3, worth more, £1,200 bid, £1,200, £1,200 bid then, it's provisional at the moment at 12, 13, thank you, Lancashire, £1,300 bid, at 13, 14, £1,400 bid, at £1,400 bid then, at £1,400 bid, at £1,400 bid, then are we all done? I'll mark it provisionally. At £1,400 bid, I think it's worth more. At £1,400, then I'm marking it provisional for the first, £1,400 for the second, third and last time at 14, provisional 14. I'll jump on, my voice is going.
Yeah, I'll have a go. Hold on. And on to lot number 405. There we are then, ladies and gents. Michelin enamel sign, give or take a foot by 9 inches. There we are then. We've got £90 bid and away. At £90 bid then on sale from the word go. At £90 bid then is the 100. At £90 bid then for the little Michelin sign there. Nice little wall filler for you. At £90 bid then, shall we say 100? At £90 bid then on sale then. Don't miss it for a tenner. At £90 bid then for the first, second, third and last time. £100 bid. At £100 bid then is the 10. At £100 bid. At £100 then, shall we say 10? At £100 then for the first, second, third and last time at £100. 100, thank you. And on to, this is a lovely truck, Leyland Comet. Here we are then, current V5. We have a scanned copy of a chassis final specification certificate. And the vendor confirms it to be a 1964 Leyland Comet. Come up and confirm upon your own inspection. There you go. All I do know is it starts on the bottom, it sounds ever so sweet, and it looks a very, very nice old truck. Does it not, Mick? There you are. So, we got 5,000, 55, 5,750 here with me, Will, or 5,600 on there, 5,750 with me if you can. At £5,750 here with me. At £5,750 then. At 5,750 and 6,000. At £6,000 bid. At £6,000 bid then, is there a quarter? At £6,000 then, is there 6,250 somewhere? I'm out. At £6,250, thank you. At 6,250 is there 5. At £6,250 then Huddersfield and 5. £6,500 then across the pond, good morning. At £6,500. At 6,500, I'll take 100 if it helps, Will. At 6,500 is the 6. At 6,006 there is. At £6,600 then is the 7. At 6,600 bid. At 6,006 and 7. At £6,700 then. At 6,700 then the Leyland Comet, look good value. At £6,700 it'll come, I'm sure. At 6,700 then provisionally 6,800. 6,800. At £6,800 then Hammer's coming up. At £6,800 I'm sure it'll come. At 6,800 then provisionally for the first, second, giving you fair warning, third and last time, 6,800. Provisional, thank you. And on to lot number 407, the Arbath Shield enamel sign. There you go, look, nice little sign there, little bright sign. There we are then, we've got 120, 40, 60. At £160 bid. At £160, 180 he says. At £180 bid then. At £180 is the 90. At £180 then, is that it? At £180 then for the first. At 180, second, third and last time, 180. Okay. And on to 408. Here we are then. Jaguar XJS convertible auto. Mick's had it running. Did it come in as a non-runner then? It arrived as a non-runner, ladies and gentlemen. Mick's had it running. Engine sounds nice and sweet, he says. There you go. Current V5, owner's handbook, etc. Parts catalogue, some MOT certificates. The vendor says it's a V12 convertible. We kind of worked that out. It's been retired in a garage for years and it needs to be lovingly restored and enjoyed. Some bodywork repair and it'll be as sweet as a nut. That's what the vendor says. We've had it running. There you go. We'll submit the best bid of the day. We have the 1,000, 12, 13, 16, 1,800 pound we're going to end up at here, Will, please. At 1,800 pound then. At 1,800 pound here with me, ladies and gentlemen. At 1,800 pound then for the V12. It is a V12. It's the one to have. At 1,800 pound is the 19. At 1,800 pounds then we'll submit. At 1,800 pound then 19, I should think so. At 1,900 pound then are we done? At 1,900 pound then. At 1,900, we're going to fill it up. At 1,900 pound then for the first. Provisionally second. Third and last time at 1,900 pound provisional. 19 provisional, thank you. Hope you get it. And on to 409, antique style Park Lane lamp. There we go then. There we are then. Ah, that's a nice light. There we are then. We've got £100 here with me and we're off. At £100 bid then. At £100 bid then, the Park Lane lamp. There we are then, £100 bid. At £100 bid then. At £100 is the 10. At £100 bid then for the first. At £100 bid for the second. Third and last time then at £100. And on to lot number 410, the Nissan Figaro. There we are then. There we are then, ladies and gentlemen. We've got chapter and verse written down here. Look, it was imported from Japan in 2007. It was refurbished by Figs for You. And service, timing belt, water pump, undersealed, etc. There's lots and lots of bits there. No rust, it says, which is a biggie on one of these, let's be fair. They do rust a little bit, don't they? But anyway, there you go. This one hasn't. There we are then. We're going to be £3,500 and £4,000, Will. At £4,000 bid and on sale. And can we go quarter? 200. 4.2 mark. 4,200 mark on the telephone, 4.4, 4.6, 4.8. At 4,800 on the internet. At £4,800 then, 5.52. At 5,002. At 5,200, does he want 4? At £5,200 then.
Are you sure?
He's thinking. At £5,400. At £5,400 then 5, 6 and 5, 8. At £5,800 then they're a lovely little runabout these. At £5,800 then. At £5,800 on sale, ladies and gents, and 6,000. At 6,002. 6,002, £6,400 then is the 6. At £6,400 then the little Figaro, little sweetie. At £6,400 then are we done? At 6,400 for the first. At 6,400 then for the second, 6,600. At 6,006, Lutterworth, hello. At £6,600. At 6,600 then, are we there? At 6,600 then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time, Lutterworth, 6,600, thank you. And on to lot number 411, the antique style mobile oil light. There we are then, complete with wall bracket. There we go then, look nice lit up, that will. There we are, we have £100 bid here with me, Will, please. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then. At £100 then is the 20. At £100 bid here with me. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then, the mobile oil lamp. There we are then, at £100 then we'll submit. At £100 then provisionally for the first. At £100 for the second. For the third and last time, 100. And on to 412. The little DAX, there we are then, little Honda DAX, the current V5. Paperwork includes an owner's handbook and some MOT certificates. There we are then, where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 15, 16, 17, 1,800 pounds, that's where we're going to be. At 1,800 pounds here with me. At 1,800 pounds then the little DAX, ideal for you boys with the motorhomes, shove it in the garage at the back. At 1,800 pounds. At 1,800 is the 19. At 1,800 pound then. At 1,800 is the 19 anywhere. At 1,819, I should think so as well. At 1,900 pound then is the 2,000. We're going to fill it up. At 1,900 pound then for the first. At 1,900 provisional for the second. Third and last time at 1,900. And on to 413 Empire Regent Spirit petrol pump plastic globe. There we are then. Nice little globe. There you go. Make a bracket, put it on up high, light it up. There we go. It'll light up your life. There we are then. We got £100 bid with me and we're off. At £100 bid then, the Empire Regent Spirit globe. There we are then. £100 bid then. At £100 then is the 20. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then. At £100 then are we done? At £100 then give everyone fair time. At £100 then is the 20 anywhere. At £100 then for the first, second, provisionally third and last time 100. And on to 414. MGTD 1953, MGTD, current V5, Buff logbook, previous V5s, MOT certificates, DVLA correspondence, etc. Well preserved and maintained example, says the vendor, presents beautifully in British racing green with new fawn, canvas, hood, side screens and tonneau. There we are then, lovely car. We used to restore these, we used to do countless a year, didn't we? 15 a year or whatever it was, maybe not as many as that. We used to do 10 a year. We used to do lots. Anyway, there we are then. We are 8, 8.5, 9, 9.5, £10,000 there, Will, please. At £10,000 bid. At £10,000 bid, a number 600350. At £10,000 bid. At £10,000, you might want to drop that down to a couple of hundred, Will. At £10,000 bid then. At 10,000 is the 2. At £10,000 then it is on sale, ladies and gentlemen. At £10,000 then. At 10,002. At 10,002. I got 2 here. Do you want 4? At 10,002 here. Sorry, Alan. At £10,200. At 10,200. At 10,200 then does he want 4? he's missed it. 10-4 online, 10-6 with me, please, Will, at 10,600. You can't buy these for this sort of money as a rule. £10,600 then here with me, bidder number 600350. At 10,600, we'll take 100 if it helps, Will. At £10,600 then the little TD. Drive like a 1970s car, look like a 1940s. Lovely, best of both worlds. At £10,700 then Melton Mowbray. At £10,700 then I should think so. Where is all our TD buyers? At 10,700 then is there 8. At £10,700 then sold it away, he's going to miss it for £100. At 10,700 then, are we done? At £10,700 then, going then, at 10,700, 1080 says. 10,008, is he sure? At 10,800 then, Alan on the telephone there. At £10,800 then, are we there? At 10,008, should we say 9? At £10,800 then, for the first, for the second, third and last time, fair warning, or 10-9, 10-9, he might as well have another one now, he's here. At 10,900 then, at £10,900 then, he may as well have 11. At 10,011 he does. £11,000 then, Alan on the telephone. £11,000 then, £11,000 then, Hammer's up, £11,000, are we done and dusted then? Hammer's coming down, £11,000. Alan's telephone, thanks for your bids, guys. And on to set of 5. Mark 1/2 Capri wheels and tyres, 5.5 inch J's. There they are, look, 13 inch. There we are. Where are we going to be with them then? We're going to be £100 and away. That's where we're going to be. At £100 then. Obviously he's only holding one of them. There is 5. At £100 bid then is the 10. At £100 bid then you couldn't refurbish them for this money. At £100 then 110, 120 with me. At £120 then. At £120 130. At £130 then is there 40. At £130 then there's 5 of them. 5 with 4 fingers up, there's 5. At £130 then, at £130 is there 40, shall we say 40? At £130 then we'll submit, we're a little short. At £130 then Loughborough, you're still in the running. At £130 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally 130. Can put it down now. And on to 416. Bentley Brooklands Auto, car 6 just along the way there, current V5, we have owner's handbook, service handbook containing 6 stamps, sound system demonstration tape, don't know exactly what that is, but anyway, there you are, MOT certificates, various invoices, it's a Type R according to the vendor, and it's got magnolia leather upholstery, and it's a lovely looking car. It's the first one you walk into, and it's a cracker. So there we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? 16, 17, 18, £18,000 then, Will. At £18,000 then, the Bentley Brooklands. At 18,000. At £18,000 then, it's a lovely car, it'll only go up in money this one. At £18,000 then, the Bentley Brooklands, we'll maybe do 100 if it'll help. At 18,000 Will. At 18,000 here with me. At £18,000 then, you can't buy them in this sort of condition. At £18,000 then, there it is, sits over there, look. At £18,000 then, we'll submit, we'll talk. At 18,000 then, provisionally then, 18,000 then is the one. At £18,000 then for the first, second, third and last time, looking round at 18,000. Provisionally, very provisionally, but we'll talk. And on to 417. Here we are then. The Gargoyle Mobil Oil enamel sign. There you go. Andy's holding it there, look. 16 inches. You must be further away. It looks like 12. There we are then. Andy's got it there in front of you, look, there we go. We've got 150, £160 bid. At £160 bid, then on sale and away. At £160 bid, then the Gargoyle Mobil Oil sign. Nice bonny little sign. £160 then, are we done? At £160 then for the first, second, third and last time at £160. Thank you. And on to 418. Here we are then, Nortonville Triumph. There we are then, little pedal and pop, that's what we are. Not registered, new owner to apply for paperwork, etc. But we have got an old style V5. So if we've got an old style V5, there's no real reason why you shouldn't get a new style one, is there? There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? Have we got £100 to start? If not, we're moving on. If we can't get £100 bid, then we're going to move on. Any interest there at £100? There is. There you go. There we go then. Lancaster. There we go then. £100 bid. Up, £100 bid then. The little step through, little pedal and pop. Up, £100 bid then is the 20. Up, £100 bid. Up, £100 bid then. We'll submit it. Up, £100 bid then. If that's it, that's it. Up, £100 bid then provisionally for the first, second and third time. Looking round, £100 provisional. There you go. And on to 419. The Pennzoil lubrication wooden arrow. There we are then. They're lovely little arrows then. The quality and the finish is superb on these. There we go. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be £50, £60 and away. At £60 bid then, here with me. At £60 then. At £60 bid. And 70, I should think so. £70 bid then. At 70 and 80. £80 here with me, please, Will. At £80 bid. At £80 bid then. 80, 90, Will. £90 bid, please. At £90 bid. At £90 bid then. At 90, is there 100? Is there £100 there? At £90 here with me. At £90 then, are we done and dusted? At £90 we'll submit, we'll talk. At £90 bid then for the first, second and third. Looking round then, £90 provisionally. And on to lot number 420, little Fiesta Z-Tech. Here we are then, current V5. Very little other paperwork it says. There we go, looks a nice, bright, smart little thing. Cheap and cheerful, there you go, £800 Will. At £800. £800, the little Fiesta. £800 bid then is the 9. At £800 then, cheap and cheerful little runabout for you there, look. At £800 then we'll talk. At £800 we'll submit, we'll see what we can do. At £800 bid is the 9, don't miss it for £100. At £800 bid then the little Z-Tech. At £800 we'll try. Provisionally, £800, we'll try. And just before I do the next one, we have a few solds here. We'll just try and keep up with a few of these, ladies and gents. Lot number 355, the Fremlin's Ale sign has been sold. Lot 362, Volvo XC90 has been sold. Lot 364, the Ifor Williams trailer. Lot 391, the Ford enamel sign. Lot 371, a pair of AA hotel lamps. Lot 377, a lapel and vehicle badges. Lot 350, an Erdy bike trailer. Lot 379, an exit sign. And lot 360, a Rolls Royce has been sold. So thank you very much for your bids there, ladies and gentlemen. And we do convert an awful lot of those provisionals. And on to lot number 421, set of 4 Suzuki Vitara new boxed steel rims. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? Have we got 20? Can we get 20, £40? Can we get 20 to start? £20 bid anywhere? If not, we're moving on, Will. Is there £20 out there? You couldn't paint one for £20, could you? No. We'll move on then. There we are then. Moving on. Don't want that computer to fall off of there, look. Moving on then to 422, the Elf plastic globe. There you go. Andy's holding it up. There we are then. Where are we going to be with this one then? We're going to be £80 here with me, Will, and away. At £80 bid. At £80 bid then for the little globe. Shove a bulb up it. £80 bid then is the 90. There's £90 bid. At £90 bid then there must be 100. At £90 bid then. At £90 bid then the little Elf globe. At £90 bid. At £90 bid then, shall we say 100? At £90 we'll submit, we'll talk. At £90 bid then for the first, second, third and last time, £90 provisional. And on to 423. Here we are then. Selection of die-cast model trucks. There we go. Nice little set there for you. Lovely little set there for you. And we've got 60, 70, 80, 90, £100 bid. Up £100 bid and on sale. Up £100 bid then. Up £100 bid then is the 10. Up £100 then. Lovely little set that. Up £100 then for the first. Up £100 then second. Third and last time on sale. Don't miss it. £100. Going to Catterick Garrison. Thank you. And on to 424. Now a very, very genuine Capri. Came up from down country. No current V5. The owners to the new owner to apply. We've got owner's handbooks, previous V5s, old tax discs, and old MOT certificates, and a purchase invoice. A very, very genuine, unmolested Capri, and a lot better than first impressions would suggest. A lot better.
I did the video and looked around it and all around the wheel arches. You know, initially you think,
When I first saw it on the lorry, I thought like you. I thought, and then I looked at it on the lorry, and the underside is very, very good. You know, from what I could see.
So I started off by saying a fair bit of the project guys got about
Yes.
around it, and I stopped the video and redid it.
That's a car that really we should have washed. He didn't want it washing, but we should have washed it and machine polished it, and it would have looked a different car. Anyway, there you go then, ladies and gentlemen. There's some restoration people that should be looking at this car. This is one that you should be looking at. I'm looking at you, John. There we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Where are we going to be with this one then? We've got £3,000 here with me, and we're off at £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 then is there one? Is there two even? At £3,000. Well, I'm following you. At £3,000 bid then and one. At 3,001 and two with me, Jack. At £3,200 here with me. At 3,002, shall we say three? At 3,002 and three. At £3,300 then the old Capri there, look, worth more than this, isn't it? At 3,304 with me, Jack. At 3,004. At £3,400 then and five, I would think so as well. At 3,506. At 3,600. At £3,600 then. At 3,600. At 3,600 then. We are provisional, but we will talk. At 3,006 and 7. At 3,700. At £3,700 then. I don't think you're going to get it. At 3,700 I'm out. At £3,700 then. We'll submit it. We'll talk. We'll get you an answer. At 3,700 are we done? At 3,700 then, looking round provisionally. 3,700. Provisional 3,700. I hope you get it, but I wouldn't take it if it was mine. It's a better car. I'd keep it till next time. But anyway, there you go. There we are then. Lot number 425, the Fry's chocolate enamel sign. Thereabouts 18 inches by 6. There you go. Mick's got it there in front of us. Look, we've got 50, 60, 70, 80, £90 bid. At £90 bid and on sale and away. At £90 bid, bidder number 60096. At £90 bid, then are we done? At £90 bid, then is there 100? At £90 bid, then. At £90 bid, then for the first. At 90s for the second. Third and last time, then at £90. Thank you. On to 426 MG TF 115 Cool Blue. There we are then. We have a partial V5, it's missing a trade slip. So we have a current V5 effectively. Paperwork includes MOT certificates, previous vehicle check and some invoices. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? They're good value, these little MGs. Bit of cheap summer fun, bit of topless fun. There we go then. Where are we going to be then? £1,000 bid and away. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid, 1,112 with me. At £1,200 bid then. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid then is not a lot of money for a bit of topless fun. At £1,200. At 1,200 then, shall we say 13? At 1,300. At £1,300 bid. At £1,300 bid, then are we done? At 1,300 is the 14. At £1,300. At £1,300 then the MG is a TF. At £1,300 then for the first. Provisionally at 1,300 for the second. Third and last time provisionally at 1,300. 13, thank you. And on to 427. Here we are then, an RAF style wall clock. There we go, style. I'm going to stress style. It might be, it might not. RAF style wall clock. There we go then. We have £200 bid there, Jack, and away. At £200 bid and on sale. At £200 bid then. Stressing the style. at £200, 210, at £210 then, at £210 then, Coventry, at £210, at £210 then is the 20, at £210 bid, at £210 then, are we done? At £210 then for the first, at £210 then, don't miss it for a tenner, at £210 for the second, third and last time, £210, 210, going down to Coventry, and on to 428, the Jaguar, there we are then, there we are, these are lovely, good value these are at the moment, current V5, paperwork includes a V5 insurance document and a printed Jaguar manual, there we are then, there we are, where are we going to be with that then, we're going to be at 5.5, 6 and 6.1 to keep these increments right, Jack, please, at £6,100 bid. At £6,100 then here with me, at £6,100. I don't suppose you're going to buy it at that. At £6,100 is the 2. At £6,100, have you been out in this? At £6,100 bid. At £6,100 then we'll submit and we'll have a word. At £6,100 is the 2 anywhere. At £6,100. At £6,100 provisionally for the first, second and third time. 6-1. We'll try. And on to 429. Here we are then, Smith's London 1941 wall clock. That's lovely, isn't it? Isn't that a cracker? There we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be £100, 110, 120, Jack, please. At £120. At £120 and 30. At £130 then, Coventry again. And the clockman in Coventry. At 130 and 40, said Jack. He picked you there, mate, I'm afraid. At 140. Jack's bid there at 140. That is your bid, Jack. Hang on. Where are we now? We're all over here. At 140 was Jack's bid on the phone there. Sorry. At 140, 150 in Coventry. We'll just let that internet catch up. There we go. 150 Coventry. Welcome back. £150 in Coventry. Sorry. At 150, 160 online. Jack, you were picked. At £160 then on the internet. 170, he says. At £170 then was Jack's bid, that, Jack. At £170 bid. Jack on the telephone at 170 is the 80. At £170 bid. At £170 bid, then are we done? At 170, 180. Coventry at 180. Does he want 190? He does. At £190 then. Jack's bid there at £190 then. At £190 then. Do you want 200 Coventry? £190 then. Jack on the telephone. Fair warning. The hammer's coming up at £190. Sold to Jack. There you go. Jack on the phone. Well done. Sorry for the confusion. And on to lot number 430. The Triumph Stag. Current V5. Some DVLA correspondence. Some MOT certificates. The vendor says it's had a recent clutch, tyres, battery. Some blemishes on the paintwork and the chrome, but he's owned and enjoyed the Stag for 12 years. It is a manual with overdrive and an original engine. So there you are. So that's nice, isn't it? And we've got £5,500 here with me, Jack. 5.5 and we're off. At £5,500 bid for the Stag. At £5,500, we all saw what that blue one made earlier on. At £5,500 bid. At 5556, I should think so. At £5,600 then. At £5,600 then. If you read that there, it suggests it's a good runner. At 5,600 is the 7. At £5,600 then. At £5,600, are we done? Stag, £5,600. At £5,600 then is the 7. At 5,600 then, looking round, we'll submit it, we'll talk. At £5,600 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally at 5,600. He's too late, you have to pull that Nottingham one. Yeah, you had loads of time there. And on to 431, ladies and gentlemen, the Mr. Drip sign. There we are then. All right.
Just got to write it down there.
Yeah. And on to 431, the Mr. Drip. There we are then. We've got...
Hang on a minute.
Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. And on to the Mr. Drip sign. Here we go then, sorry about that. 21 inches by 11. There we are, Mick's holding it up, there it is, look. We have £70 bid and we're off and we are on sale, Jack, at £70 bid. At £70 bid then is there 80. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then. At £70 bid is there 80. There is £80 bid. At £80 bid then, Jersey in the Channel Islands, hello. At £80 bid is there 90. £80 bid then, are we done? On sale, ladies and gentlemen, don't miss it for a tenner. £80 then for the first, second, third and last time at £80. 90. £90 bid. At £90 bid then, at £90 bid is there 100, should we say 100? At £90 bid then for the first, second, third and last time, £90. And on to 432, coming back on.
Oh, just thought I'd give you a break whenever you're ready, man.
And on to 432, yeah, well done. 2009 Mercedes CL 500 Auto. Looks a lot of car. Mick's been up the road in it. There you go, that's all you need off of Mick, just it says it drives lovely. So there you go, it must be a nice car. There's lots of interest here. There's chapter and verse written down. You've all read about it, I'm sure. We've got lots of interest. We've got 6,000, and we're up to £7,800, Jack. At £7,800 bid and on sale, and looks too cheap. At 7,800. 8, 82, 84, 86, 88, £9,000 then. Looks better. At £9,000 bid, 9294. At £9,400 then, West Sussex 9698, 10,000. At £10,000 then, probably where it should have started. £10,000 then for the CL 500 at 10,002. £10,200 bid. At 10,200, should we say for? At £10,200 then on sale. At £10,200, it still looks a lot of car. At £10,200 then, are we done and dusted? At £10,200 then for the first, second, third and last time. At 10,200. There you go, mate, you have a go. Okay. There you go. Dave's going to jump on, ladies and gents. Well done.
Right, then number 433, the Rally, there we are, Rally sign there, nice little size. We've got quite a few of this size in. I like it, I like them because you can put them anywhere. There you are, we've got £80 bid, £80 then, £80 on the way and sold at £80. £80 bid then, at £80, 80, £100 bid at 100, at £100 then off to Somerset then at £100, at £100 then are we all done and dusted at £100, Hammer's coming down at £100. Sold for 100, thank you, Charlie. And the Bentley GTC. These are fantastic value for money, aren't they? Absolutely for nothing, I feel there. We've got probably one of the nicest ones in the country at some point coming up over the course of the sale, the red one down there. And now this is a very nice car. Nice bit of information there from Andrew, thank you very much. There you are, I think they're great. There you are, where are we going to be on that? 14,000 to start, Jack, but it's going to have to be more than that. At 14,000 and a quarter, 14,250, 14,255, 14,500, 750, £15,000. At 15,250, 15,250 and 5, 15,005, 15,005, 750, 15,750. For nothing, isn't it? £16,000 at £16,000 at 16,000 then at £16,000 at 16,250 at 16,250 60. That is GT money, not GTC money. The roof does come down on this one, boys and girls. Look at that. 16,250 at £16,250 at 16,250. Ash is in, 16,500, 16,500 at 16,500, £16,500 at 16,500, 16,500 at £16,500, 16,500, that is provisional. Ash is 16,500 at 16,500. Ashley's bid at £16,500 for nothing at 16,500. Then I'll put you down provisional, Ash. It's Ashley on the telephone, make it quite clear. Ashley's telephone bidder at £16,500 for the first, second, third and last time. Provisional there with Ash at 16,500. That's a cheap GTC. 435 is the Castrol Gear oil dispenser. There we are, the oil dispenser there. Always popular. Nice bit of furniture for your garage. your man cave, there you are, £90 and away bid at £90. At £90, and are we all done? At £90, just let the internet catch up at £90. At £90 then, £90 we have, at £90 are we all done at 90? At £90 bid, £90 then, at £90 are we all done and dusted? It's going to be sold at £90, hammer's coming down at £90. Worth its money, that. Now then, this is a bit different, isn't it? Look, the hot rod. There we are, the hot rod, based on a Reliant scimitar. There you are. It's not a Reliant scimitar, but it is a Reliant scimitar. Don't start ringing me and saying I can't get insurance for it. I can't do this because I've told the DVLA that I've cut it all to bits. There you are. It is what it is. It's been used. Someone's insured it. Someone's used it. Someone's done it all. There you go. So don't start coming with any daft excuses about this and that. And DVLA said this, and me bloke down the mate down the pub said that, and some woman across the road said something else. That's what it is. Whether you can use it or not, I don't care. That's what you're buying. That's what it is. There you go. Where we're going to be on that? £7,500 we've got at 7,500, 7,005, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7,007, 7, 8, 7, 9, at 7,009, £8,000 bid. At £8,000 bid, are we all done at 8,000 and 8,1, 8,100? It's certainly different. You won't see another one of them at the show. At £8,100. At £8,100, I'm going to sell it at £8,100. It's on sale at £8,100. £8,100 then. 8,001 for the first. 8,001 for the second. Third and last time, hammer's coming down. I'm going to sell at 8,1. It's gone. 437 is the Michelin man. There we are then, the Michelin man there. Where are we? Mick's got it in his hand. There you go. You can see it then. £40 bid. Thank you, 40. At 40, £50 bid. With £50 we've got. At £50 and away. At £50 then. At £50 are we all done? 60 it's on sale. At £60 then. At £60 we're selling. Internet bid at 60 it's going to go. At £60 then for the first. £60 for the second. Third and last time. Hammer's coming down at £60. Sold. 438. There you go. There you go, look, you go and pick your girlfriend up on this one. Sooty, it's for you. You can take Anne up street on this. No problem at all. Just get a bigger saddle. There you go. Woohoo! There we are, where are we then? You tell me. Who wants to start me £100? £100 somewhere. Someone start me £100 for a bit of fun. £100 anywhere? £100 bid, thank you. At 100 then we've got. At £100 then, at £100 bid. At 100 then, at 100, do you want tennis, sir? £100 bid. At £100, at 100 there. Sooty dead, not otherwise I'll take his bid. At £100 then are we all done at 100? It's worth hanging on the wall for that. At £100 then are we all there at £100? At £100 then, at £100 then, at £100 bid. I'll take the girlfriend to the cinema on that. At £100 are we all done? At £100 then are we all done and dusted at £100 and 439. Excuse me. 439, let me just get myself composed. Oh, Gregor, bear with me a minute. I'm sneezing here, there we go. Right then, lot number. We'll start again. Lot number 439, that looks a fair thing, does that? I'll have a job lifting that. If you can lift it, you can have it. Where is it then? £150 bid at 150, 160, 170, 180. Where is it? Oh my God. Oh, Michael's got it. Oh, 180. Oh, Michael. Oh, blimey. Look out, Mike. Oh, God, I wish I hadn't said if you lift it, you can have it. Oh, 170, 180, 180, 190 pound. How far away are you, Mike? 190 pound, 190 at 200 pound and 210 pound. At 200, that camera's gone wrong. It makes it look really small. It's the same camera. It's the opposite camera you use for them dating apps, Mick. 210 pound. At 210 pound, then at 210 pound. At 210 pound bid at 210. At 210 pound. At 210 pound bid. At 210 pound, are we all done? At 210 pound then, are we all done and dusted at 210 pound then? Hammer's coming down at 210 pounds. You couldn't make it up. There we are then, at 440, there we are. £440 we've got. No, we haven't. Lot 40. I'm getting all carried away yet. £3,000 we've got, Jacko, please. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 there. Present owner 13 years. That's nice. People like a bit of continuity there. Carpets covered from new. Original Mercedes first aid kit. I wonder why it was causing a bit of interest. We get offered lots of these. I bet I get offered, without exaggerating, probably 6, sometimes 8 a week. I turn most of them down, sadly. And then every now and again we get a nice one come along like we did last sale, which sat in that corner over there, which went on and made a lot of money. There we go. And this one's a nice car as well. Look, £3,000 bid we've got at £3,000. 3-1, 3,001 and 2, 3,002, 3-3, at £3,300. At £3,300. They are a good little car. At 3,300, 3,004. I think they're better than the BMW Z3 personally, or certainly better than the BMW Z4. 3-4 we've got at 3,400. At £3,400 we have. At £3,400. At £3,400 are we all done? At 3,405, 3-5, at 3,500, at 3,500 pound I'm going to sell, at 3,500, at 3,500 pound we have at 3,500 pound, at 3,500 and Hammer's coming down, it's going to go, it's off to Preston then at 3,500 pounds. It's gone, thank you for your bids. Lot number 441 is the Champion Spark Plug Service Enamel sign. That's a nice sign as well, isn't it? There, brilliant. We have got 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, £200 bid. At £200 we've got. At £200 then, £200 we have here at 210. 210, 220, 230 we've got. 230, at £230, 240, 250, 260 with me. 260 here with me at £260. At £260, nice sign. 270, at 270 on here, Jacko. 270's here. In Jersey at 270. Jersey bid there at 270. 280. 290's gone, it's in Somerset. 300's gone, it's back in Jersey. Jack, you'd have to get up earlier. £300 gone. Hey, he's in at £310 and he's in at last at 310. At £310. At £310 then 320, but not for long. 320 we've got. 330. That was Jack's bid at 330, I'll give him that. At 330, Channel Islands, it was Jack, he just beat you. At 330, Jack's bid here. 340, you're back in now. 340, 350, Jacko. 350. 350, 360 in Cheshire. 360, 370 in the Channel Islands. 370 I've got. £370 then, oh, 380. Cheshire's in again at 380. At 380, 390, Channel Islands 390. At £390 are we all done? Hammer's coming down, be warned when it goes bang, it's gone. Oh, £400. Cheshire sneaked in there, Cheshire. 410. 410 we have at 410. At 410 then are we all done at 410? Hammer's coming down at 410. Get ready with the button, Jacko, at 410. Sold at 410. And lot number 442 is the Little Morris Oxford. That's a pretty little car. There you go then, the Little Morris Oxford. You tell me where we're going to be. 28, 28, 29, £3,000. That's cheap enough at 3. At £3,000 then at 3 we've got £3,100 at 31. At 31, 3,100 then at 32. At 32 are we all done at 32. At 3,200. At £3,200 then at 33, 34. 3-4. Can't even pronounce where you are, sir. There you are. At 3-4. At 3,004. Kincardineshire. Something like that, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
It's there.
A bit like Northamptonshire. Yeah, there we are then. 34 we've got. At 34 we've got there at £3,400. At £30, 3,400 then at 34. At £3,400 then at 35. At 35 we have. At £3,500. At £3,500. At 3,500 then it's provisional at the moment at 3,500. 3,005. I'll put you down. I'm sure a deal will be done. The team convert over 90% of all provisionals in the office. At £3,500 then Hammer's coming down at £3,500 provisional. 35 provisional. 443 is the MG dealership sign. There we are, hang on, let me just go back one on my sheet here, there we are, here we are. Oh yeah, good job I did, we've got some bids here. We have got 325, 350, 375, £400 bid. At £400 bid, at 400. At 400 then we've got. At £400 then, at £400 bid, at 400. At £400 are we all done? At 400 then, Hammer's coming down, missing no one at £400 then. Get ready, it's going to go at 400. It's gone. 444 is a Mercedes, it tells me. Here we are, Mercedes 190. These are a lovely car. They are so cheap to run. They were back in the day. I can remember when we used to retail these at Riddington. We used to always have a line of Mercedes 190, and people would come in, they'd buy a Citroen Xantia, and they'd say, if only we could afford to run a Mercedes. And you think, well, the prices for parts are half what you're going to spend on a Xantia over the next few years. But anyway, there we go then. Brilliant car, 190 auto Mercedes, the one you want there. Look at that, looks nice. Where we're going to be, £2,000 bid. At 2,000 then, cheap car. 2021, 22, £2,200 then at 22. A very usable car at £2,200. At 2,200 then, are we all there at 22? At 22. At 2,200 we have. At 2,002 it's worth more. At 2,200. At 2,200 then. At 2,200. We'll have to pass on that. It's worth more, guys. Have a word with the girls upstairs. They're not doing the car or the owner justice, I think, at that. It was worth more. Lot number 445, the Dunlop tyres enamel sign. There we are. A nice one there, a vertical sign, and a nice size one as well. At £100 unsold. At £100 bid. At £100 we've got. At £100 then. I'm going to sell, excuse me, at £100 then, who we're going to go? At £100, it's sold. At £100 then, are we all done and dusted? At £100, Hammer's coming down at £100, sold. And the VW Beetle, there you are, looking for a little bit of easy work. It looks straightforward enough to me. There you are, but it is what it is. It's a little VW Beetle. I've got 21 on my screen. I've got 22 there, Jack. At 2002, 23. At £2,300 I've got. At 2003, at 2003. It's on sale. I'm going to sell 24. At £2,400 it's going to go. At 2004, at 2005 says young Mark. Just beat Cheshire in, Jack. Just beat Cheshire in, did young Mark there. At 2,500. Marky there on the phones. At 2005, at £2,500, 2006, 27, Cheshire, thank you, 2007, 28, 28's gone, Mark, 2008, 29's gone, you just missed it, £3,000 gone, 31, Mark, 31's gone, 31's gone, £3,100, Mark's trying to get in, it's 3-1 on the net, 32 he's in now, 32 he's in, 33, back in Hertfordshire at 33, 3-3, 3-4, Cheshire, 3,004, 3-4, 3,005, he's back in. He just beat you in at 3-5, Jacko. He just beat you in, did Marky at 3-5, 3-6 in Cheshire. £3,600 we've got, 3-6, 3-7 Mark, £3,700 it's Mark's bid. 3-8, Hertfordshire's back in at 3-8, 3,008, 3-9, young Mark at 3-9. £3,900 it's Mark's bid then at £3,900 then. You guys are out at home, sadly. Mark, it's your telephone bidder at £3,900. Hammer's coming down. When it's down, it's gone. Oh, £4,000 Hertfordshire. Look at his little face. £4,000 at £4,000. 4-1 says Mark at 4-1. £4,100 at 4-1. Mark's back in at 4-1. At 4-1, are we all done at £4,100? Mark, it's your bid, on sale at £4,001. Cheshire's in at 4-2. 4,002. 4-3, he says, 4-3. 4,003. At £4,300, it's Mark again in the driving seat, almost at 4-3. At 4,003, is he going to do it? 4,003 for the first, second, third and last time, young Mark at 4-3. Young Marky, 4-3. 447 is the London style clock, 17-inch diameter. There you go. Where are you going to be on that? Who wants to start me at 40 quid? £40 on the way, thank you, at £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40, that's cheap enough at 40. At £40 then, £40, are we all done at £40? At £40 bid, at £40, then are we all done and dusted at £40? And moving on to lot number 448, Morris Commercial. There we are, it does run and drive, it'll drive for loading purposes and so forth. I did actually reverse it back in there myself, so I can actually vouch for the fact it does drive. And we have got £3,200 there, Jack, on my right hand screen. 3,200. At £3,200 I've got. At £3,200, it is provisional at 32, but we will submit it for you at £3,200. At £3,200, are we all done? It's 3,200 then. On a provisional basis then at £3,200, are we there? 32 provisional. And 449 is the ESCO forecourt sign with raised letters. There you are, that's nice, isn't it? There you are, the SO1. Big one says Michael next door, £100 bid at 110, 120, 130. At £130 we've got. At 130 then, at £130 then at 130, 130, 130, 140, 140, 150, 160. At £160 bid, at 160, at £160 bid, at 160, at £160 then are we all done at 160. At £160 then 170 I have at 170, at 170 then, hammers coming down at £170 then, are you all sure? At £170 then are we all done at 170, £180, 190, at £190 we've got, 190 then, at 190, £200 then at £200 bid, at £200, at £200 then, at £200 then, it's off to Preston at £200, hammers coming down at £200, cheap sign that. And the Jaguar, again, we get offered probably anything between 6 and 10 of these every week. I turn most of them down. There you go, this looks the nicer one. One owner from you. There we are, one owner from you. Last full service at MOT at Jaguar Land Rover York. There you go. That's the reason I've said okay to this one. There you go, lovely car there. Thanks for the bit of information, John, there regarding your car. There you go then, guys. Where we're going to be, £6,600 and sold at £6,600. Oh, Michael said it's a lovely car. Well, Michael didn't, but Paul's done his job for him. There, Michael's having a rest. He sat down. It's because you've been lifting that big anvil around all morning. That's why. At 6,008. Dave, good morning, Dave. You all right, mate? 6,008. 6,9? 6. Well, you should get up earlier, Dave. 6,008's gone. 6,9's gone now. Well, you've been gassing. 6,9. 7, he says. £7,000 we're off at £7,000. At £7,000 he's finally in at 7. At £7,000 we've got. 7,1 says Sooty. Sooty just beat the internet there, Jacko. At 7,001 down there. 7,1. Keeping an eye on you two and the screen. 7,2 Dave. 7,2 with Dave there. Jacko, please. 7,002. 7,3 with Sooty. 7,3 down there. 7,3. £7,300. At £7,300 bid. It's your bid, Alan. 7,4. East Ayrshire. Good afternoon. Alan, you're out. Internet's in. £7,400. We've got 7,5. Alan's back in again at 7,5. 7,500. At 7,500. Alan's bid on the phone at 7,500. At £7,500 then. Going to pull the lever at 7,6. East Ayrshire's back in again now. At 7,006. 7,7 he says. £7,700. At £7,700 then are we all done? At £7,700 then 7,8. Who's in East Ayrshire, please? Brian, you're in again, mate. 7,008. Oh, Sooty's back in again. 7,9. 7,009. At £7,900. At £7,900 then. Brian, you're out. Alan, you're in. At 7,000. Oh, you're back in again. £8,000 we've got. £8,000 we have. £8,000, Alan. What are you going to do? 8,1 he says. 8,001. He's just pictured there, Brian. 8,001. 8,001 we've got. £8,100. £8,100 then 8,2. I don't blame you. 8,002. 8,2. 8,002. 8,3. 8,003. 8,4. We can all go and buy a £2,000 or £3,000 old banger, can't we? But not a nice one-owner car. 8,005. 8,005. 8,500. 8,500. £8,500. Thanks for your bid. Bob Brian's back in again. 8,006. 8,007 says Alan. 8,007. £8,700. Alan's telephone bidder there. You'll see it on the camera. £8,700 we've got. 8,007. At £8,700 I'm going to have to pull the lever then. You're out, Brian. Oh, no, you're not, Brian. You're back in again. 8,008. 8,008. £8,800. What do you think, Al? 8,008 then. If not, it's off to Brian. 8,008 then. Are we all done? £8,800 then. It's going to go for the first, second, third and last time. Bang, it's off to Brian. Well done, thanks mate, brilliant. 451 Woodbine, the great little cigarette sign. There we go, Michael's got it. Super duper, £20 bid. That's cheap, isn't it? At £20 we've got, at £20 then at £20 bid. At £20, at £20 then at £20, are we all done at 20? That's a cheap sign. At £20 then, at £20 then, £20 then, and moving on at £20. 452 is the Escort, the RS2000. Now we sold this car during the COVID period to a collector who's done very little with it, just basic sat on it. It's a lovely car. It's got the Z-Tech, I don't know if it's got a Duratec or Z-Tech. One or the other, Duratec or Z-Tech. There we are. It's a lovely car. It's been restored to a really nice level. A very, very usable RS2000, there you are. So, without further ado, where we're going to be on that? You tell me, 28,000, thank you, at 28, 28 and a half, £29,000 at 29, 29,005, 29,500, at 29,005, £30,000. It's a lovely car, this, at £30,000, at 30, I know they've dropped, but the car achieved £40,000 or more last time it sold, and it hasn't changed. It's in exactly the same condition as it was before. At 30,500, at 30,500, at 30,500, 31,000 we have. At 31, at 31 then, at 31,500 then, at 31 and a half, at 31 and a half, at 31,500 broad stripe I believe as well, at 31,500, at 31,500, at 31,500 pound then, at 31,500, at 31,500. We'll put you down, but it's very provisional at 31,500. I've just told you what he had to give for it last time, at 31 and a half. Very provisional at 31 and a half. And the Ford Mustang light up box. Here we are. Ford Mustang light up box. Are they just transfers, Mick? You can maybe put anything on there, can you? Are they just transfers? Mick seems to think they're transfers. You can change that with something a little bit more exciting if you wish. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? Where are we going to be? You tell me. £50 on the way. £50 just for the light box. You put on the front what you want, can't you? £50 we've got. Just change that increment, George. At £50 then, at £50 we have £60 then, and we all done at 60. £70 at £70 then, at £70 then, and we all done and dusted at £70. We are moving on to 454 is. Oh, this is what you always wanted. There we are. The Selway Fisher 16-foot Windsor slipper launch and trailer. Look at that for a title. Good job it's not a car. You need a great big back boot lid, wouldn't you, to put all that on? There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to have a little go at the boat then? That's what I'll call it, a boat. There we are then. Who's going to start me at £2,000? At £2,000 anywhere. At £2,000 then, you get yourself out for a bit of fun on the weekend. Anywhere want to start me at £2? I've got nothing on my screens, nothing down there. Nothing. It's cheap enough at a couple of £1,000 if you want to make a start. If not, don't worry. Have a word with the team upstairs in the office and they'll try and get you sailing. Right, 455. The Jaguar Leaper on a plinth. There we are. Oh, Michael's got it. Look, up there he is. There we go then. Where are we going to be on that? £50 then, that's nice, isn't it? At £50. At £50 we've got, at £50 then, at 50. At £50 then, at £50 then, at 50. £60 bid. At £60 then, at £60. At £60 we have. At £60 then, at 60. At £60 then, at £60 then, are we all done at 60? At £60 then, at £60 we'll put you down provisional at £60. And lot number 456, something a little bit different. I actually okayed this one. I thought you don't see one of these on every street corner, do you? So it's the Ford F350 at the front, and I believe that's been mated to an Iveco chassis on the back, and you've got yourself a little car transporter. I think it's fab. I really do. I think it's really different. So where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who wants to start me at 3.5? Anyone want to start me at 3,500? Thank you. At 3,500. At £3,500 at 36, 7, 8, 38, 3,800 then at 38. Then are we all done 39? I think that's brilliant. That at 3,839. The price of an old Transit. That as well. Look at that. £4,000 we've got. At £4,000. At £4,000. At £4,000 bid. At 4,000. At £4,000. Either paint it up or keep it in NATO green, can't you? One or the other. At £4,000. At £4,000. At £4,000, then are we all done at 4,000? At £4,000, we'll put you down provisional then. We'll see what we can do for you at £4,000. Thank you for your bids then. At £4,000, we'll try. £4,000, then Emma's coming down at £4,000. Provisional 457 is a pair of signs here. Pair of Michelin tyre and map signs. There you go. Don't see, we have a few of these, but you don't actually see that many floating about because they were all folded up and thrown in the skip, weren't they, back in 1985? Anyway, there we are. Where are we going to be on that? For the pair, someone start me at £100 for the pair, £50 a piece, that's cheap enough. £100, thank you, and away at £100. At £100 we've got. At £100 then at 110, 120, 120, 130. At 130, 140, 150 we've got. At £150 bid. At 150 and 160. At £160 we have at 160. I'm going to sell them at £160. They're on sale, they're going at £160. At £160 for the pair. At 160 then, that's sensible enough. At 160 then. Hammers coming down at 160. I'm going to sell, they're going. They've gone. 458 is the Velo Solex. Everyone wants a Velo Solex. There we are then. £300 out the trap at 300. Thank you. At £300 we've got 300 then. 325 and 50. 350. That's cheap enough, isn't it? £350. At £350 then are we all done? 350 then. At 350. 375. At 375. That's cheap enough. At 375 then. At 375 are we there? At 375. At £375. At 375. At 375 are we all done? At 375. 459 is a John Deere, nothing runs like a deer sign. Lovely that, look at that. We have got 100, 120, 140, 160 I've got, a £160 bid. Just let the internet catch up at 160. Next one's 180, thank you George, at 160 we've got. Nice sign that, look at that, lovely little size, go anywhere that. 160, I'll take 170 if it helps George. 160 I've got, 170 if we have anywhere. 170, oh, £170 then at 170. Oh, £170, sorry, apologies, 160. Oh, £160 then at 160. Oh, £160 then, that's cheap enough at 160. Oh, £160 then. Oh, £160 then, are we all done at 160 for the first? 160 for the second, third and last time at 160. 460 is the 1991 Daimler. Oh, this is quite a nice car, this one. There we are then. The vendor has provided the model of the vehicle to be a Daimler Series 366. Please confirm upon your inspection. There we are, 5.3 litre V12. There you go. It is what it is. There we are, £3,000 and away. We're gone. £3,000. 3-1, 3-2 there, George. 3-2, 3-3, 3-4, 3-5, 3-6, 3-7, 3-8. 3-9, £4,000 bid on sale at 4,000. £4,000 we've got at 4,000. 4-1 in Kent. 4-1 at 4,001. At £4,100 missing no one at 4-1. At 4,001 I'm going to sell at £4,100. At £4,100 then hammers coming down at 4-1 I'm going to sell it at £4,100 then for the first. At 4,001 for the second. Third and last time are we all done? Hammers dropping at 41. Sold. Lot number 461 is the Vedel motor enamel sign. Motor oil enamel sign, I apologise. There we are then, 160 we've got out the trap at 160, it's sold at £160. Oh, £160 then are we all done at 160, 170 says Jack. Oh, 170 we have. Oh, £170 we've got, 180 M. Oh, 180, 190. Oh, £190, 190, oh, 190, 200 in Somerset, 210, 210 in the sheep seats, 210, 210 down there, 220 we've got, 230, 230 there at 230, 240 in Somerset, 240, 50 we've got there, 250, 250, seated there, Jack's telephone at £250, are we all done? At £250, hammers coming down at 250 to Jack's bidder at £250. Sold. 462 is the little Mini. Little Mini Cooper D, London. Here we are, 2012 edition there. Bonny little car. Where are we going to be? We've got 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 2, 7, 2, 8. £2,800 we've got. At 2,008. It's on sale at £2,800. At 2,900, £2,900. At £2,900. Little diesel one. Little diesel. Cooper D, it says here. There we are then, 2,900, £3,000 says young Mark at £3,000. At £3,000 we've got. At £3,100, 3-1. On the interweb at 3-1. 3,001. Do you want 32, Mark? 3,001. Or do you want a 50? 3,001 I've got. 3,001? 3,001. Not you, Mark. Do you want a 50 or do you want 100? What do you want? 3-1. 3,001, he's out, he says, £3,100, and hammers coming down at £3,100. Sold. 463. The Maserati sign. There we are. £100 on the way. 100, 110, 20, 30, 40, £140 we've got. £140 then. On sale at £140, then are we all done? 150 in Bristol, thank you, 150. £150. £150 then. 150 then for the first, second, third and last time. Hammers coming down at 150. 464. Is that where we are? We are the Toyota Celica. This has caused a lot of interest. It's there. 2 lady owners from new, it says. There we go. Nice little car sits out the back there. There's been a number of interested parties these last couple of weeks. We have got all sorts of bids here. We might as well skip through. We've got 1,000, 15, 2,000, 2.5, £3,000 bid. At £3,000 we've got. At £3,000 then at £3,000 bid. At £3,000. Just let the internet catch up. At £3,000 I've got. £3,000 here with me on my sheet. £3,000. At £3,000 then. £3,100 in County Durham. 32. West Lothian there. 3,002. At £3,200. At 3,002 without doubt. Future Classic 33 says Alan. At 3,003. On the phones at 3,3. 4 in West Lothian. 3,004. At £3,400 then. 3,5. County Durham 35. 36. West Lothian 36. At 3,600 then. Hammers coming down at £3,600. All 3,7. County Durham's back in. 3,8. 3,008. At £3,800. At £3,800. Are we all there? At 3,008 then. It's coming down. Get ready with that button drill. With £3,800 it's going to go. It's gone. Thank you for your bids. 465 is the Jaguar style double-sided light amp lamp. There we are. There you go then. Obviously a reproduction lamp, but it'll look nice when they're lit up. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £75, yep, £75, 80, 85, £90 we've got. At 90, 95, £100 on the way. At 100 then, 105 then, 105, 110. 110 then, 110. Look nice, they do lit up of an evening. 110, at £110, thank you George, 110. At £110 then, are we all done and dusted at £110? Moving on to 466. Here's the little Polo Coupe, the little Boulevard. Here we are. Lady owner entered there. Look where we are. The little VW Boulevard there. Where are we going to be? £1,000. That's cheap, isn't it? £1,000, £1,100. 11, 12, £1,300. 13, 14, 14, £1,500 bid at 15. £1,500, 16, at 16, 1,700, then at 17. At £1,700, then are we all done at 17? At £1,700, are we all there at 1,800? 1,008. £1,800. 19 says David at 19. At 1,009. At £1,900. David's bidder at 1,009. At £1,900, then are we all done at £1,000, £2,000 in Driffield. £2,000 we've got. £2,000 we've got in Driffield. £2,000. 21 David. £2,100 on sale. £2,100 I'm going to sell. 2001. 2001. At £2,100, David's your bid. At £2,100, then 22. Driffield's back in at 22. 2002. 23 says Dave. At £2,300 we've got. At £2,300, it's David's bid at 2,300. Then are we all done? At 2,300. At £2,300 then for the first. For the second, third and last time, David at 33. Sold. 467. 467 is the Cosworth light up box. There we are then, £120 bid straight away at 120 we've got. At £120 bid, at 120 then in Middlesbrough, 120 I'm going to sell it. At 120, 130, 140 we've got. 140, 150, 160 I'll take a tenner. At 160 then, at 160, 170, 180, 190, £200 on the way. At £200, at £200 and 210. At 210 and 220. £220 at £220 then at 220 at 220 and £30 at 230 and 40 240 at £240 at 240 then Hammer's coming down at £240 and are all done and dusted, be warned, it's coming down at 240. It's down, it's gone. 468 is a snap-on Solus Ultra Diagnostic Tool. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. I dread to think how much it would have cost you. Who wants to start me at 2.5? Must be £250, surely. 250 we've got. 250, 60, 70, thank you, £80. £280 we have. At £280 then. At £280 then, 290. At 290. At £290 then, at 290, that's cheap enough at 290. At £290 then, at 290 then, we'll have to put you down provisional at 300 Essex. At 310, back in Lancashire at 310. At £310, at 310. £310 we've got. At 310 then, at £310 then, we're going to bring the hammer down at 320. 330. £330 at 330. At £330, at 330, at 330, then going once, twice, third and last time, 330. Provisional, 469 is the motor oil enamel sign. There we are. Again, straight out of the traps at 170 we've got. At £170 bid, at 170, 180 down there. 180, 190 in Somerset. 200 then, at £200 we've got. On sale at £200 then, at £200. At £200 we have. At £200. At £200 and 210. 210, 220. At £220 and 220 we have. At £220 then. At £220 and 230 in Somerset. 230, 240 with Jack. At £240 with Jack in 240. At £240 then. At 240 then, 250. Somerset 260, Jack. £260. At £260 then, at £260 and are we all done at 260? At £260. At £260 and are we all done? At 260 then, hammer's coming down at £260. Sold. And moving on to what I regard as being one of the stars of the show, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Bentley Continental GTC. Was sent to us from the other end of the country by Mavis. Thank you very, very much for entrusting us with your car. Here, under sad circumstances, the loss of Michael, the husband Michael, has obviously has pushed the sale of the car. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come. So there's Michael, the original owner, and then there's Mavis, the second owner there. Obviously, husband and wife. For probate purposes, obviously, the car had to be put into Mavis's name. It is probably the lowest mileage Bentley GTC that you're ever going to find. I think it's something like 8,000 or 9,000 miles. In fact, my screen here will tell me in a second if I just press the right buttons. 9,600 miles. There you are. It's a keeper. There are buying and selling cars in this world, and there are keeping cars. This car falls into the latter category. It's the nicest one we've ever had. It's the nicest one you're going to find. The colour combination is fantastic. Anyhow, without me further ado, me rambling on, we've got £34,000 bid there in Hertfordshire. Yeah, worth every penny, Hertfordshire there. At £34,000 we've got. At £34,000 then. At £34,000, are we all done at 34? At £34,000. At 34. I'm going to put it on sale at £34,000. At 34. They're only about £200,000 new now. Yeah, at £34,000, that is the cheapest and nicest GTC you will buy. End of. Period. £34,000 we've got then. I'm going to sell it at £34,000 then. It's going. Who's the gentleman or lady in Hertfordshire, please? Colin, you got yourself an absolute beauty. I'm capped to bits for you. £34,000 then. Hammer's going to come down, be warned. At £34,000 it's going to go. You're not going to find another. At £34,000 for the first, second, third and last time. It's gone at 34. There you go. 471. Where are we at 471? There you go. 471 is the total petrol sign. There we are. Where we're going to be on that, you tell me. Michael's got it there. We've got £50 on the way. We have £50 there, Jordan. At £50 bid. At £50 then. At £50 bid. £50. Thank you. At 50. At £50 then and £60 we have at £60. At £60 then. At £60 and £70 bid. I'm going to sell. At £80 it's on sale. It's going. At £80 then it's out the traps. It's going then. At £80 then are we all done and dusted then? £80 then and away at £80 then it's going to go at £80. Gone. And lot number 472 is a bit of a late arrival. It comes from the same stable as the lovely Bentley GTC that we've just put under the hammer a couple of lots ago. It's a late arrival, basically. It should have been here a little bit earlier. It was just logistics that meant that it didn't arrive. So we'll go through, we'll see what we can do, but there's every chance that the car would probably go through our next sale, giving it a chance to be seen. But anyway, without further ado, same stable as before, only here because of the loss of Michael, obviously now in Mavis's name due to probate. Come from the other end of the country. They've entrusted us with 2 lovely cars. I'm very, very pleased that they have done. Thank you very much. Where are we going to be now? £28,000 is the cheapest E-Type in the world, George. At 28, £29,000 we've got 29, £30,000. At £30,000 we've got 31. At £31,000. Hit 31, that is cheap. At 31,000, 32 we have at 32. At £32,000. At 32. At 32. 33 says Mark at 33. At £33,000. At £33,000, there we are at 33. At £33,000. Wouldn't be here. I'll take a 5 if it helps, George. It wouldn't be here other than circumstances, obviously. £33,000 is your bid there at £33,000. At £33,000 and a half. 33.5. 33,500. At £33,500. At 33,005. 33,005. Do you want 34, Mark? That's the one to ask him. Does he want 34? At 33 and a half, he does. £34,000. At £34,000. At £34,000, and are we all done at 34? At £34,000 for the E-Type Roadster. It is at the moment £34,000. At £34,000. We're nearly there at 34,000. £34,000 at 34.5. One more bid, Mark, and I'll put it on sale at 34,500. I promised Mavis £35,000 back for the car like I did the other car. So there we are, 34,500 at £34,500. The next one's 35. The next one's 35. Are we all clear on that? We tend to go up rather than down, so the next one's 35. 34,500. There's a bit of a communication problem going on over there. I think we've got £34,500. Bid now. I'm going to bring the hammer down in a minute then if we can't make any progress over there. Who's the lady or gentleman in Lancashire, please? Anthony. Anthony? £34,500. And are we all done then at £34,500? I'm going to sell it to you, Anthony, just to prove these lads are wrong there. £34,500 then. Mark can't make his mind up if he wants a shower or a shave. At £34,000, and are we all done and dusted? It's going to go at £34,500. Not to you, Mark. £34,500. It's gone to Anthony. There you go. You missed out there. Couldn't make it any more clearer, Mark. I was listening to you. At 473, we've got where are we? We have got Mr. and Mrs. Tripp. There we are. £40 and out the trap for Mrs. Tripp. At £40 and away. At £40, £50 we've got. At £50 then. At £50 and away and 50 and 60. At £60 we have at £60. At £60 then I'm going to sell. At £60 then it's on sale. At £60 then. Are we all done and dusted at £60 then? And with £70, £80. Oh, £80 bid. At £80 then, £80 we have at £80 then. Are we all done? At £80 then, £80 then. Hammer's coming down at £80 on Mrs. Tripp. Are we all done at £80? 90. Cheshire, you're in at 90. £90 we've got. At £90 then, at £90 then. Are we all done at 90? At £90, £90 then. Are we all done and dusted at £90? At £90 bid. At £90. At £90 and away at 90 then. Hammer's coming down at £90. Sold at £90. I'll do one too.
Can I borrow that one?
You can. Is it better than that one?
I think it's just a bit clearer.
Oh, is it? There's a couple of easy ones here.
Thank you very much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 474, the Morris Minor 1000. There we go. Look, we've got bids creeping up on the internet. I got lots of interest here with me. 4-door in green, historic vehicle and been restored. There you go. Look, we have got through. We might as well jump straight to £4,000, please, Jordan. £4,000 bid then here with me. 4,002 with me at 4,200, at 4,400, 4,600, 4,800, at £4,800 bid here with me, at 4,800, at 5,000 on the internet. I got 5,200 here with me, at 5,200, 5,400, 5,600, at £5,600 bid, at 5,600, at 5,600 then for the Morris Minor 1000, at 5,600 away and selling, at 5,600, at 5,600 bid with me. Is that a bid? 5,008. 5,800 on the telephones. I got 6,000 back at you, Alan. At £6,000 bid here with me. At £6,000 bid. Internet, you're out. Alan, you're out. It's £6,000. 6,200, not anymore. At 6,200, I'm out. At 6,200 bid then. It's Alan on the telephones at 6,200. At 6,200, then away and selling at 6,200 for the first. 6,200 for the second. Third and last time at 6,200. Sold, Alan's telephone. Lot number 475, the Triang light up sign. There we go, look, roughly around 24 by 12 inches. Mixed pointing to it down there, sits beside us. Look, oh, that's lovely, look. The world's finest OO system. There we go, look, where are we then? I've got 20, 30, 40, £50 bidding away then, please. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid. 60, £60 bid. At £70 bid in Kent. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then is there 80. At £70 bid in Kent. £80 bid. At £80 bid Cumbria. 90 back in Kent. At £90 bid. Are we going to fill it up? At £90 bid then. At £90 bid in Kent. At £90 bid is the 100. At £90 bid. It's provisional at the moment. We'll make a note. We'll try for you. At £90 bid then. Are we all done? It's provisional for the first, second, third and last time. £90 provisional. Lot number 476, the Austin Ambassador A60. There we go. It sits over there. Tom's got it on the YouTube side of things. Thank you for everyone watching, by the way, today. I'm sure, is it on camera, Tom? It's giving me the thumbs up. You guys can see it at home. We've got 34 online. I've got 35, 36 at £3,600 bid. At 3,600. At 3,600 bid. I got 37 here with me. 37 with me. 38 will be 8939 on the internet. 4,000 with me. At £4,000 bid with me. 4,000 here with me. Internet, you're out. Jack 4-1. 4-1 just gone, Mark. 4,100. At 4,100, I'm out. Internet's out. It's Jack's telephone at 4,000. 4-2. Just got Mark there, Jordan. At 4,002. 4-3 back on the telephones. At 4,300. At £4,300 bid then. 4-4 he says. Back on the other lines there with Mark at 4-4. 4-5. 4,500. Little Jack on the telephones 4-6. And 7. 4,007. At £4,700 bid. It's Jack on the telephone. Thanks for letting me know, Mark. At 4,700 then I'm selling it. At 4,700 for the first, second, third and last time. 4-7. Lot number 477, the Michelin Man sign. There we go, look, Mick's about to grab it. Oh, there you go, look, bit of a silhouette. There we are, look. Where are we? Mick's grabbing it. Oh, nice size sign there, look, that's lovely, is that? Where are we? I've got 30, 40, £50 bid. £50 bid then for the Michelin silhouette sort of sign there, look, there we are. Roughly 24 inches. At £60 bid in Durham. At £60 bid, I'm going to sell it. At £60 bid then, it's going to Durham. At £60 bid is a 70. At £60 bid then, I'm selling it. At £60 bid. At £60 bid, £70 bid, Halifax. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then in Halifax, I'm selling it, it's going. At £70 then for the first, second, third and last time. Sold. Lot 472. Oh, the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth. Blimey, there we go. One owner from new, this car. 13 stamps in the book. Yeah, 2 service books containing 13 stamps. There's all sorts of bits and pieces, various invoices, MOT certificates. Where are we then? I've got 20,000. It's a start at 20,000, at 20,521, at £21,000 bid for the Sapphire, at 21,000, 21,500, at 21,522, at £22,000 then, at £22,000 bid for the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth, at 22,000, at £22,000 bid, at £22,000 then, at 22 worth more, at £22,000 bid is the 5, at £22,000 then, that's me, that's where I'm at 22,000. At £22,000 bid, it's provisional, but we'll make a note, we'll try for you. At £22,000 bid, then I'm selling it provisionally at 22. At 22 then for the first, second, third and last time. Top left. 479, the Spratz enamel sign. Mick's just about to grab it for you. There we go, look. I've got 40, £50 bid and away then for the little scratch sign there. Look, Mick's about to hold it up. £50 bid. £50 bid then asking 60. Is there £50 bid asking 60. £50 bid. £60 there is. Dorset, thank you. £60 bid then. £60 bid, are we all done? £60 bid, I'm out. £60 bid then. I'm selling it provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. £60 provisional. Lot number 480, the 1956 Austin. Oh, there we go, look. Nice little car, the little A30 there. Look, 4-door in blue and being restored there from the vendor's words. Car. Nice little car, Charlie says. We've got £4,000 bid and sold and away then, online in Devon. £4,000 bid and selling and going. 4-1, 4-1, at 4,100, 4-2, Devon, you're back in. At £4,200 bid. At 4,200, 4-3. 4-3, 4-4, 4,004, at £4,400 then, at 4-4, at 4,400, at 4,400, 4-5, Cumbria, at 4,500, at 4,500, Devon, you're out, Cumbria you're in, is not, is back in at 4-6, at 4,600, 4-7, at 4-7, at 4,700, nice little car, Charlie says, at 4-8 back in Devon, at £4,800 bid, it's selling, it's going, at 4,800 and away, at 4,800 then, at 4,800, we all done, at 4,800, Devon you're in, at 4,800 then, I'm selling it, 4,800 for the first, second, third and last time, 4,800, all right Ash? All right. 481, the set of 4 Bowler, 5 spokes, 5 stud, 18 alloy wheels. There we go, look, there we go. That was a fair mouthful to try and get out. Fancy set of bowlers there. Look, there we are. Where are we? Asking 3. We'll better ask. Go 300, Jordan. See what if we get a bid. Surely got to be worth that. Fancy set of wheels there. Look. Do we know what stud pattern they are? Came out of a Yaris, off of a GI Yaris. Oh, I can't remember what they are off the top of my head, but anyway, came off a Yaris. I do a bit of homework, but anyway, there we go. They're asking 300. Oh, there you go. Jack's got it there. Look, there you go. You're looking tired, Jack. Asking 300. Then have we got bids of 300? Have we got 300 anywhere? If not, we'll have to move on. No, we'll pass on that one, I'm afraid. Lot number 482, the Players Navy Cut Enamel sign. Where are we? I've got 80, 90, £90 bid. At £90 bid then for the Players Navy Enamel sign there. Look, the little cigarette sign. Mick's holding it up there. Nice size little sign, will fit anywhere. At £90 bid then, at £90. At £90 bid here with me at £90. At £90 bid then, I'm selling it provisionally. Are we all done? At £90 then for the first, second, third and last time. £90 provisional. Lot 483, the large Wakefield Kirkgate enamel sign. Have we got it, Michael? Oh, it's a great big one, is it? Oh yeah, there we go. Look, 103 inches wide, I'm presuming. Look, there we go, look. Oh, there we go. Yeah, blimey, look at that on the photos. I'm sure you've seen it. Where are we then? Where are we? I've got 425, 450, at £450 bid, at 450, 475, at £475 bid, at £475 then for the Wakefield Kirkgate, huge sign, sits next door, I've seen it myself, at £475 bid, at £475 bid, it's provisional, at £475 then, are we all done? At £475 for the first, provisionally for the second, at £475 for the third and final time, provisional, top right. Lot number 484, here we go, look, the Escort 1600 Sport Mark II, of course, in red. It's a South African spec. The car was imported by Car Cave. Comes with the Nova paperwork and has been lightly restored by the vendor to sort a few minor mechanical and electrical gremlins before having an MOT test, using the chassis number and then applying for the UK V5. Plan to build this car into a historic spec rally car, but recently was able to purchase an already prepared Escort. There we go, look, top man, there we go. Where are we then? Someone start me, asking 12. Is a £12,000 bid? No, I'll try 10, £10,000 and away at 10, at 10,000, 10,250, at 10,250, 10,500, 10,500, that looks cheap, at 10,500, at £10,500 bid, at 10,500 and 750, at 10,750, at 10,750 for the 1600 Sport look. Mark II, where's the rally boys? You know, you can break it for less than that, can't you? Use the shell. At 10,750, at 10,750 bid. Are we all done? I'll try for you. I'll mark it down provisional at 10,750 bid. At 10,750. At 10,750 then is provisional for the first, 10,750 for the second, third and last time. That man there. Lot number 485, the Churchill enamel sign. There we go, look. Where are we? We're sold from the off. We got 60, 70, 80 pound bid and sold. £80, 160 on the internet. There we go, look, jump straight up without me looking. £160 bid in Hampshire. £160 bid selling. £160 bid, then are we all done? £160 bid, I'm selling it, it's going. £160 bid then for the first, second, third and last on 70. £170 bid, fresh bidder. £170 bid. 170, we all done? Hampshire, you're out. 170. It's £170 internet bid. 170 then, selling for the first, second, third and last time. 170 sold internet. Lot 486, the Audi 80. Oh, there we go. Look, little Audi. She's the 2.8 V6, owned from nearly new. One previous owner. Reluctant sale, is no longer driving due to ill health. Oh, that's such a shame, but regularly serviced. There we go. I've got, where are we? Oh, that's a bit low, but 8, 9 and £1,000 and away then I've got here. £1,000 bid then for the Audi 80. £1,000 bid. £1,000 bid here with me. £1,000. £1,000 bid then. Is there 1,100? £1,000 bid here with me on the sheet. £1,000 bid. £1,000 then. It's a bit provisional, but we'll try. We'll make a phone call. I'm sure we can put some sort of deal together. £1,000. We're a bit off. £1,000 then. We'll mark it down provisional. £1,000. £1,000 provisional. 487, the Lions Made ice cream tin sign. There we go, look, roughly about 24 by 18 inches. Mick's holding it up there for you. I've got 20, 30, £40 bid. £40 bid then for the Lions Made ice cream sign there. £40 and away. Just let the internet catch up. £40 please, Will. Sorry that we're just changing over. £40, there we go. £40 I've got, increments of 10. There we go. £40 bid. £40 bid then. I've got 50 as well, please, Will. £50 bid. £50 bid then for the Lions Made ice cream sign there. Look, there we go. £50 bid, that's me. £60 bid, Somerset. £60 bid then. It's going to Somerset provisionally at the moment, there I stress. £60 bid then. £60 bid in Somerset, are we all done? £60 bid then. I'm selling provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. Provisional Somerset. Lot 488, the BSA. Oh, there we go. Look, little pedal and pop. It is by the looks of things. Where are we then? We'll start at 100, please. We're asking 100 for the little 1979 or circa, thereabouts. There we go. £100 bid and away. £100 bid then. Is the 120? We got £100 bid in Cheshire for the little BSA there. Look, £100 bid then. Asking 20. £100 bid for the little pedal and pop. Light little restoration, and they're handy, aren't they, just to float about on, really. I'd love one. £100 bid. £100 bid, then we'll try for your Cheshire at £100, and it's provisional at the moment. We'll give it a go at £100, and it's provisional for the first, second, third and last time. Oh, Hammer went, there was loads of time there. Lot 489, the large tricycle with wooden trailer. Oh, there you go, look. Yeah, look at that one there. There you go, little trike, basket and a trailer. Nip round to the shops in it. Where are we? I've got 20, 30, £40 bid and away, £40 bid and 50. And can I go 75, please, Will? Sorry to be a pain. £75 for these increments. £75 then. £75 bid. £75 bid then for the little tricycle and trailer. £75 bid. £75, 85, 80, we're going fivers. £80 bid in Cheshire. £80 bid, we can go tens now if you want, Will. £80 bid then. £80 bid then. It's provisional at the moment in Cheshire, I'm out. £80 bid then. £80 bid for the first, selling provisionally for the second, third and last time. £80 Cheshire provisional. Oh, the Saab 9.3 Turbo, there we go, looks a lot of car. I've walked past it a few times in the unit. It's a lovely car, Mick says. Proper car, proper car, he says. Proper car, there we go. There's a little chapter and verse here, look, regularly wax oiled. All the mileage backed up by MOTs if you do your homework. Yeah, there's loads and loads of bits and pieces. I'm sure you've read through it. Where are we? We've got a bit of 2000 model. Yeah, there you go. There's loads of bits and pieces to read through there, guys. We're sold from the off. We got 5-1, 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, 5-5. At 5,500 bid then. At 5-5. At 5,500. At 5,005 and 6. And £5,600 bid. At 5,600. At 5,600 then for the Saab Turbo. At £5,600 bid. At 5,600. At 5,600. Are you jumping in, Mark? At 5,600 bid. I'm selling it. It's going at 5,600. Does he want 7? No, he's shaking in his head. Thank you for letting me know. At 5,600 then I'm selling it. At 5,600 for the 5.7. 5.8 back at you, Halifax. At £5,800 bid here with me. At 5,800. At £5,800 bid then for the Saab 93S Turbo. At 5,800, are we all done? At 5,509 and 6,000 with me, please, Will. Back at you, Halifax, at 6,000. At £6,000 bid then. Nice car. At £6,000 bid. Are we all done? You're jumping back, Halifax? He is 6-1, 6-2. Back at you. At 6,200 with me. At 6,200. At £6,200 bid. 6-3. Halifax, 6-3, I'm out. At £6,300 bid then I'm selling. At 6,300 I'm out, I can go no more. At 6,300 then it's going to Halifax for the first. 6-3 for the second. Third and last time. 6-3, Halifax. Lot number 491, there we go, look, enamel sign, 24 by 6 inches, the Cinzano, I think you pronounce it, there we go, look. I've got 30, 40, £40 bid away, please, will, at £40 and 50, £50 bid, £50 bid then for the enamel sign there, look, bit of a wall filler for you, at £50 bid then, at £50 bid, £60 bid, Darlington, thank you, at 60, at £60 bid. At £60 bid then, at £60 bid, one more bid I can put it on sale, £70 and selling, at £70 bid, at 70, 80, £80 bid, it's going, it's sold, at £80 bid then, nice size little sign, fit anywhere, at £90 bid, fresh bidder, at £90 then, we're going to fill it up, at £90 bid, at £90 bid, it's going, it's sold, at £90 then for the first, 90 for the second, third and last time it's being sold, £90. Oh, the BMW, there we go. This looks an awful lot of car. Black on black, full spec, heated electric seats, 5 new tyres, BMW full manual and service history there, look. There's loads of bits and pieces. Blimey, this is a 3.5 litre, 380 brake horsepower, been remapped by his mechanic there. There's loads of bits and pieces to go with it. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, blimey, there's loads and loads. Yeah, there we go, look, I'm sure you've seen it. Looks an awful lot of car if you ask me. I've got 1,000, 12, 14, £1,600 bid. At £1,600 bid then, bid at 600265 at £1,600 bid. Looks cheap. At £1,600 bid then. At £1,600 bid is 18. At £1,600 bid it's provisional. At £1,600 bid. At 16 I've got. At £1,600 bid, then are we all done? I'll mark it, we'll try for you, looks cheap. At £1,600, 18 on the internet. £2,000 bid in the hall, at £2,000 bid and selling. At £2,000 bid then for the 730D. There we go, look, she's the SE Auto at £2,000 and selling. At 2,000 internet, you're out. I'm out on my sheet. £2,000 bid in the hall. Are we all done? At £2,000 then for the first. Selling at 2 for the second. Third and final time at 2,000. Sold. Lot number 493, the Audi Sport light-up sign. These are great, these little light boxes, aren't they? Don't they half brighten up the garage or your shed or anywhere, really? Maybe not in the house. Won't let you. But there you go, look at that. Have we had it plugged in? Is it working, Mick? He thinks it is, yeah, it's working. There you go, look. She's sold from the off. We got 100, 110, 130, 140, £140 are being sold. At £140 then for the Audi Sport light-up box. There we go, look. At £140 and selling for the first. 140 are we all done for the second. 150 in York at £150 bid. York, you're in, I'm out at £150 bid then. At 150, at 150 for the first, 150 for the second. Third and final time it's being sold. 150 York. Lot Lot 494, the 2006 Mini Cooper. Is it a Mini one? Well, is it? I don't know why we got that, but there we go. Look, she's a Mini Cooper. We've got 5, 6, 7, £800 bid and away then. £800 bid for the little Mini Cooper there. Look, 4 stamps and 2 written stamps in the book. There we go. £800 bid then. £800 bid and away. £800 bid is the 9. £800 then on my sheet at £800. £800 bid then, it's provisional. We're a little bit off, but I'm sure it'll come. We'll try. £800 bid then. £800 bid. £800 bid provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 800 top right. Lot 495, the Lucas light up sign. There you go, Mick's pointing it out, it sits down there. Look, is it lit up, Mick? It's lit up, he says. There we go, I'm sure you can see it on the cameras down there. Sold from the off, I got 250, 260, 270, at £270 bid and away, and 280, 290, at £290 then for the Lucas light up box there, at 290, I'm selling it, it's going, at £290 bid, 300, 310, back at you internet, at 310, at £310 bid here with me, 320, 330, at £330 bid, at £330 bid then for the Lucas light up box. Sits down there, you can see it, 340, 350, 360 with me please Will, at £360 bid, at 360 and selling, at £360 bid, 370 West Yorkshire you're in, at £370 bid I'm out, at 370 then I'm selling it for the first, second, third and last time. Sold. Lot 494, the Triumph Roadster, here we go, look, these look a lot of car. I've got a bit of a soft spot for these. I don't know why, I think it's just the shape of them. Current owner since 2009. It's had a bare metal paint respray back in 2010. Mohair hood, fitted in 2010 also. General restoration where necessary. Converted the alternator and LED bulbs. There you go, look, that's handy. Radiator reconditioned with a new core. Yeah, high torque starter motor, there you go, it's had a complete overhaul by the looks of it some time ago, so it may just want a quick once over, but there we go, where are we? Someone start me at 10, at 10,000, 10,2, 10,4, 10,6, at 10,600, 10,8, at 10,800 then for the 1949 Roadster, 10,800, hang on, where were we there? 10,8, 10,8, there we go, thank you, at 10,008, that's with me, yeah? Yep, 10,8 here with me, at 10,800, at £10,800 bid then with me, at 10,008, at 10,8, at 10,008, new hood stowage cover in the back, look, there we go, that's handy, at 10,800, it's provisional but we'll try for you, at £10,800 bid, at 10,008, at 10,800, 9, 10,9, at 10,009, at 10,900 then, we're still a bit off reserve but we'll try, at £10,900 bid then is there 11, at 10,900, at 10,900 bid, at 10,900 then we'll mark it down provisional, we'll try for you, we're a bit off but we'll give it a go, at 10,900 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time, 10,9. Lot 497, the Porsche light up sign, there we go, look, there's another one here, we've got 100, 110, 120 and sold, 130, at £130 bid, at 130, 140, at £140 bid here with me, at 140, 150, 160 with me, at £160 bid, internet you're out, bids here with me at 160. At £160 bid then for the Porsche light up box, at £160 and selling, at 160 then, are we all done internet? At £160 bid then I'm selling it for the first, second, third and last time. 160 sold. Lot 498, 2000 Fiat Ducato motorhome. Have you had a look around this one?
Yeah.
All right, okay, good. Current, there's a partial V5. There we go, look, yeah, boiler instruction booklet, bits and pieces there. I'm sure you've had a look. But there we go, look, the little Fiat motorhome. There we go, look. Quick once over and go from there. I'm sure you've seen it. Where are we then? I've got £5,000 bid, 5,250, 5,500. At £5,500 bid then. At 5,500. At 5,500. Bids here with me at 5,500. At 5,500. At 5,500. Is it 750? At 5,500. That's as high as I can go. That's all I got on my sheet. At 5,500. At £5,500 bid then for the motorhome, looks cheap, at 5,500, are we all done? Mark it down provisional, at 5,500 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 55. Lot number 499, the Ford Fitman 18-inch 5-spoke RS style wheels. There we go.
Obviously Focus RS wheels really.
Focus RS style, look. Yeah, there you go. Have you still got yours? I think You
No, I
them,
saw them,
didn't you?
didn't I?
There we go. Make these look cheap. Look, 200. Where are we? Sorry, 150. 150 pound then. 150 pound bid. 150. Where's Jordan? 150 pound bid. 150 and away there. 150. 160. 160 pound bid. 170. 180. 180. 190. 190 pound bid. 200. 200 pound bid then. 200 pound bid then for the RS style wheels. They look cheap. 200 pound bid then. We're a little bit off our market provisional. 210. 210. 210, 20 and 20, 220 pound bid, and 220 pound bid then. It's provisionally at the moment at 220, at 220 pound bid then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time at 220. Here we go, provisional 220. Lot number 500, the TR6. Oh, this looks a lovely car. I think I did the video on this one myself. Sits over in the unit across the road there. Yeah, lovely thing. Looks a real usable, straight car.
Nice and blue.
Nice and blue as well, yeah. I've got 13, 13.5, 14,000 and then 14.1. Please, Will, with me and sold and away at 14.1, at 14,100 pound bid and 14.2, at 14,200, at 14,200 pound bid here with me, at 14,002. It's selling, it's going, it's away at 14,200. Then for the bright looking usable TR6 at 14,200. I can sell it at 14,200. Then are we all done? At 14,200, bid of 5, quadruple 022. It's your bid at 14,200. At 14.2 then I'm selling it. Are we all done? At 14,200 pound bid then for the first, selling for the second, third and final time. 14.2.
We do a few, we're right.
I'll do a few more if you want, and then you go on. Lot 501, the Suzuki two-piece dealership sign. There we go, look. I think is that the one that sits out there? It's huge, isn't it? Great big dealership sign there, guys. It sits out through there. Where are we then? I've got 50, 60 pound bid and away then, please. At 60 pound bid, that's cheap for a great big sign like that. And 70 pound bid and 80, 90 pound bid and away. At 90 pound bid then, at 90 pound bid, 100. At 100 pound bid then for the Suzuki two-piece. Great big thing, sits around there. Two great big dealership sign. There we go, look, 110 on the internet. At 110 pound bid, 120 here with me. At 120 pound bid then. At 120 pound bid, 130. At 130 pound bid on the internet. At 130. At 130 pound bid then. Are we all done? It's provisional, but we'll try. At 130 pound bid then, 140 Lancashire. At 140, 150. At 150 bid, 160. 170. And 80, at 180 pounds and 90, 200 bid, 210, 220, at 220 pound, 230, 240, and 50, and 60, 260 pound bid then, at 260 pound bid and I'm selling it, at 260 pound bid then. Are we all done? It's selling, it's going, at 260 pound bid then for the first, 260 for the second, third and last time at 260, internet bid. Lot 502, the Kawasaki. There we go. Look, the big ZX 1200. There you go. Look, that looks a fair machine. Looks like it's got the fairings and exhaust and a few bits and pieces, seats there. Look with it as well. Garage for some time, owned from 2017. There's a spare shock absorber and bits and pieces to go with it. Look, there you go. I'm sure you read the description. Where are we then? I've got 2,000 Will, 2122. At 2,200 then for the Kawasaki. At 2,200 pound bid. At 2,200, 23. At 2,003. At 2,300 then 24. At 2,400 bid. At 2,400. That looks a lot of bike. At 2,400 bid. At 2,405, please, Will. At 2,500 pound bid. At 2,500 then. Are we all done? At 2,500 then. I'll mark it down provisional. We'll try. At 2,500. At 2,005. At 2.5 is a 6. At 2,500 then for the first, second, third and last time. 2.5. Lot number 503, the Rolls-Royce enamel sign. Mick's holding it up there. Look, is it a tin one, Michael? Is it? There we go. Look, just a cheap and cheerful little Rolls-Royce sign there. Look, there we go. £80 and sold and away. £80 bid. £80 bid then. £80 bid. 600328. £80 bid and selling them for the 90. £100 bid. At 110. 110. £110 bid. 120. Darlington. 130. 130 and 40. 140. 140. £140 bid then, and we're all done at £140. I'm selling for the first, second, third and last time. 140. Got 504. Oh, the Suzuki SJ410. Is up in mixed unit. He's had a lot of people look at that. Just a sweet old thing, is it? There we go, just a sweetie, there we go. Engine has had a full service, new water pump, cam belt, new brake pipes, new reconditioned calipers and brake cylinders, fuel pipes and outer sill replacement. There you go, dry stored for 15 plus years, recently retired so no longer needed. There you go, just looking for someone to take it to the next level. There we go, look, what a genuine little Jeep that looks. I've got 323436 at 3,600. Then here with me at £3,600 bid at 38 on the telephones with Jack at 38 at 3,800 bid at 3,800. 4,000 on the internet at £4,000 bid at 4,002 on the telephones at 42. 4,200 on the telephones here with us at 42 at 4,200 bid. 44 on the internet. Are you coming in, Mark, at 4.4? It's on the internet, 4.6. Little Jack on the telephones at 4.6. At 4,600. At 4,600 bid. 4.6 on the phones with us. Internet, you're out. 4.8. At 4,800 bid. 4.8 on the internet, Jack, you're out. It's 4,800 in Leeds, West Yorkshire. At 4,800, and I can sell it. At 4,800, it's on sale. At £4,800 bid. Are we all done? At 4,800. Go on then, 4.9 on the telephones, and I'll do the same for the internet. At 4,900 on the phones, £5,000 bid. At £5,000. 5,000 bid is the one he says, 5.1. At 5,100 away and selling, it's going. At 5,100, internet, you're back in at 5.2. At £5,200 bid, at 5.2 on the internet, Jack, you're out. 5.2 on the internet in Leeds. At 5,200, I'm selling it then. At 5,200 for the first. 5.2 for the second. Thank you for letting me know. Third and final time. Sold. Lot number 505, the Caterpillar sign. There we go, look. Looks quite a big one. There we are, Mick's about to hold it up, and Andy. There we go, look. There we are, where are we? I've got £200 away and sold. At £200. At £200 bid, then it's selling, it's going, it's away. At £200 bid, then for the big cat sign. Is that a bid or a wave? See you later. There are £200 bid then and 10. At 210. At £210 bid. At £210 bid. At £210 and I'm selling it. It's going at 210 for the first, second, third and final time. Sold. Lot 506, the Yamaha RD350. Oh, there you go, look, in the fancy colours there, look. Undergone a full restoration when new parts were needed. I've run the bike, I have run the bike this year, but it has been standing for the last 8 months, so it will just want some tinkering. There you go, look. Lovely in the yellow and the black, aren't they, in the proper colours. Look, looks a right eye full of bike there, doesn't it? I've got 3.2, 3.4 and 3.6 here with me, Will. Initially 3.6 and 3, can you go 3.7 at £3,700 bid? It seems it's me. At £3,700 bid and 8 and 3,800 and £3,800 bid at 3,800 at 3,809 3.9 I've got here, sorry Dave, 3,900 with me, 4,000 he says, and £4,000 bid. Dave on the telephone at 4,000. At £4,000 bid then, I'm out. Dave, you're in at 4,000. 4.1 on the internet. At 4,100, is that a bid, Will? At 4,001 and 2, 4,200. 4.2, this looks cheap. At 4,200, they were doing nearly double this, weren't they, during COVID and bits and pieces. At 4,200. At £4,200 bid then. Dave, 4.3 on the internet, Dave. At 4,003 and 4, he says. 4.4 on the telephones, internet, you're out. Dave on the telephones at 4.4. At 4,400 bid is the 5. 5, he says, Nottingham. Nottingham are in at 4.5. 4.6. 4,600 with us in the hole, Nottingham, at 4.6. At 4,600, are we all done? At £4,600 bid. Dave on the telephone, internet, you're back in at 4.7. And 8. 4.8 on the phones with Dave. 4.8. £4,800 bid then, are we all done? Internet, you're out. 4.9. One more bid and I can put it on sale. 5,000 he says, selling. I've just took Dave them, I'm afraid, at £5,000 bid then. It's selling, it's going, it's away at 5,000 on the phone, 5-1. And 2. 5,200 at 5,200 bid. Selling it at 5,200. At 5,200, 5-3 back on the internet. 5-4 he says, he's trying hard at 5,400 on the telephones here with us. Internet, you're out at 5,400 then. At 5,400, are we all done? At 5,400, 5-5, we're not. 5-5, Nottingham, and 6. 5-6, £5,600 bid at £5,600 bid then on the telephones at 5,600. Internet, you're out at 5,607. Trying hard. 5-8 he says at 5,800, and rightly so at £5,800 bid. At 5,008, is there 9 internet? Are we all done? At 5,800, I'm selling it at 5,800 then for the first, on the telephones for the second, third and final time at 5-9. 6,000 he says. 6,000 on the phone. I know you're trying hard as well, Nottingham. At £6,000 bid on the telephones here with us at 6,000. It's selling, it's going. At £6,000 bid. At £6,000 bid, it's a nice bike. At 6,000 then, are we all done? Is that it? At 6,000 then for the first. 6,000 for the second. Third and final time, giving you plenty of warning at 6,000. Sold. I gave plenty of warning then, I'm afraid. Sorry, Nottingham, or someone else, or fresh bidder. Fresh bidder, don't wait until the last minute. That was 6,000 on Dave's phone there. 507, I didn't rush that one. Mercedes wheel trim wall clock, there we go, look. Where are we? Mick's holding it up there, look. Have we got, I've got £20 bid, at £20 bid, at £20 bid then for the Mercedes wheel trim wall clock. Look, that's nice, look, just chuck it on the garage wall or in your shed. At £20 bid then, at £30 bid on the internet. At £30 bid, Lancashire Preston, at £30 bid. At £30 bid, I'm out. At £30 bid on the internet then, I'll mark it provisional, we'll try. £40 bid, at 40. £40 bid and 50. And £50 bid and 60 and selling. At £60 bid, at £60 and then we all done. At £60 bid then for the wheel trim wall clock. Look, there we go, look, roughly about 16 inches in diameter. At £60 bid then and selling for the first, second, third and last time. £60. 508, the 3 framed car prints. There we go, look. Nice, look, where are we? I've got 10, 20, £30 again at £30 bid then for the 3 frame car prints. Surely a tenner a piece, aren't they? There we go, £30 bid with me, 40 on the internet now. At £40 bid then, at £40 bid, one more bid I can put it on sale. At £40 bid then for the nice 3 prints. At £40 bid. At £40 bid, a couple of racing ones by the looks of it as well. At £40 bid then, it's provisional at the moment. I'm sure it'll come at 40 for the first, second, third and last time. £40. Lot number 509, the Have a Capstan, their blended better sign. Oh, there you go, look, I haven't seen one of them ones before. Where are we then? £10 bid on the internet straight away at £10 bid then. At £10 bid, at £10 bid, £20 bid, at £20 bid. At £20 bid then on the internet in Lincolnshire. At £20 bid. Are we all done? At £20 bid then. It's provisional at the moment, but we'll try. At £20 bid for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time. £20 provisional. Lot 510, the Triumph Acclaim. There we go, look. New oil and filter in the boot. There's some fresh new parts. 2 workshop manuals in the boot as well. Honda engine and running gear. Recent new battery. There we go. Look, bits and pieces there. Only 677 miles since the last MOT.
Good old car,
there we go. Yeah, they are a good old car, aren't they? I've got, well, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2000, 21, 22 on the internet there and selling and away. At £2,200 bid then for the Triumph Acclaim. At £2,200 bid, Pickering, North Yorkshire, it's staying local. 2-3, not anymore, Lincolnshire. At 2,300 then, at 2-3, at 2-3, Pickering, you're out. Lincolnshire, you're in at £2,300 bid then. At 2003, at 2003, Pickering is the 4. At 2,300 then, I'm selling it, it's going. At £2,300 bid then. At 2,300, are we all done? At 2,300 then, Lincolnshire. At £2,300, you got yourself an Acclaim. At 2-3 for the first and the second, third and final time at 2-3 being sold. 2,300. Do you want to jump on?
Yeah.
Got this one or that one?
Nah, I'll be all right. One, two, three. Yeah, we're on. Lot number 511. The current, the car park or park and drive. Park Drive cigarettes. I will get it right in the end. Park Drive, never heard of them once. Park Drive cigarette sign. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. £20 we've got. At £20 there. Michael's got hold of it there at £20. At £20, £20, £20, 30, 30, 40, £50 bid. At £50 and away. At £50 are we all done. £50 then. Done and dusted then. At £50 then. Are we all finished then? At £50 hammers coming down. 512 is the maxi. Oh, I love a maxi. I know, John. I've got enough really though, but I like a maxi. There we are. The little maxi there. Look at her. Cheap and cheerful. Look at it. Lovely little girl. Where are we going to be? £1,000. We've got 1,000. 1250, 1500, 1750, 2000, 2250. 2,500 here, Will. 2,500 I've got on my sheet here. £2,500 on my sheet. That's my bid on my sheet at 2,500. 2,005. At 2,500, did I see a 6 there, Will? 2,006. 27. £2,700 then unsold. At £2,700 we're going to sell. At £2,700 for the little maxi then. £2,700 hammers coming down, be warned. Making sure I've missed no one. 2008 and 9. 2009 at £2,900. At 2,900. 2,900 then at Spalding then. Thank you for your bids at £2,900. It's going. It's gone. 2009. 513 is the Shell Motor Spirit enamel sign. There we go then. We've got £60, £70 bid. At £70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70 then. Are we all done at 70? At £70 then. At £70 then. At £70 and away. At £70, £80 in Darlington at 80. At £80 then. £80 I'm going to sell at 80 then. Hammer's coming down at £80. Be warned, it's going to go. 514, the MG 1100. Here we are, cheap and cheerful again. We've got 1,000, 11, we've got 12, we've got 13, we've got 14, we've got £1,500, we've got 16, we've got 17, and we've got £1,800. £1,800 bid. At 1,800, then are we all done? At £1,800. Just make sure we've got no more. 19 says Jack down there. 19, £2,000 I've got. 2,001, £2,100. At 2,001 I have. At 2,100, 22, 23, 2,003, £2,300. At 2,003, 2,003, 24, 25 on my sheet. £2,500. Here, bid with me. At 2,500. At 2,005, 26 with Jack. At 2,006, I'm out. £2,600. At £2,600, it's with Jack. At £2,600 on the phones with Jack. At £2,600, be warned, it's going to go. It's gone. 515, the Cleveland guaranteed sign. Here we are, £50 and away and sold. 50, excuse me. At £50, then I'm going to sell. At £50, it's off to Somerset then. £50 then. Are we all done and dusted? It's going to be sold. At £50 then. Fair warning, hammers coming down at £50. Sold. Excuse me. Morris Minor. Here we are, this must be a nice one, look at that. Morris Minor 1,000 convertible, fully roadworthy and ready to drive, unleaded fuel, major service and health check in August 2021, new tyres recently fitted, there we are then, ready to rock and roll, looks a nice thing, where are we going to be? £7,000, anywhere, we've got £7,000, asking 7, make a start at £7,000, I can't start much lower, £7,000 anywhere, if not we'll have to move on, asking 7. £7,000 for the little Morris Minor that the vendor said is ready to go. There we are, where we're going to be. Fully roadworthy and ready to drive. There we are, where we're going to be. I can't start any lower than 7. Are we all done then? I can't. If you've got any interest in that one, please have a word with the team upstairs. They'll try their best to put a deal together for you. 517 is the Shell Motor Spirit sign again. Shell Motor Spirit, there we are, get my teeth in. £60 and sold and done at £60. At £60 then, £60 then, all done and dusted at £60 then. Hammers coming down, it's going to go at £60, be warned, it's off. It's gone, 518, the E-Type Jaguar, here we are. Nice bit of interest there, current owner 23 years. 23 years, the current owner. That's nice, we all like that continuity, don't we? Extensive history, it says, back to the early 80s, all supporting or suggesting certainly the 53,000 miles. We don't guarantee mileages, guys. You know we can't on old cars. You can hardly guarantee them on a 4-year-old car, let alone a 54-year-old car. Invoice is totaling £25,000. There we are. It's all there. It's all done. Where are we going to be then? Who's going to start me? £20,000. That's a cheap car. 20,000, 21. 2, 22, 23, £23,000, 23, 4, 24, that's a cheap Jag, £24,000, 24, 5, £25,000, 25,000, then we have at 25, 25,000, £25,000, £25,000, then at 25 for a Jaguar E-Type at £25,000, owned by the current owner for 23 years, at £23,000 then, at £25,000, are we all going to, that's it? Are we going to call it a day at £25,000 then? At £25,000 then, are we all done at £25,000? Need a bit more? Have a word with the team upstairs. 519 is the Mercedes-Benz light-up box. Here we are. Where are we going to be? £50 and away, thank you. 50, 60, £70 bid. At £70 then and gone. At £70 then. At £70. At £70 bid. At £70 then. We're going to drop the hammer at £70. Are we all done at £70? 520, the Porsche. Here we are, the Porsche 928. There we are, S-Series. I think these are great, these 928s. They're really different, aren't they? Interest here with me, I've got 55, I've got 55, I've got 6, I've got 6.5, I've got £7,000 here. I've got £7,000 here on my sheet at £7,000. That is provisional, but thank you for your bids at £7,000. At £7,000, are we all done at 7? At £7,000 I have. At £7,000 then, going to drop the hammer down at £7,000 and market provisional at 7,100. At 7,100, £100 at 7,1. At £7,100 on my right. At 7,1. At 7,001, that is provisional at £7,100. At £7,200, Ireland. 7,002. Excuse me, 7,2, 7,3. 7,003 on my right at 7,3. At 7,300 we've got. At £7,300 then, bids on my right, 7,4, Ireland. 7,5, 7,500. At £7,500. It's a clean car, this. At £7,500, and hammer's coming down, 7,6. 7,6 I've got, Ireland. 7,7, £7,700. At 7... Hang on, is this out of a movie? Hang on a minute. Is this Austin Powers or something we've got here coming on? £7,700. At 7,700. Leave it to me, I'll sort it out, says Gregor. £7,700. At 7,700. 7,008. 7,008. £7,800. At £7,800, and are we all done at 7,8? 7,008. 7,9. 7,009. At £7,900. At 7,900. At 7,900. I've just remembered it's Will Smith, isn't it, in Men in Black, when he pulls the table across. That's what it is. I've just remembered now. But sadly, you don't look like Mel. Well, Mel. He doesn't. No, he's not a Will Smith, is he? Anyway, back to business. £8,000 in Ireland. No, it's in Ireland at the moment. 8,000. 8,1. 8,1 on my right-hand side at £8,100. 8,001. £8,100. At £8,100, are we all done? At £8,100. 8,001, 8,2 in Ireland. £8,300 over there on my right-hand side at 8,003. 8,003. £8,300 on my right at £8,300. 8,300, are we all done at 8,3? Hammer's going to come down at 8,003. Be warned, it's going. 8,300. There you go, well done. 521 is the vintage framed Fiat picture. Oh, I see. Right, there we are then. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £10, £20, £30 away. At £30 and £30, are we all done? At £30, £40, thank you. At £40 then at 40. At £40 then at 40 then, are we all done and dusted? At £40 then, hammer's coming down at £40. 522 is the Jaguar. There we are, the Jaguar Classic. There we are. I think it's an estate car, this, isn't it? Ash? Yes. There we are, the Classic D estate car. Yep, not a bad car, says Michael. There we are. Off we go then. £1,500. That's cheap, isn't it? At 1,500, 1,600 pound. At 16, 1,700. At 1,700 pound, 17 we've got. 1,800 pound then. At 1,900 pound, and are we all done? At 1,900. At 1,900 for the Jaguar estate car. That's not dear. At 1,900 pound. At 1,900 pound for the first. At 1,900 pound for the second. Third and last time, are we all done at 1,900? Moving on to 523. 523 is the British Railways Blackpool enamel sign. Here we are, we have got 100, 150, 200, 250, 300 pound bid. At 300 pound bid. At 300 pound we've got. At 300 pound then, oh, it's a big one, isn't it? At 300 pound, at 325, 350, 375 I've got. At 375. At 375 pound. At 375, 400, 425, 450 I have. At 450 pound. At 450, 475, 500 pound. At 525, 550, 575 I have. At 575. At 575 I've got. 600 pound bid. At 600 pound then 25. At 625. At 650. At 650. 675 on that screen at 675. At 675 I have. At 675 and 700 pound and 725. At 725. 750. 750 I've got. At 750 then. At 750 are we all done at 750 and 775. 800 pound bid. 825. 825. 825 then are we done at 825. 850. 850 pound. 875. 875. 900 he says. 900 pound bid at 925. 925. 925. 950. 975 and 1,000 pound I've got. 1,000 pound bid. At 1,000 pound I've got. At 1,000. At 1,000 pound then I've got. 1,025. 1,050. 1,050. 1,075. 1,100. 1,100 pound and 25 and 50. And 1,200 pound bid there at 1,200. At 1,200 pound I've got. At 1,200 pound are we all done at 1,200? I think you finally got it there, Preston. At 1,200 pound. At 1,225, sorry, 1,250. At 1,250, 1,275. I thought you had it then. At 1,275. At 1,300 pound we've got, and 25. 1,325, 1,350. 1,375, the 14. 25. 50. 75. 1,470, 15. 25. 50. 75, 16, 25, 16, 25 we've got, 16, 25 then, Hammer's going to drop 1650, 75, 1675, at 1675, at 1675, at 1675 then, going to pull the lever, be warned, it's off to Preston at 1675, but in from the start, well done at 1675. So, 1675 to Preston. You deserve that. You've been trying very hard there, Preston. 524 is the Rover Mini Cooper Sport. 2 Cooper Sport. I've got lots of bids here, Will, but we might as well go straight to that one there. I think that's the highest at the moment. 10.2, 10.4, 10.6, 10.8, 12, 2, 12,002, 12.4, 12.6, 12.8. 13,000 pound we have at 13,000 pound. 13,000 pound bid at 13 and a half. 250. Sorry, 13.2, 13.4. Sorry, Mark, we're going up in unusual increments here. 13,004. 13,006. 13,008. 14,000 here. 14.2. 14.4.
14.6.
14.4 I've got here. 14.4. 14.6. 14.8. 14.8 I've got. 15,000. 15.2. 15.2. 15.4. Andy just peeps you in at Philip. It don't matter now. It's 15.6, 15.8, 16,000. 16.2. 16.4. 16.6. 16.8. 17. 2. 17.2. 17.4, 17.6, 17.6, 17.8, 18,000, £18,000 we've got. £18,000 Huddersfield's bid there at 18. Are we all done? At £18,000 on 2. 18.2 Andy. 18.2 Andy's phone. 18.4 Huddersfield's back in at 18.4. 18.6. 18.8. 19,000 we've got, and 2. 19.2 I've got. Internet bid at 19.2. 19.2 I've got. I'm going to drop the hammer down then at £19,200. Are we all done? 19,002 for the first. Second, third and last time, 19.4. 19.4 on the phones. 19.4 on Andy's phone. 19.6. 19.6 I've got. £19,600. Then hammer's coming down at 19.6 for the first, second, third and last time. Be warned, everybody. Sold. 525, the LNER gentleman enamel sign, £80 and sold straight away. £80 at £80 bid. £80 then we've got at £80 then. £80 are we all done and dusted. I'm going to sell to Somerset for £80 then, going once, twice, third and last time. Sold. 526. Oh look, one of my favourites here. The 2008 Ford Mustang GT in the bullet style. There we go, the bullet green. There you go. Says Michael. John, you've got one. John, our main cameraman here, has bought one. He bought one brand new. He imported it from the States. There you are. Still got it now. And we had a little trundle down. Was it last year we had a little trundle out? Was it the year before even? God. Yeah, we'll skip over that. Yeah. In the past, John and I have had a run down here. We forget how long the time just goes, guys, isn't it? But John and I have been out in his, and yeah, cracking car. So here we are then. Where are we going to be on that? £10,000 away, thank you. 10, 10, 5, £11,000. 11, 5, 11,005. 11, 5, £12,000 bid at 12,500. At 12,005. 12,005, £13,000. At 13,000, I'll take a 250. At 13 we are. At 13,000, and are we all done? At 13,000. At £13,000 then. At 13,000, that doesn't look a dear car. At £13,000. £13,000 then for the Mustang GT at 13. At 13,000. At £13,000. £13,000. Are we all there at 13,000? We need a little bit more. You'll have to speak to the team upstairs on that one. Just need a little bit more than that. I think it's worth it. The Jaguar bonnet mascot. There we are. Michael's got it there. Off we go then. £40 bid. Out the traps at 40. £50 bid. At 50, 60, thank you. At £60 we have. At £60. Hang on a second. We had 60 there. Thank you. We had 60. Thank you. At £60 then. £70 then. At £70. At £70 we've got. £80 with Jack. £80 Jack's bid there at 80. £80 it's for sale. It's sold at 80. Jack's bid. 80 will. Jack's bid. There we are. 80. Jack's bid. Yep. 80, there you go. That's it. We straightened it up. £90 now on the net. £90 gone. At £90 then. £100 then. Back on the phones at 100. At £100 then we're going to sell. £110 at 110. At £110. At 120. At £120 at 120 it's for sale. It's off at £120 and are we all done? At £120 hammers coming down. 120 and sold. 5 to 8 the little Jaguar. Here we are, the little Jaguar there. £220 we've got bid, I'm going to sell. 220, are we all done? At £220 then on sale, I'm going to sell. At £220, are we all done? At £220 for the first. At £220 for the second. Third and last time, then are we all done? At £220. Sold. 529. 4 metal cans. 4 metal cans there. Where are we going to be? You tell me. In the ammo box there. Where are we? Who's going to start me at a tenner anywhere? If not, we'll move on. We've still got a few. £10 then. At £10 then. At £10. At £10 then. At £10 bid. At £10 then. At £10. Are we all done at £10? At £10 then. At £10 then. Are we all done and dusted? 20, £30 we've got. £40 we've got. At £40 then. At £40. At £40 then. Hammers coming down at 40. Are we all done at £40? Original. Put a note on there, Jack. That's what I think they're worth. There we are. And now the MR2. There we are, the little MR2. 1992 Toyota MR2. There we are then. Where are we? We've got 26 there. There you go then. She wants going through the workshop, the little car, but she's got some legs in it of that. Look, 26, that's not over dear, is it? At 2,600. At 2,600 pound we've got. At 2,006 then, internet bid at 2,600. At 2,600, that is provisional. They're 6 at 2,006. At 2,006, thank you for your bids at 2,7. At 2,007 and 8. 2,008. At 2,800 pound we have. At 2,800. At £2,800, we'll put you down provisional Essex at 2008 and see what we can do. At £2,800, 2,900. Oh, you're out. Oh, you're back in. £3,000. At £3,000. At £3,000. At £3,000 going once. £3,000, 3,100, 3,200. I'm going to sell it. She's not provisional. She's on sale. It's going at £3,200. At £3,200 then. At 32 then for the first, 32 for the second. Third and last time, fair warning at 3-2. Excuse me. So, and then we have the champion sign. That's a nice one. I like that one, Michael. Nice sign is that. Well done. £80 bid there, Will, straight out. £80, £90 we've got. At £90 then, lovely sign that at £90. At £90 then, at £90 bid at 90 and £100. At 100 we have. At 100. At £100 then, at £100, thank you for your bids. At £100 we're going to sell at 110. At 110, 120, 130. 130 on sale at 140. I'm going to sell it at £140 we've got. At 140. At £140 then, hammers coming down at 140. At £140 then, 140, 150, 160. At £160. At 160. At 160 then for the first, second, third and last time at 160. It's gone. It's gone. 532 is a very sensibly priced, I believe, Morris Minor there. There you go then. Sad sale of this much loved family car, it says. There you go then, lady owner entered. Where are we going to be? Who's going to start me at £1,000? You don't get much of a Morris Minor for £1,000, do we? There you go then. Who's going to jump in and make a start at £1,000? Thank you very much, Norfolk. At £1,000 we've got. At £1,000 then, that's a cheap little moggy, isn't it? At £1,000. At £1,000 then, £1,100 then for the Mozzie. £1,100, that's cheap. £1,100. £1,100 then, we've got 1,100 then at £1,100. Obviously it's very provisional at 1,100. At £1,100 then, we'll put you down provisional at 1,100. I think you may have to find just a little bit more. £1,200 we've got at 1,200. At £1,200. At 1,213. 1,003. At 1,300 then. At £1,300 then, that's provisional. At £1,300 then, hammers coming down at £1,300. Provisional there, Ash. 533 is 3 boxes of various brake parts. There you go then. Bit of a lucky dip there, bit of all sorts then. £20 then and away, thank you. £20, £30 then and away. At £30 then, you only need one part out of there, don't you? £30 then and we're going to sell. At £30 then, at £30 then going for the first. £30 going for the second, third and last time. Hammers coming down at £30. 534 is the little Fiesta. There we are, little Fiesta LX. Lovely little car. Just have a quick drink, if I may, just to wet my whistle. Bear with me a moment. There we are, the little Fiesta LX. I'll just have a little drink while you just have a look at the car. Yes, I know. Here we are. So, without further ado, we've got £1,500 on my screen here, Will. We've got 15, we've got 16, we've got 17, we've got 18, and then we've got, takes us all the way up to 19 on my sheet here. £1,900 unsold at 1,900. At £1,900, at £1,900, £2,000 says the phone. At £2,000 then, on the phones at 2,000. At £2,000 on the phone down there with Jack at 2,000. At £2,000, at £2,000 then, hammers coming down, I'm going to sell, be warned, it's going to Jack's phone at 2,000. It's gone. 535. There's a little assortment there. Look, small Jaguar bonnet mascot, AA badge, Jaguar kit, Nice little setup there. Look, certainly if you've got a Jaguar, where are we going to be then? £20 away, thank you, at £20 then, at £20 then, £30, that's cheap enough, isn't it, at £30. At £30 then, are we all done? At £30 then, at £30. At £30 then, at £30, that's cheap enough, isn't it? Look at that little setup there. At £30 then, at £30 then, nice little accessory there for your car. At £30 then, are we all done and dusted? At £30 then, at £30. 536 is the Peugeot 205 GTI. Here we are. And interest as usual here, Will. We've got 7.5, we've got 8, we've got 8.5, we've got 9, we've got 9.5, we've got 10, we've got 10.5, we've got 11. And then we go 11.1 on my screen there, 11.2 with me here. 11,002, and on sale at £11,200. 11,002, 11.3, 11.4, 11.5 on my sheet. £11,500 on my sheet. Here, 11.6, just beat you in, Mark, 11.6. 11,600. 11.7 with Mark, 11.7. 11.7 we've got. 11.7, he's with Mark, 11.8. 11.8, 11.8, 11.9, 11.9, 11.9 I've got on there, 12,000, 12,000 with Zandy's bid, 12,000, 12.1, 12.1, 12.1 we've got, 12.2 just beat you in, Durham just beat you in at 12.2, 12.3's back with Mark, 12.3's with Mark, 12.3 with Mark, 12.40 just beat you in that time. Andy just won that one. 12,004. 12.5, Mark, straight away, look, no doubt. Internet bid there. Where's that internet bid gone, Will? You just had that. There you go.
We've got another one.
Mark again. 12.7 with Mark. That was with Mark, was 12.7. Oh, 12.8 then, okay. 12.8 here. 12.8, 12.9 with Mark. 13 with the internet. 13.1 with the internet. Just trying to keep an eye on everyone. 13.2 on the internet. 13.3 on the internet. You just missed out, Mark. 13.4, Andy. 13.4 is Andy. 5, just beat you in again, Will. 13.5, just beat you in. 13.5. 6, Andy, without doubt. 13.6, Andy. Here, in 7. 13.7 with me. 8, Andy, just beat you all in. 13.8. 9, internet. 13.9 here. 14, Andy, straight away. 14. 14's Andy. 14.1. 14.1. 14, Mark then. 14.2. 14.2. 14.3, internet. 14.3. 14.4, Andy, without doubt. 14.4. Mark, 14.5. 14.5 was with Mark. Andy, 6. Andy was in first. 14.6. 7. Mark, again. Sorry, 14.7. I'm just trying to watch everyone and keep it square. 14.7. 14.7. Andy, 8. 14.8. 9. Mark, 14.9. 15, Andy. Andy's bid. Mark's bid. Mark, 15.1. Andy, 15.2.
Where am I going?
15.2 I've got. 15.2, thank you for letting me know. Mark, it's 15.2 with Andy at the moment at £15,200. At £15,200. It's your bid, Andy, at £15,200. Are we all done? Missing no one. Thank you for your bids at 15.2. Sold at 15.2. 537 is the vintage frame Fiat picture. There we are. We've got a few of these, haven't we, for whatever reason. There we are. Nice one there. Look at that. £10 a bid. £10, £20, at £30, then at 30. At £30 then, at 30 and £40. At £40 we've got. £50 bid. At 50 it's on sale. It's going to be sold at £50. At £50 bid at 50. At £50 then, at £50 we all done. At £50. At £50 then, hammers coming down at £50 we all done. Sold at 50. 538 is the Shell Oil and Petrol Enamel sign. There we are then. 140 we've got. 140 on sale and sold at 140. At £140 it's going to be sold. At £140 then on sale it's going to go. At £140. At 140 going once. at 140 going twice, third and last time with Mick there at 140. Sold. 539 is the Pashley Cargo elephant bike with a basket, chain, lock, helmet, you name it, it's all there ready to go. There you go, Alan's got the helmet on. There you go, all ready to go. It's the right bike for you there. Look, easy on, easy off for you older boys. Look, £100 and away. At £100 we've got. At £100 then, at £100 are we all done. At £100 bid, at 100 then. At £100, at 100 then are we all done. At £100, she wants a bit more for it, but we'll put you down, Cumbria, and see what she says. At £100, provisional, £100. And 540 is the Puma. There we are, cheap and cheerful little Puma there. Husband and wife home from new. Ah, that's nice. Look at that. Original purchase receipt from Ford Quicks in Chester. Yeah, look at that. There we are, £500 and away. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At 500 then. At £500 then. That's a cheap Puma. At £500. At £500 then. At 500 then. Are we all done? At £500. At £500 then for the Puma at 500. At £500 then. That's for nothing, that. At 500. At £500 are we all done? At £500 we need a bit more. Have a word with the team upstairs. We need a bit more for that. That must be a £1,000 car. 541, the Newcastle Brown Owl sign. There we are. Where are we on that? You tell me. £10 bid. £10 then. £20, £30 we've got. At £30 then. At £30 then. At £30 are we all done and dusted at £30? 542, the Fiesta Bravo. Oh, the little Fiesta Bravo. Oh, yeah. Here we are. It's a bonny little car. Little Fiesta Bravo. There we are then. You tell me. £3,000. I bet £3,000 we've got. 3,000. 312. 32. 33. 3,003. 34. 5. 35. 3,005. 36. 36. 37. 38. 39. £4,000 I've got. £4,000. At £4,000, that's a cheap little car. 41, 42, 42. At 42, 4,002, 43, 43, 4,003 and 4, 44, 4,004. On sale then. At £4,400, then she's going to go. At £4,400. At 4,400. I'll take a 50 if it helps, Will. 4,500 I won't now. 4,500. At £4,500. On sale. David's phone at 4,500. At 4,500 then. David's phone at 4,550. 4,550.
Did you say 50?
I did. 4,550. 4,600 says Dave at 4,600. At £4,600. At £4,600 are we all done? 4,650. 4,650. 4,650. 4,700. 4,700 we have at 4,750. 4,750. 4,800. 4,008. £4,800 on the telephone then. I'm going to drop the hammer at 4,800. 4,850. 4,900 he says. 4,009. At 4,900. 50. Do you want 5, Dave? 5 he does. £5,000. At £5,000. At £5,000 it's Dave's bid. I'm going to pull the lever. It's off. You're out. Talk with. It's Dave at 5. You're back in again. 5-1. 5-2 says Dave at 5-2. 5,002. Dave's in. Talk with. You're out. £5,200. At 5,002. Are we all there? At £5,200. First, second, third, and last time. Hammer's coming down at 5-2. Sold. 544, the slow school sign. There we are. Oh, sorry, Ash. Good man. There we are then, the slow school sign there. £10 and away and sold at £10. At £10 then, are we all done at £10? At £10 then. At £10 then, and then at 10. At £10 then, are we all done and dusted at £10? And moving on to the MGTF. Here we are, the MGTF there. Where are we going to be on that? I have got 12, 14, 60. I'm on 544 because that's what you just passed me. Right. There we are. Sorry then. Where are we now then?
544.
We've just taken that away. Ash, come on, you've got one job. 544, the MG, back where we started. 16, 17, 18, £2,000. 21, £2,200 we've got. At £2,200 on here. At £2,200 I've got. At £2,200 then on my sheet. At 22 I'm going to sell. At £2,200. At £2,200 then are we all done at 22? At £2,200 then. Hammer's coming down at £2,200. Are we all done? We are, and on the subject of souls, as I said earlier, we convert over 90% of all the souls, all the provisionals, and let's go through a few now, because we haven't got that many left to do tonight. 372, the Vauxhall Vectra. Sold. 380, the MGB GT. 409, the Antique Park Lamp. 412, the 1988 Honda. 424, the Ford Capri. 382, the 1944 Austin. 442, the 1954 Morris Oxford. 434, the Bentley. 468, the Snap-on Diagnostic Tool. 430, the Triumph Stag. 428, the Jaguar Mark 1. 456, the Ford Iveco. 479, the Spratz Sign. 504, the CAV Prince, I think that's what it says. 344, the DB9 Aston Martin. 509, the Capstan Sign. There you go, that's how it works. We convert over 90% of all provisionals over the course of the sale. 545 is the pedal car. Oh, thank you very much, Auntie Gregor, that's great. There we are, the J40 pedal car. Where are we going to be on that? These are always popular, surely. £1,000 and away. £1,000 and £1,000, £1,000 we've got, thank you. £1,000. At £1,000 then, that's cheap for that, isn't it? At £1,000. £1,100. £1,100 we've got. £1,100. £1,100. I wonder why that's so cheap. £1,100 then, £1,100. 11, that's still provisional of that. £1,100. £1,100 there, £1,100 and 12. And 1,200 we've got. At 1,200, I'll take a 50 if it helps, Will. That must be worth more than that. At £1,300 we have at 13. Oh, they're all pedal. 1,300. At £1,300 we've got. 1,300. At £1,300 bid. At 1,003. At £1,300, well, we'll put you down provisional at 1,300. At 1,350. 1,350. At 1,350. At 1,350, even 1,400. £1,400 and 50. One more bid and I'll put it on sale. 1,450, it's provisional. One more bid and I'll sell it. £1,500, it's on sale as promised. £1,500. At £1,500 we've got. At 1,500 then. At 1,500 I'm going to bring the hammer down at 50. 1,550. At 1,550 and 1,600. At 1,600. At £1,600 then. Hammers, oh, and a 50 again. 1,650. 1,650 on sale and sold at 1,650. At 1,650 then, I'm going to drop the hammer down at 1,650. When it's gone, we'll get ready. It's gone. Sold. 546 is the Audi A4 S-Line Quattro TDI converter bubble. By the looks of things, there we go. We've got some bids. We've got 2, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4, 2-5, 2-6, 2-7. There's 2-8 there, Will, on my screen there at 2-8. £2,800. At £2,800 for the Audi Quattro convertible. At 2008. At £2,800 then. At £2,800. Looks a lot of car for 2.8. At £2,800 we have. At £2,800 for the first. 2.8 for the second. 2.9, £3,000 we have. At 3,000. At £3,000. At 3,000 now. At £3,000 then. At 3,000. Did I see 3-1? I did. 31. At 3,001 and 2. 32. At 3,002. At 3,200. 3,3. 3,003. £3,300. One more bid and I'll put this one on sale. 3,3 at the moment. 3,4 on sale as promised. 3,400. It's going to be sold. 3,5. £3,500 at 3,5. 3,005. 3,600 at 36. £3,600 at 3,7. £3,700. 3,7 then going for the first. 3,7 going for the second, third and last time. When the hammer's down, it's gone at 3,7. Didn't rush it, Will. No. 547, 4 boxes of car-related parts. You have to rewind that one, and I don't feel I rushed that one. Yeah. 4 boxes of car-related parts, it says here. There you go. That must be 30, 40 quid's worth, surely. I can see 40 or 50 quid there, not even looking. Who's going to start me then at 40 quid anywhere, Will? £40, £40 there, that'll do, at £40. At £40 then, at £40 then, are we all done at 40? At £40 then, at £40 then, at £40. At £40 then, at £40, are we all done and dusted at £40? At £40 then, at £40 then, at 40. At £40 then, £40 hammers coming down at £40. Cheap them. 548. The Land Rover Discovery Sport. Here we are, the Land Rover Discovery Sport. The highest bid at the end of the sale will be submitted. There we are. The Land Rover needs a bit of engine work on this one. I think it's almost one owner from you. I think it's almost one owner from you. It is. There we are then. Where we're going to be on that, the Land Rover Discovery Sport. Who's going to start me? Who's going to start me at £1,000? £1,000 anywhere? At £1,000, thank you. £1,200 at 12. At 1,200. At £1,200, that's cheap, isn't it? At 1,200 then. £1,300 then at 13. At 1,003. At 1,003, 4. 14. 15. 1,500 then. At £1,500 then. At 1,500 then for the Land Rover Discovery Sport. At 1,500. At £1,500 bid. At 15. At £1,500 then going for the first. £1,500 going for the second. Third and last time at 15. 549 is the Ford Pinto engine. Here we are, the Pinto engine there. Who's going to start me £100 on that? Pinto lump there, is it? £100 on the way, thank you, at £100. At 100 then. At £100 then, are we all done at 100? At £100, £100 then, we need a bit more than that. At £100 then, we'll have to pass on that, it needs to be a bit more. 550 is the Volvo S70. 20 valve auto. Here we've got some bids here. We've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1,000, 11, £1,200 bid. At £1,200 I've got. At 1,200, 12, £1,300 there, Will. 1,300 I see it. At £1,300 on your screen there at 13. At 1,300 we've got. That's it. At £1,300. At 1,003. £1,300. 1,350. 14. 14 I've got now. 50. 1450. 1450 on the screen. 15 with Alan. Alan just beat you in there at 15. 15 on the screen here. 1550 on the screen. 1550 on the screen here. 1550. 1550 then. Hammer's coming down. I'm going to sell. 16's just gone. 1650's just gone. 1650, 17 was Will Allen, 17. 1,700, at 1,700. Allen's bid at 17. At 1,700, Allen's bid at 1,700 and 50. 1,750 I've got. 18 says Allen, 1,800. 18. 1,800, £1,800 then I've got 18. 50. 1,850. 1,850. 19. 19 I have, 19, £1,900 from Alan's telephone at 1,950, 1950, £2,000, £2,000, £2,000. Yeah, leave it at that. £2,000 we've got. At £2,000, Alan's telephone bid, I'm going to drop the hammer with Alan there, 2,050. 21, 2001, back with Alan at 2-1. 2001, back with Alan at 2001. Are we all done? At £2,100 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 21. It's Alan's phone. Fair warning. Sold. 551 is the Shell aluminium sign. Here we are. £10 we've got, 10, 20, 30, 40, £50 bid, at £50, £60, thank you, at £60 we weigh, at £60 then are we all done, at £60 then, £60 then are we all going and done, at 60 then for the first, 60 for the second, third and last time, at 60, £70 we've got, at £70 then on sale at 70, at £70, at £70 then, £70 then, at 70 then going once, twice, third and last time, sold. 552 is the Mitsubishi Shogun. Oh yeah, look at this old girl, lovely old thing. These were quite futuristic in the day. Now they don't half look old, don't they now, bless them. They look really period now. There we are then, lovely old girl. Where's she going to be then? There you go, Mitsubishi Shogun / Pajero, 552. Where are we? £2,000. At £2,000, that's cheap, isn't it? At 2,000, 21, 2, 22, 3, 23, 4, 5, 25, 25, 26, 2600, then 26, 7, 27, at 2007, 28 says young Mark, at 2008, Mark's bid there at 2,800, at 28, that's cheap enough that, at £2,800, at 2008, Mark's bid at 2008, I'll take a 50 anywhere if it helps, if not, it's going to be down to Mark at 2008 on a provisional basis, at £2,800, then it's down to Mark, then are we all done? £2,800, it's with you Mark, provisional, at £2,800, then are we all done? At 2008, it's down to Mark, provisional to Mark, 553, a selection of metal model cars. Oh, here we are. There we are then. Where are we again? You tell me. £10, £20, £30 we've got. At £30 then. At 30, £40 then. At 40. At 40 then. At £40 then. Are we all done at 40? At £40 then. All done and dusted and finished at £40. 554 is the 1996 Yamaha. There we are. The Yamaha, is it an XJ or a diversion? I can never remember. £600 we've got. At £600 bid, Will. At £600 I'm going to sell. At £600 it's going. At £600 then 50, 650. At £650. £700. Alan's bid at 7. He was shouting out 7. Sorry, Wakefield. Phone bidder was shouting out 7. £700 we've got. At £700 then, I'll take a 50. Dave's on a 50. 750 with Dave. 750 with Dave down there. At 750. Dave's bid. 750 then, Dave's bid at 750, £800 in Tadcaster, £800, £800 we've got, 850 with Dave, 850, £850, 850 with Dave, 850 then we've got, £850 with Dave, 9 says Alan, £900, at £900, Alan's bid at 900, 50, 950, 950, at £950, at 950, 950 then, are we all done at 950? £950 then, £1,000 says Alan at 1,000. £1,000, Alan's bid £1,000. At £1,000, 1,050 says Dave. 1,050. 1,050. At 1,050 then, I'm going to drop the hammer down. Thank you for letting me know it's Dave's then at £1,050. A fair warning. Dave, your bid at 1,050. Sold. 555, the 2003 Rover 75 Classic CDT, which in my book means diesel. There we are then, £800. I'm not surprised. £800. These are for nothing, aren't they? Good afternoon, Isle of Man. £800 then. £800 away at 800 we've got. £800 bid. £800. That's a cheap enough car at £800. At 800, 850. 850 we've got. 850. 850. £850 bid, £900 then, at £900 then, back in the Isle of Man at 900, at £900, 950, one more bid and I'll put it on sale, 950, £1,000 as promised, on sale, £1,000, off to the Isle of Man at £1,000, oh, 1,050, at 1,050, at 1,050, £1,100 bid, £1,100 we've got, and 50, 1,150, 1,150, £1,200, at 1,200, at £1,200, £1,300, 1,350, 1,350, at £1,350, at 1,003, 1,004, £1,400, at 1,400, at £1,400. At 1,400 then, hammer's coming down, be warned it's going to go to the Isle of Man at 1,400. It's off, it's gone. 556 is the Austin shear line. Here we are, Austin shear line. There we are, 1952, nice bit of information there from Richard, thank you very much. There we go, where we're going to be. Straight out the traps wheel, I've got 4,500 on here. 4,005, 4,750, £5,000 bid. 5,250 and on sale. 5,250, it's on sale at 5,250. At 5,250, 5,500. At 5,500 in Preston. 5,750 I have. At 5,750. At £5,750. At 5,750. At 5,750, I'm going to drop the hammer. 5,000, £6,000 we've got. 6.25, 6,250. For the big shear line, 6,250 I have. At 6,250. 6,500, 6,750. At 6,750 I've got. 6,750 then. At £6,750 I have. at 6,750. I've got the bid at 7,000. Will, 7,1 please. 7,001. 7,001 because of my figures. 7,001 at 7,100 pound. At 7,001. 7,2. 7,200 pound then at 7,200 pound. At 7,2 I'm out at 7,200 pound. I'm going to drop the hammer at 7,200 pound. It's going to be sold at 7,200 pounds. Sold. And then the Shell plastic globe. There you are, cheap and cheerful one. There we are then. Excuse me, where are we going to be? 80 pound bid, thank you. 80, 90, 100 pound then. At 100 pound are we all done? At 100 pound. At 100 pound then. At 100 pound then. Oh, £100 for the first, second, third and last time at £100. 558, the little Mini 25. There we are, the little Mini 25. Who's going to start me at £2,000? At 2,000, thank you, 2, 21, 22, 2,300 then at 2,003. At 2,300. At £2,300 then. At £2,300 then are we all done at 23. At £2,300. At 2,003. At 2,300 then at £2,300. 559, the spring on the farm sign. There we are. Michael's got it there. There you go. Who's going to start me? A tenner. £10, £20 we've got. At £20 then. At £20 then at 20. At £20 then. At £20 then at £20. At £20 then are we all done at £20. 560, the Yamaha. YBR 125 Custom. Here we are, the 125 Custom. Here we are. Owned for the last 6 years. Only selling due to starting a family. Lady owned and entered. There you go, where we're going to be, £500 we've got, at £500 then at £500, that's a cheap little bike, at 500, at 500 then, at £500 bid, at 500, at £500 then are we all done at 500, at £500, that's cheap enough, isn't it, at £500, at £500 bid, at 500, we need a bit more than that, you'd have to have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. 561 is the 3 car instrument panels with low recorded mileages. Well, they are what they are. I don't know where these have come from. Where's Andy? Where have these come from? There we are then. Where are we going to be then? Who wants to start me at tenner? Anyone then? Anyone want to start me at tenner? £10 bid we've got at £10. At £10 then. At £10 then at £10. At £10 then at £10. Are we all done? At £10 then. At £10 then we'll sell them provisional at £10. Stuff like that. 562, the Chevrolet GMC Camaro. Ah, this is a fair machine. Look at this. There we are. New block, complete overhauled engine, new paintwork, new seat covers, new servo, new heads. Blimey, it's had everything. This, look at that. All the hard work's been done there, isn't it? Look at that. What a machine. Where are we going to be on that then? £10,000, thank you. 10, £10,000, 255, 10, 5 and 750. £11,000 we have. 11,255. 11,57. 50, 11,750, 11,750, 11,750 for the big GMC, 11,750, 11,750, are we all done? £11,750, £11,750, then are we all done and dusted at 11,750, 563, the puck matches enamel sign. Here we are. There we are. We have got 40, 50 and £60 and sold at £60. At £60 then. At £60 we're going to sell at 60. At £60 then. Hammer's coming down at 60. Well, at £60 are we all done? £60 then. Gonna go then at £60. Sold. 564. The 2003 Mini Cooper S. All sorts of information there. Look, tells you all about it. We have got 1,000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, £2,000 and £2,100. £2,100 bid at 2,001. At £2,100, I'm going to sell it. At 2,001, Hammer's coming down, I'm going to sell. At £2,100, if we're all done and dusted, at £2,100. Sold. 565, the Austin Edie Sprite clock. There we are, Mark makes a fantastic job of these clocks. We have had a couple go through earlier on. I've got a couple in the office myself. Where are we going to be on that? £100, thank you, at £100 and away. At 110, 20, 30, at £130 we have at 130. At £130. At 130, at 130 then at 130. At £130 then are we all done? At 130, at 130, 140 and 150. At £150, at £150 bid, at 150. At £150 then are we all done and dusted at £150. 566 is a 2008 Dodge Ram. There we are, Dodge Ram, there she is. Look at that, that's a useful bit of kit, isn't it? Where are we going to be? £3,500, that's cheap enough at 35. 35, 6, 36, 37, 38, 39, 39, £4,000 we've got, 4,000. At £4,000, that's a useful bit of kit that. At £4,000 then, at 4-1, 4-1, 4-2 says Mark, 4-2. At £4,200, 4-2, it's cheap enough. At 4-3, Alan just crept in at 4-3, 4-3, 4,003, 4-4, 4-4. 4-4 we've got. I saw 4-5 there somewhere. 4-4, 4-5 with Alan. 4-5, 4-6 with Mark. 4-6 is with Mark.
4-7.
Where's that? 4-7 in Stoke-on-Trent. 4-7. 4-7 we've got. 4-8, just beat you in. 4-8. 4-8, 4-9 on the net. 4-9. 4-9 I've got here. £5,000, Alan's bid. Alan 5. Internet 5-1. Internet 5, Alan 5-2. Alan 5-2. Internet 5-3. 5-4. Alan 5-4. 5-5. Internet. Alan 5-6. Internet, you're out. Alan, you're in. Internet's back in. 5-7. 5-7 here. 5-8. 5-8. 5-8. 5-9. Mark, you're back in. 5-9. 5-9. Mark's in at 5-9. 5,009. 6 says Alan. Alan just beat you in there at 6. £6,000. 1. Mark. Mark here. 6-1. 6-2. Alan. 6-2's Alan. Alan's in at the moment. Alan is in at the moment. 6-3's Mark. 6,003 with Mark. Mark over here. Alan. 6-4. 6-4. 6-4 down there. 6-4. 6,004 with Alan then. At 6,004 and Mark. 6-5. 6-5. 6-5. 6,006 says Alan. 6,006. 6,006. 6,600. 6,600. I'm going to drop the hammer down. Thank you for letting me know. 6,600 then. Alan's in the seat then at £6,600 then. We mark the underbidder. Are we all done? Sold. And moving on to the shell from the pump. Here we are, double-sided sign. Double-sided sign. You've got a bit of a bend on it there. You can mount it straight on the wall. Where are we going to be then? £50 and away. Thank you at £50. At £50 then. 50, £60 bid at 60. At £60 then. At £60, £70, £70 and we away. At £70 then. At £70 then. At 70. At £70 then. At 70 going once, twice, third and last time. At 70. 568 is the Ford Escort RS 600i. There we are with a revised reserve. There you go, with the lots of R's in there. Get the teeth back in. There you are, sensible there on the money. Where are you going to be now? 8,000, thank you, £8,000. 8,001, 2, 82, 83. 8,003. 8,300 then and 8,003 and 4. 8,004. 8,004 at 8,400 then. Are we all done at 8,004? At 8,400 then. £8,400. Are we all done and dusted at 8,400 then? We need a bit more. Have a word with the team upstairs on that. He needs a little bit more. He has revised the reserve once at least. 569, the Willis MGB owner USA sign. There we are, £80 and sold. £80 and away and done at £80 then. At £80 then. Are we all done and dusted at £80 then? Hammer's coming down at £80. Sold 570, the Rover 75. This is a nice car, Jack. You and I looked round this on the forecourt of Thorntondale. It's a very clean car. Very, very nice clean car. There we are, the Rover 75 Club. Where are we going to be? 16 stamps, previous V5, promotional brochure. Yes, good one, this one. Trust me, it's a good one. £1,000 we've got. At £1,000, it's more than £1,000 one. £1,000, but thank you for your bids. £1,000 we have. £1,000, £1,000 then at 1,000. £1,000 then at £1,000. That's very provisional at £1,000. £1,000, £1,000 then I'll put you down, but it is very provisional at £1,000. I know they're cheap, but this is really cheap. At £1,000 for the first, second, third, and last time at £1,000. £1,100. £1,100 we've got. Even I was surprised at how good a car this is. £1,200 we've got.
Proper clean car.
It is. I know I was surprised when I heard that one arrived. My heart sunk because I get offered about 8 a week. and I turned down 7 of them, at least, sometimes 8. And when I heard that this one had arrived, under the radar, didn't know anything about it, my heart sunk, and I thought, oh, here we go. And I was very pleasantly surprised when I saw the car. It's a very level car, nice car. At £1,200 we've got. At 1,200 then, at £1,200, are we all done at £1,200? Very provisional, Tamworth, but I'll try for you. At £1,200, now I'm going to pull the lever at £1,200, are we all done? At £1,200, £1,200, but that is very provisional. Then we've got a bit of a mixed bag going on here, a selection of jerry cans and railway road lamps, £40 on the way and sold. At £40 then, are we all done at 40? At £40 then, at £40 then, at £40, £50, £50 bid. At £50 we have. At £50 then, at £50 then, at 50, £60 and sold. At £60 then, at £60 then, at £60 then, at £60 then, are we all done? At £60 then, at 60, at £60 hammers coming down at £60, £70, at £70 bid, at 70, 80, £80 we've got. £80 then, £80 then, 80, £80 then, £80 going for the first, second, third and last time at £80, sold. Next one is the Land Rover Defender. Here we are, Land Rover Defender, there we are. I've been asked to submit the best bid on this one. We've got a lunatic here who wants banning. We've got a lunatic who's put £50. Yeah, I won't even, well, I can't pronounce his surname, but I'll leave it to your imagination what that is. Yeah, there you go. He's obviously just got out for a few hours the other week and managed to get internet access and looked at our website for some reason.
You don't need to get out.
No, they probably give him internet access in there just to pee the rest of us off. There we are then. So here we go then. We've got 1,000, 11, we've got 12, we've got 13, we've got 14, we've got 15, we've got £1,600, we've got 16, we've got 17 here, we've got 18, 19, 2,000, 2,1, 2,2, 2,3, 2,4 there, Will, at £2,400, that's for nothing, that, at 2,400, at £2,400. At 2,400 then, we'll get you an answer as quick as we can, at £2,400. At £2,400, that's a worthwhile project, isn't it? At 2,400. At £2,400, then are we all done? At £2,400, £2,500 in Kent, thank you, 25. At 2,500. At £2,500. At 2,500, we'll try our best for you, Kent. At £2,500 then, the girls will see what we can do. At £2,500 then, we'll ring him through, see what he says at £2,500. 2005 to 573. 573. Remind me to ban that man. Yeah, put on their ban. Yeah, we don't want to deal with him. There you are then, 573. Wooden hand-painted Pelican cigarette sign. Okay, different there. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me at a tenner? Anyone going to start me at a tenner, we'll move on. If not, we're moving on. 574, 1990 Land Rover. Here we are. Now, this is clean. This is a right clean old thing, this. Level old car, this is, or... Level, isn't she? A level old bus, she is. Yeah, right level old bus. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £10,000 and away. At £10,000, thank you. At £10,000. At £10,000 then. At £10,000, that's a cheap Defender. At £10,000, 250, 10, 250, 10.5. At 10.5, £11,000 I've got there. Well, I might as well go for that one. £11,000 we've got. £11,000, 11,250, thank you. 11,250. £11,250. 11,250, then are we all done at 11,250? That's a cheap station wagon, that. It's a long wheelbase 110 station wagon by the looks of things. That's cheap enough, is that? We'll have to put that through next time, I think, that one. Ash, that's worth a bit more than that. 575 is an assortment of various old Ford parts and auto jumble bits. There we are then. Who's going to start me? £10 then, thank you. £10, 20, £30 we've got. At £30 then, £30 then, and £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 then, are we all done at 40? At £40 bid. At £40 then, £40 then, all done and dusted at £40. Gone. 576 is the Mercedes. Here we are, 576 is the Mercedes, CLK 240. Here we are, submit the best bid, away we go then, £500 then for the Mercedes, at £500 then, at 500 then, £500 and £600 we have, at 600, at 600 then, and £700, at £700, at £700, that's cheap, isn't it? At £700, £800 we've got, 800 then, at £800 then, are we all done and dusted at 8? at 800 then, £800 then, £800 for the first, second, third and last time at £800. 577 is the Wills Star Cigarettes enamel sign. There we go, enamel sign there. Nice size as well. 125 out the trap, so 125, 150, thank you. Oh, £150 bid at 150. Oh, 150 then, we've got 150 then. Oh, 150, 160, 170, 180. Oh, £180. Oh, 180 then. Oh, £180 then, are we all done and dusted at £180? And 578, the BMW 328. Nice sound, 328, there we are, Cabrio. Oh, just update my screen. There we go then, the 328, which is unusual as well. That's nice, isn't it? £2,000 there, Will. Thank you, 221, 2001, 2, 22, 23, 23, 24, 25, 2005, 26, 2,607, 2007. At £2,700, that's a lot of car for the money. At £2,700, at £2,700 then, at £2,700, are we all done at 27? At £2,700 for the first, at 2,007 for the second, third and last time, are we all done at 2,700? Very, 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 very provisional. 579 is the boxes of assorted bulbs and lamps. There we are, that's a handy bit there. Look at that, where we're going to be. £10 then, £10, £20 we've got. At £20 then, at £20, are we all done at 20? At £20, at £20 then, on sale and sold at £20. At £20, at £20 then, it's cheap enough at £20 then. All done and dusted in at £20, are we all done at £20? 580. Ah, the Cobra replica. This is a nice car. Drove to the sale as well. Drove over, probably about 10 days or a fortnight ago. The Autocraft Cobra. There we are, come from a big collection of cars. There we go. Drove to the sale. Can't ask for much more than that. 15,000, thank you, out the traps at 15 and a quarter. 15,250, 15,005, 750, 15,750. 15,750, at 15,750, 16,000, at 16,000, at £16,000, are we all done at 16? At 16,000, that's a cheap one, at £16,000, at 16,000 then, £16,000 for the first. £16,000, 250, 16,250, at 16,250, it's very provisional, Stoke, but thank you very much at 16,250. At 16,250 then, at £16,250 then, we'll put you down provisional at 16,250. That's provisional, and on the subject of provisionals, lot number 488, the 1979 BSA. That's been sold. Lot number 351, the illuminated golf sign. That's been sold. Number 448, apologise, the 1948 Morris Commercial. That's been sold. Lot number 522, the Jaguar X-Type. That's been sold. Lot number 539, the Pashney bike. That's been sold. Lot number 530, the Toyota MR2. That's also been sold. There you go. We convert over 90% of all provisionals as we go through the sale. Then we've got the total petrol sign as well. There we are then. You tell me, £10, thank you, 10, 20, 30, £40 bid at 40, £50 then, at £50 we've got, at £50 then, are we all done at 50? At £50 then, are we all done and dusted at £50? Moving on, 582, the Ducati. There we are, that's a nice machine. Oh, there she is over there, lads, look, got the camera there.
I picked this one.
Did you put this one up? I think you did.
Yes, I did.
Well, you have a go then. Jack is just going to finish off. There's about 18 lots to finish. I'll just leave you in Jack's capable hands. He'll do the last few today. Most importantly, the Ducati, because he met the owner of the bike when he collected it.
I did, yeah, nice gentleman. I collected this one myself, guys. I think he said it's been sat anyway for a little while. Basically, yeah, sort of not quite giving up riding, but just about. It was long-term ownership, something like 20 plus years. Lovely condition. The bike speaks for itself if you've been down and seen it. There's some spare tank bags. I think maybe another panel to obviously from going from a two-seater to a single-seater. I think there's a few bits and pieces anyway to go with the bike. But yeah, lovely thing. Sounds really nice. Started straight up. Sounds sweet. Speaks for itself really. So there we go. I got bids straight away at 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 and 2,000 please, Will. At £2,000 bid then and away. At £2,000, 2-1, 2-2. At £2,200 bid then for the 1993 Ducati. It's had upgraded bits and pieces over the years. 2003, 2.4 with Jack. At £2,400 bid then, Jack's telephone at 2.4. At 2,400, at £2,400 bid. At 2004, 2.5 in Whitby, 2.6 Norfolk. £2,600 bid then in Norfolk. Service book containing 5 stamps, 2.7 Jack on the telephone. 2.8, 2,800. £2,800 bid at 2.9. Back on the telephones with Jack at 2,900. Nice bike at 2,900. £3,000 bid at £3,000. At £3,000 and I can sell it at 3,100. At £3,100 bid. It's Jack on the telephones. Internet, you're out. Jack, you're in at 3,100 bid. At 3,100 then. At 3,100 I can sell it. At 3,100. At 3.1. At 3.1 is the 2. At 3,100 then are we all done for the first. Selling for the second. Jack on the telephone for the third and last time. It's being sold. 3.1. Thank you. Lot number 583. The large red warning triangle. There we go. Look. Mick's just grabbing it there for you. Is it a heavy one, Michael? Or is it a... I can't quite see. Oh, there we go. Oh, fancy thing, look, there you go. Anyway, where are we? I got 10, 20, £30 bid here with me. And £30 then and away. At £30 then for the red warning triangle sign there, look, and reflectors on it as well. At £30 bid then, is that all? Are we done? At £30 bid then. At £30 bid, are we all done? We'll need more. We'll have to pass on that one, I'm afraid. Lot number 584, the 2007 Jaguar S-Type. There we go, look. No reserve on this one, ladies and gentlemen, so whatever it achieves, it goes today. There we go, look, S-Type SETD Auto, there you go, look, MOT certificates and various invoices. I've got 5, 6, 7, 800, £850 and away and sold then. £850 bid, £850 bid for the S-Type, 850 with me, please, Will, 850, 850 bid then, at 850, £900 in Preston, at £900 bid then for the cheap S-Type, at £900 bid and selling. At 900 then are we all done and selling, that looks cheap. At £900 bid then it's sold, I can sell it. At £900 then it's going. At 900 for the first, being sold for the second, third at 950, thank you, at 950. £950 bid, internet, I'm out on my sheet. At £950 bid. £950 bid then for the S-Type at 950. Is there 1,000? Surely it's worth £1,000. I'm selling it at £950 bid. At 950 then, are we all done? At 950 for the first. Selling at 950 for the second. Third and last time at £950. Sold, 950. Lot 585, the car ramps, towing parts and an A-frame or an A-frame. A-frame, is it? A-frame, there we go, look. Where are we? Look, I've got 50, 60, 70, £80 bidding away then. At £80 bid then and being sold. At £80 bid then for the selection of bits and pieces there, look. At £90 bid then and still selling. At £90 bid in Sheffield. At £90 bid and sold. Are we all done? At £90 then for the first, second, third and final time. £90 sold. Lot 586, the 1997 Ford KA. There we go, look. Believed to be the third oldest example left in the UK. All right, there you go, look. Also had original dealer stickers, tax disholder, number plates, etc. Being the KA2, it has pass electric windows, ABS, driver's airbag. There you go, much more nicer and comfortable interior. There we go, look, there we go. Recently featured in YouTube videos, including Lloyd Vehicle Consulting and a McDonald's advert. Blimey, there you go, a few boxes of spares in the boot as well. Where are we then? I've got 5, 6, £600 in and away. At £600 bid. At £600 bid then. At £600 bid, 7. At £700 bid. At £700 bid. At £700 bid. Are you coming in, Mark? At £700 bid here with me. That looks cheap for the little KA. At £700 bid, then are we all done? At £700 bid, we're a bit off. At £700 bid. At £700 bid, we'll mark it down provisional. We'll try for you then at 700 for the first, second, third and last time. Provisional. Lot number 587, the little rally. There we go, look, the bike, and we've got some spare wheels and bits and pieces there, look, as well. Where are we then? Someone start me, £10. At £10 bid then. At £10 bid, thank you, at £10. At £10 bid then for the little bike there, look. At £10 bid, surely got to be worth that. At £10 then. At £10 bid, I know it's a silly bid on my sheet, but I've got to take it. At £10 bid, then are we all done? We'll mark it down provisional, we'll try for you at £10. 588, the Volvo 240 SE. There we go, look. Yeah, 240 SE Estate. There we go, look. 12 stamps in the service book there. DVLA correspondence, various invoices and bits and pieces. So there you go, look. We are sold from the off. We got 3839, 4000, 4152. Sorry, 4243 here with me, please. Will at 4,300. 44 back online. 45 here with me at 4,500. 46 in York at 4,600 bid. At 4,600 then for the Volvo. At 4,600 it's being sold. It's going at 4,600 and 7. At 4,700 pounds. At 4.8 online, at 4,800 then, are we all done? At £4,800 bid, I'm out. At 4,800 for the first, 4.8 for the second, it's being sold. Third and final time, 4,800.
You alright, Jack?
Alright, are you? Yeah. Good. I've got 589, the Aston Martin petrol tank. There we go, look, where are we with this one then? Don't know if it says what model or anything. Do we know what model it is, Grandad? No, maybe not. DBS, is it? DBS, there we go. DBS, we reckon. Where are we then? I got 10, 20, £30 bid then. At £30 bid for the Aston Martin petrol tank there. To be fair, it'll be a fairly universal thing, won't it? It'll fit in most things. There we go, look. At £30 bid then. At £30 bid, it's provisional at the moment, but we'll try. £40 bid then. At £40. At £40 bid, it's provisional. At £40 bid then for the petrol tank. That looks cheap, if you want one. At £40 bid then, it's provisional. We'll try. At £40, £50 bid. At £50 bid, £60 bid here with us. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then, internet, you're out. £60 here with me. At £60 bid then, are we all done? And 70. £80 bid. At £80 back with us. At £80 bid, internet, you're out. £80 with us. One more bid, I can put it on sale and selling at £90 bid. At 90 then on the internet. At £100 here with us. At £100 back at you, internet, at £100 bid. At 100 then is the 10. At £100 and selling, are we all done? At 100 then I'm selling for the first. 100 for the second. Third and last time it's being sold. £100. Lot number 590, the 1994 RS Cosworth. Ooh, got a bit of a soft spot for these, a bit different in silver as well. I think it suits it actually. It looks a real nice car. Did you do the video on this one? Did a bit of a YouTube video on it. Uncle Paul took this for a run up the road. Uncle Paul's been out with this down the road. Probably the nicest one he's driven. Probably the nicest one he's driven. So it will be.
The history packs come through.
Yeah.
And it must be like so deep.
Oh, blimey.
There's all loads of stuff with it. So we know the current owner who's had it for a while.
We know the current owner who's had it for a while. There's a big history pack with it the size of a yellow pages then. We know the previous owner.
It's a nice car.
Nice car, proper car. Well, there you go. I've got a bit of interest here with me, guys. I've got 32, 34, 36, and I need to go 37, please, Will. At £37,000 and for the RS Cosworth at £37,000 bid and 250 and 5 at 37,500. 37,750 with Jack on the telephone and 38 here with me at 38,000. Back at you, Jack, at £38,000 bid. 38 and a quarter. At 38 and a quarter, that's me. It's you're in, Jack, at 38,250 bid. At 38 and a half. At 38.5. At 38,500 and 750, he says. At 38,750 and 39,000 pound bid. At 39,000, I'm in, you're out, Jack, you're back in at 250. At 39,250. At 39,250, Jack on the telephone there, Will, at 39,250. At 39,005. 39.5, oh yeah, sorry. At 39,500 and 750. And 39,750 and £40,000 here with me. At £40,000 bid then. At £40,000 bid, cheap for a two-door Escort Cosworth and a quarter with Jack. 40,250 bid and 5 at 40,005 at 40,500 and 750 at 40,750 then at £40,750 bid. It's a bit provisional, we're a bit off reserve, but we'll try. I'll go 40,041 there, look. 41 on the internet. At 41,000 then, I've got 250 here with me. Is that a 5? 41,250 at 41,250.
I don't like to interject, but it was the 250, but it is a £45,000 car.
Right.
I would be comfortable supplying it to anybody for that.
Yeah. 41,250 bid. That's yours, sorry, Jack. Yeah. 41,250 with you. Internet, you're out. 41,250 with Jack on the telephones.
But that said, we'll submit and we'll talk.
We'll try, yeah, obviously, yeah, we'll speak to the vendor and see what we can do. It's Jack's telephone bid, just to make it crystal clear, at 41,250 in the halls with us. Internet, you're out, I'm out. It's you on the telephones, Jack, at 41,250 then for the Escort Cosworth. Are we all done? Internet, you're coming back in. Worth more, but we'll talk. 41,250. At 41,250 then, are we all done? We'll submit it at 41,250 for the first, 41,250 for the second, third and final time. Provisional, Jack's telephone, thank you for your bids. Lot number 5, good car.
Yeah, good car.
Good car. Oh, I saw it. Lot 591, the Range Rover Land Rover parts. There we go. Look, bit of a assortment of bits and pieces there then. There we go. Where are we then? I've got 10, £20 bid. £20 bid here. £20 bid then. Is there any more? £20 bid then. Are we all done? £20 bid then. Few handy bits and pieces if you need them. £20 bid then. It's provisional. We'll try. £20 bid. £20 then for the first. Provisionally for the second, third and last time at £20. It's cheap if you want a spare wheel. Lot number 592, the 1989 Austin Metro Sport. There we go, look, nice little car. Excuse me, been dry stored for over 20 years. There we go, look. The rare Austin Metro Sport 3-door, dry stored over the 20 years. Recommissioned 2 years ago. Original example including engine stripped, checked oil seals, replaced, new clutch, there we go, new calipers, bits and pieces there, look, wheels refurbed and new tyres and a new correct exhaust system. Oh, blimey, look at that, there you go then. I've got 323436 at £3,600 bid then for the bright looking little Metro at 3,600 bid, is there 8? At 3,600. At £3,600 bid then, at 3,608 and 4,000, back at you internet, £4,000 bid, can I go 4-1 please Will, at 4,100, at 4,100 bid, 4-2 on the internet,
4-1 with you.
4-1 with me, yeah, was that a bid on the internet? Anyway, 4-1 here with me, that's where I'm at, yeah. £4,100 bid with me, 4-2 back on the internet, at 4,203 here with me, at 4,300, at 4,300, 4-4 on the internet, that's me, at 4,400 on the internet bid, you're in, at 4,400, we're a little bit off but we'll talk, at 4,400 then I'm selling it provisionally for the first, 4-4 for the second, third and last time, 4-4 provisional. 593, the 6 boxes of Automobile electric and distributor parts. There you go, look, well there Andy, if you want some points and bits and pieces there, look, there we go. Where are we? I've got 10, 20, £30 and away then for the boxes of bits there, look, assorted boxes, there we are. There we go, £30 bid and away. At £30 then, is there any more? At £30 bids here with me, at £40 bid in Clitheroe. At £40 bid, at £40 bid then, are we all done? At £40 bid then, at £40 bid is the 50. At £40 bid then, I think I can sell it. At £40 bid then, it's being sold for the first, second, third and last time. £40. 594, a box of Dickies coveralls / overalls, new unopened. There you go, look, Andy, if you're doing a bit of painting or messing about outside, there we are. I've got 10, 20, £20 bid then. At £20 bid then for the overalls and bits and pieces, brand new, unopened. There we go, look, all in white. There we are, at £20 then. At £20 bid is a 30. At £20 bid, at £20 bid, 20 I've got, at £20 bid then, £30 bid on the internet, thank you. At £30 bid, at £30 bid then for the overalls, are we all done? At £30 bid then, we'll mark it down provisional, we'll try. At £30 for the first, second, third and last time. 595, the Bentley light up sign. Where is it, Michael? It's here, he says. He's got it down there, I think, for you. Another one of these lovely little light boxes. We're sold from the off. We've got 100, 110 and £120 bid here with me. At 120 there, Mick's holding it up. Look, at 120. At £120 bid. Lovely in the garage above your Bentley. £130 bid on the internet. At 130 on the internet in Preston. At £130 bid then, are we all done? I'm selling. At £130 bid then for the first, selling for the second, 140. At £140 bid and 50. At £150 bid. At £150 bid then, are we all done? At £150 then for the first, selling for the second, third and last time. Sold. Lot 596, the Volkswagen Golf CL. There we go, look, V5 present, owner's handbooks, tax sticks, MOT certificates and invoices. There we go, look, where are we? Well, we're sold from the off, £900 and away then. At £900 bid then for the little Golf. At £900 bid then, looks a clean little car from the photographs. At £900 bid, at £900 bid, and I'm selling it. At £900 bid it can go, it's on sale. At £900 bid then, are we all done? That looks cheap. At £900 then, are we all done? At 900 I'm selling then for the first, 900 for the second, it looks cheap. Third and final time at £900 bid. Sold, that's cheap. 597, the selection of Jaguar signs and pictures. There we go, look, where are we? There we go, there's a few of them there. Charlie and Mick have got them held up. Oh, they're nice, look, there we go. I've got 10, 20, £20 bid and 25, please, Will, actually, for these increments at £25 bid. At £25 bid, then for the selection of parts there, and 30 online. At 35, back at your internet. At £35 bid and 40. At £40 bid, then I'm all done. At £40, are we all done? At £40 bid, then, they're cheap, aren't they? Fill them at £40. At £40 bid, then, it's provisional at the moment, but we'll try. We'll make a phone call at £40 bid, then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time at £40. £40 provisional. 598, the 1974 Austin Mini Clubman. Oh, there we go. Look, this is a nice little car. Where are we? I'm sure you've been down and seen it. Looks, I think it sits in the unit over the road, doesn't it, Ash?
Up the road, I think.
Oh, is it up the road, up in Michael's? There we go. Look, where are we? I've got 15, 16, 17. I'm going to have to go at 50 again. Sorry, Will, just the way this has fallen. 1750. I know it's a bit of a pain on that computer. It's 1750 bid then. It's 1750 bid for the little Mini Clubman. £1,750. Is there 1850? It's 1750 then I've got. At 1850, thank you, and 1950 here with me. At £1,950 bid. At £1,950 bid here with me. At 1950, internet, you're back in at 2050. At 2050 bid then. At 2050 bid, I'm out. At 2050, internet, it's your bid at 2050. At 2050 then, we're a bit off, but we'll mark it down as provisional. At 2050 then, it's provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 2050 provisional. Lot 599, the 1983 Golf GTI. There we go, look. Green metallic Golf GTI, original DX engine, and bodywork is in usable condition. There you go, that looks a nice usable little car. Lots of interest here with me. Where do I start? I've got 5, 5, 5, 6,000, 61, 62, 63, 64, please, Will. £6,400 bid and away. 6,400 and selling. At £6,400 bid then with me on my sheets and 5. 6,500 in Bridlington. At 6,500. Would you like 6, Mark? At £6,500 bid online and 6, he says. 6,600. Mark on the telephones. Internet, you're out. In the hall here with us at 6,600. 6, 7, 8. 6,008. Fresh phone bidder. At £6,800 bid. At 6,809 on the internet. Sorry, Mark, it just pipped you in there at 9. 6,900 bid. Would you like 7? You two are out. Internet's in at 6,9. 7,000. Mark's telephone at £7,000 bid. At 7,000 then. On the telephone with Mark. Not anymore. 7,1. 7,001. And 2. 7,002. Is that a bid, Dave? At 7,200. Internet, you're out. Mark, you're in at there. Back in again, 7,3. 7,300, 7,4. Back on the telephones. At 7,400. 7,005 on the internet. 7.5. Bridlington. 7,500. You're out on the phones. You're in online. And 6. 7,006. What are you thinking, internet? 7,007. Sorry, Dave, 7,7. On the internet, 7,7. Would you like 8? Don't debate, just tell him to bid. There we go, Mark's got it. 7,8. At 7,800. £7,800. £7,800 then on the telephones with Mark and 9 in Brid. And £8,000 with Dave. £8,000 bid then. Dave on the telephone, he's came in at £8,000 on the telephones. Dave's phone, 8-1 back on Mark's phone, 8,100. Internet, you're out. Dave, you're out. Mark, you're in on the telephones at £8,100, 8,102, 8-2, 8,200 bid, £8,200 bid then and 3, £8,300 bid, 8,300, £8,300 then. Mark on the telephone at 8-3, are we all done? It's selling, and 4, 8,400, £8,400 bid, £8,400 bid, 8-5, fresh bidder, 8,500, he's been patiently waiting, look, and sneaking in at the last minute, 8,506, 88,600, 8,600 bid, 8,600 then, on the telephones at 8-6 and 7, 8,700. Nice usable looking little car this, isn't it? There we go, £8,700 and 88, 8,800 bid, £8,800 then. Are we all done? I'm selling it at 8,809, 8,009, 8,900 back on the telephones with us at 8,009, 9,000's the next bid mark if you want it. 9 he says, he does, at £9,000. 9,000 bid, Mark on the telephone, 9-1, 9,001. 9-2's the next bid mark, 9,100 then. It's Dave on the telephone at 9-1, internet you're out, Mark you're out, Dave you're in at 9,102, 9,002. This is going on for a bit, isn't it, this one, blimey, I want to go home. 9,200 at 9,203, 9-3 he says, 9,300. Are we all done? At 9,300 then. Does he want 4, Mark? At 9,003. At 9-3 for the first, selling for the 9-4 on the internet. 9-4 on the internet, Mark. Do you want 5? 9,400. St Albans on the internet. Dave, would you like 9-5? 9-5, Mark does. 9-5. 9-6 on the internet. 9,600. To be fair, it came in with a very sensible reserve. 9,600 on the internet. St Albans, you're in. Mark, you're out. Dave, you're out. 9,600. It's selling. 9-7. On days 9-8.
I think I've got to line bidder.
9-8. St Albans 9-8. Thank him for his bids, Mark. Dave, would you like 9? 9-9 he says. 9-9. 10,000. He's filled it up on the internet in St Albans. £10,000 bid then and selling. At £10,000 then, are we all done? At £10,000 bid. 10-1. 10,100. 10-2. Straight back at you. That's us done. Thank him very much for his bid, Dave. You've been into it nearly since the beginning there. 10,200 then. St Albans, well done. I appreciate your bids. At 10,200 then, I'm selling it for the first, selling it for the second, third and last time at 10-2. There we go, 10-2, thank you. And last lot of the day, number 600, the Thames plastic globe. There you go, Charlie's holding it up. Cheap and cheerful little globe. There we go. I've got 30, 40, 50, 60, £70 bid. It's £70 bid then for the little plastic globe there, the Thames plastic globe. It's £70 bid then, are we all done? It's £70 bid then. It's £70 bid. I'll mark it down provisional. We'll try for you. It's £70 then for the first, second, third and final time provisionally. £70. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube, by the way, today, and obviously yesterday as well. We've also got it all back on tomorrow, so yeah, please like and subscribe. It helps an awful lot. Thanks for tuning in. Everyone on the telephone bidders, as usual, everyone upstairs in the office. We'll be back at it again in the morning, eh? Thank you very much. Well done, boys.
Should it all that one?
Yeah, leave it. I just leave it all open, to be fair. Yeah, thanks, Will.
You're doing better.
Getting there.
I'll give you confidence there.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it? You always feel like it, right?
Yeah, you get used to it, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not my preferred job at all, but no, it's all right. It's a little skill, isn't it?
Ja, dat is het.